What if you were cursed to live eternally in a nightmare of your own making? What if the gods themselves declared you the ultimate punchline, a twisted joke in a cosmic comedy? Welcome to the hellscapes of Sisyphus, Tantalus, and Ixion, where punishment isn't just cruel, it's a performance art. Sisyphus rolls his stone, a Sisyphean task that would make even the most dedicated gym rat reconsider their life choices. Each time he nears the summit, the boulder slips, and gravity laughs, echoing through the desolation of his existence. Picture it, the sweat, the rage, the existential dread. It's a workout montage gone wrong, with no finish line and no gains, just the bitter taste of defeat served cold. What kind of deity crafts such a relentless torment? Who thought it would be hilarious to give a king a workout plan that ends with failure? Then there's Tantalus, standing eternally within reach of sustenance yet forever denied. The fruit hangs tantalizingly close, glimmering like a prize that always slips away. Water beckons, cool and inviting, only to recede as he lunges for it. Ever tried to grab a snack from a vending machine only to find it's just out of reach? Multiply that desperation by infinity. Tantalus isn't just starved, he's a living embodiment of longing, a cosmic joke where every hope drips like sweat from his brow, mocking him with every teasing drop. What happens when one becomes Torment? An Ixion? A fiery wheel, spinning through eternity while being consumed by his own mistakes. Imagine being strapped to a treadmill of regret, the flames licking at your heels with every revolution. This isn't just punishment, it's a reality show gone wild, where the stakes are your sanity, and every viewer is a god cackling in delight. How do you survive when every step forward scorches your flesh? Each of these figures stands as a beacon of despair, not merely victims but anti-heroes in a divine comedy. They dance between the lines of tragedy and dark humor, embodying every awful thing about human existence. These aren't just tales of punishment, they're a mirror reflecting our worst selves. Are you ready to confront what lies within? What secrets lurk behind their suffering? Why do the gods target these three with such zeal? What twisted morality fuels their relentless torment? The answers lie buried in layers of myth, a labyrinth where every twist reveals not just their burdens but illuminates the absurdity of our own lives. Dare to question, what if their pain is our truth? What if their laughter in the face of suffering is a warning? As you edge closer to the heart of this mythos, prepare to confront the very essence of existence, because the gods are watching, and their laughter is both a curse and a challenge. Will you heed their call, or will you, too, be left rolling your stone? The air was thick with the scent of fear and desperation, a heavy fog pulsing around a dimly lit altar, where tremors of ancient complaints echoed like whispers through the darkened streets of Thebes. I remember the flickering flame, casting shadows that danced with a life of their own, as if the gods themselves were mocking the mortals below. Please, not him, a voice cut through the silence, sharp as a knife's edge, the words of Amora, mother of a boy too young to understand the weight of his name, too innocent for the fate that loomed like a thundercloud. The boy, her son, Cassius, who should have been playing in the fields, not standing at the precipice of a sacrifice, his heart pounded against his ribcage, a wild drum echoing the frantic rhythm of impending doom. I remember Amora's hands trembling, fingers entwined in the fabric of her dress, a poor veil against the chill of fate. Her breath caught in her throat, a scream that never found its voice, and I could feel the despair clawing at her, a beast that gnawed at her insides. What made a mother bend but not break? The gods had turned their gaze away, blind to the suffering beneath their majestic thrones. A shiver slithered down my spine, for I knew the stories, the tales whispered in the dead of night about deities who reveled in chaos, petty in their power, indifferent to human sorrow. Cassius, eyes wide as full moons, stood frozen, a child caught in a tempest, the innocence of youth battling the weight of his lineage. He was the son of a warrior, a man who had fought in battles where the blood of heroes mingled with that of the fallen. Yet, heroism was a double-edged sword, and in the eyes of the gods, every drop spilled demanded recompense. I'm not ready, he murmured, a fragile hope threading through the bitterness of fate, and oh, how those words struck me like arrows of truth. Whoever is ready to confront the whims of the divine? Then there was Thaddeus, a seer whose visions bled into reality, his mind a chaotic kaleidoscope of horrors and prophecies. I could see him there, shoulders hunched against the weight of knowledge, eyes clouded with the shadows of the future. They will not come for you today, but they will ask for your blood tomorrow, he had told Cassius just hours before, his voice trembling like a leaf caught in a storm, and in that moment, everything shifted. Unraveled threads of fate intertwined, fear, dread, and a whisper of courage. How could one boy bear such a burden? How could he face the gods who toyed with lives as mere pawns in a grand game? The shadows grew long as the sun dipped beneath the horizon, and Amora dropped to her knees, the earth beneath her worn hands cold and unyielding. "You do not own him." Her cry rang out, a desperate challenge to the heavens, and with it came a crack of thunder, a promise that the cosmos was listening, but not in the way she had hoped. The fabric of the universe stretched, twisted, and I could feel its pulse, a heartbeat resonating with ages past, an echo of the Titans, the very foundation of this mythic chaos. What god would answer? What goddess would heed a mother's plea? As if in answer, the winds howled, swirling around the altar, a cyclone of despair and courage, as Cassius stepped forward, every step a battle against the pull of fate. "I am more than a sacrifice," he shouted, voice breaking, yet fierce. The words hung in the air, vibrating with unspent emotion, and I felt the world around us hold its breath. His defiance was a spark, both beautiful and terrifying, igniting the remnants of hope in the hearts of the onlookers. But where there is light, shadows loom larger, and I could see them, specters of doubt and dread lurking behind every memorial, every statue of a forgotten god. I remember the cosmic dance, the endless cycle of love and loss, birth and decay, a cruel reminder that the origins of myth were crafted from the very marrow of human suffering. This was not merely the story of gods and mortals, it was a reflection of us all, fractured souls seeking to understand their place in a universe that often seemed indifferent. The myths were born from the rawest emotions, from grief that turned into tales of vengeance, from love that spiraled into jealousy, from triumph that twisted into despair. This was the genesis of Greek mythology, a tapestry woven from the threads of our darkest fears and our brightest hopes. Thaddeus, his heart pounding with the weight of truths unspoken, stepped closer to Amora. "Do not let despair define you," he urged, his own voice trembling. "Each story is a choice, a moment in time where the mortal can rewrite the path laid by the gods." His words hung in the air, a glimmer of possibility amidst the darkening chaos. But how does one rewrite destiny when the vast cosmos seemed to conspire against them? The past loomed large, a malevolent spectre that whispered in the corners of their minds, taunting them with memories of failure, of sorrow. In that charged silence, it became clear life was a series of tragedies and triumphs, woven together like the very fabric of the stars, a constant ebb and flow of human emotion. Cassius stood on the precipice, every heartbeat echoing the tension in the air, the struggle against fate palpable, a living thing. "I will not be your pawn," he screamed, the words spilling forth like a floodgate released. And in that moment, the world around him blurred, the altar became a battleground of wills, a silent war between man and God, between destiny and defiance. Amora's heart raced, the pulse of a mother's love igniting the flames of rebellion within her soul. "You are not alone," she cried, the words wrapping around Cassius like an armor, a shield forged from the fire of maternal instinct. "We will face them together." But the air crackled with uncertainty, and I knew this moment would ripple through time like a stone cast into a still pond, the consequences twisting through the fabric of history. The gods watched, their laughter echoing through the ages, and this chaos was just the beginning. In the shadows of the past, the stories waited, restless and hungry, poised to awaken, to dance once more across the tapestry of existence. And so, the altar at Thebes stood frozen in time, a crucible of emotions, a nexus of fate threading through the lives of Amora, Cassius, and Thaddeus, their destinies intertwined in a tragic embrace that transcended mere mortals. Their story was a cut, a raw wound in the fabric of history, a promise of what was to come, echoing through the annals of myth and memory. In that darkness, beneath the watchful eyes of the stars, the origins of Greek mythology stirred, restless with the weight of human experience, waiting for the next chapter to unfold. A cold wind howled through the desolate streets of Athens, carrying whispers of a curse that lingered in the air, thick and suffocating. A woman stood at the edge of a crumbling temple, her breath visible in the moonlight, each exhale a silent plea to the gods who had turned their backs on her. A shiver ran down her spine as she clutched the tattered remains of a once bright garment, stained with the memories of laughter that now felt like distant echoes. This was Anthea, a name that once meant flower, now a wilted petal in a garden of despair. I remember, she breathed, her voice trembling like a fire on the verge of extinguishment, when the sun used to shine on us. Memories flooded her mind, bright and blinding, before the darkness consumed them. Yet here she stood, at the altar of retribution, where gods and mortals danced dangerously close to madness. Her heart raced, a frantic drumbeat against the silence that enveloped her, each thud echoing the fate drawing near. Across the square, Lysander paced, his footsteps sharp against the cobblestones, a soldier haunted by the shadows of his past. He was a man of honor, or at least he once considered himself one. The weight of his shield was nothing compared to the burden of betrayal that gnawed at his insides. He could feel the eyes of the gods upon him, piercing and judgmental, as if they were waiting for him to falter, to give in to the wretchedness that lay coiled within. "I remember," he whispered, his voice barely audible, "the day I chose vengeance over love." He had turned his back on Anthea, the very woman who had been his anchor in a stormy sea of bloodshed and ambition. The taste of iron lingered in his memories, a bitter reminder of the lives he had taken, lives that had meant something. Have I ever been free, he wondered, the question hanging in the air like the lingering scent of smoke after a pyre has burned out. As the moon hung high, a ghostly sentinel in the night sky, another figure lurked in the shadows, a spectre of the past. Phineus, a once revered oracle, now a drunken shell of a man, who had seen the wrath of the gods descend upon him like a tempest. He bore the scars of divine punishment, each mark a testament to the foolishness of his hubris. He remembered the day he had dared to challenge fate. "I thought I could outsmart the gods," he muttered, a hollow laugh escaping his lips, "but they taught me the true meaning of despair." Now, he shuffled through the ruins, searching for answers buried in the dust of what once was. His eyes, bloodshot and wild, darted to Anthea, and he could feel it, the crackling energy of destiny pulling them toward each other. She was the embodiment of everything he had lost, and he was a reminder of the consequences that awaited those who dared to defy the divine. The atmosphere was thick with unspoken words, like a storm gathering momentum before the first lightning strike. "I remember," Anthea said, her voice a fragile thread in the tapestry of chaos, "the moment you chose power over us." She felt the anger bubble up within her, scorching hot and raw, an inferno where once there had been only a flicker. She was no longer a wilting flower, now, she was the thorn that could pierce the heart of a god. "You left me to the whims of fate." With the weight of her accusation hanging heavy in the air, Lysander stopped in his tracks, the reality of her words crashing over him in waves. "I was trying to protect you. I was trying to save us," he shouted, desperation clawing at his throat. But the truth was, he had acted out of fear, letting the darkness seep into his heart and drown out the light that had once guided him. Phineus, caught in the tide of their emotions, stumbled forward, a ghostly figure amongst the living. "You think you understand divine wrath," he scoffed, each word laced with bitter wisdom. "You think the gods care for your love, your honor? They revel in your suffering, feeding off the anguish you create." There was a madness in his eyes, a flicker of understanding that ignited something deeper within each of them. The three stood on the cusp of chaos, a triangle of pain and longing, their fates intertwined like the tangled roots of the olive tree that grew defiantly in the shadow of the temple. The air crackled around them, thick with impending doom, as if the cosmos had paused, holding its breath in anticipation. Anthea stepped closer, her heart pounding with the drumbeat of fate. "If the gods demand retribution, let them come. I will not cower in the shadows of my own despair." The fire in her eyes burned fierce, a flicker of hope igniting in the darkness. The gods may have abandoned her, but she would not abandon herself. Lysander felt the weight of her words, clenching his fists, feeling the rush of blood pulse through his veins. "We can't let them dictate our lives. We can fight back." But as he spoke, doubt crept in, the familiar ghost of fear clawing at the edges of his resolve. The memories of battle haunted him, the faces of those he'd wronged clouding his vision like shadows behind a veil. Phineus, caught in the line between hope and despair, raised his hands, trembling yet defiant. "You do not know what you ask for. The gods will lash out, and you will become pawns in their games." His voice trembled, a mix of desperation and a warning, as the weight of his own failures crashed down around him. But in that moment of chaos, amidst the clamor of their words, something shifted, a flicker of unity in their shared pain, a bond forged in the fires of anguish. They stood there, three flawed souls, facing the void, daring the gods to unleash their wrath, ready to embrace whatever fate lay in store. And as the moon hung above them, casting its pale light across the ruins, the air thickened with intention, a bitter promise of retribution hanging in the air. The ground beneath trembled, echoing the hearts that beat like war drums, threatening to shatter the very fabric of their existence. I remember, they whispered in unison, a haunting melody that lingered long after the echoes faded. A chorus of defiance, a cry to the heavens, an invitation to the gods, and a challenge to the very nature of fate itself. The stone is rolling again. I can hear it. That dreadful, crashing sound as it scrapes against the earth, a lament of despair echoing through the valley of my heart. Sisyphus, the king of Corinth, crowned in arrogance, is nothing more than a shadow of his former self now, grappling with the weight of his own hubris. I remember the moment the gods found me guilty, their laughter like thunder, their judgment like a knife. They watch from their celestial thrones, their eyes gleaming with mischief. They love a good show, don't they? My punishment? An eternity of pushing a boulder uphill, only to watch it tumble back down, mocking me, taunting me with sweet, succulent freedom that will never be mine. I can see him, a man whose spirit once soared high above the city walls, now reduced to a mere spectre, sweat-soaked and grimy. His body is taut, muscle and sinew straining against the inevitable. This is the moment he dreads yet knows all too well. With every heave, he recalls the days of opulence, the feasts, the adoration. Oh, how the people cheered! Now, he is but a joke carved into the stone of fate, a bitter reminder that pride comes before a fall. I see his face, twisted in agony, a mask of determination and dread. But there is another heart beating in this heavy silence, the heart of his wife, Eurydice. I feel her anguish, a gaping wound that bleeds sorrow into the air. She stands at the foot of the mountain, the stone cutting a jagged line between them. Her hands tremble, fingers clutching the hem of her dress, as if it could shield her from the inevitable. Her gaze is fixed on the man she loves, yet a veil of despair obscures her vision. She remembers the promises, the whispered dreams under starlit skies. We will endure, he told her once, with a fire in his eyes that now flickers like a dying ember. How do you endure, she whispers to the wind, the word swallowed by the vastness of the sky. How do you breathe when the weight of the world is crushing you, when every breath is a reminder of your failure? She feels the shadows of doubt creeping in, gnawing at her heart. The gods may revel in his punishment, but they have condemned her to suffer alongside him, a spectre of hope clinging desperately to the edge of despair. Time stretches and bends, a cruel trick played by the universe. I remember the clocks, their ticking a relentless reminder of moments slipping away. Each second lingers like the taste of iron in her mouth, a reminder that life, too, is fleeting. She had once promised herself that she would wait for his return, but waiting feels like an act of betrayal now. Each passing moment is a betrayal of their love, a dagger twisting in her chest. She wants to scream, to rage against the heavens, but all she can do is stand there, rooted in that darkened valley, feeling utterly powerless. And then there's the boulder. It rolls, heavy and unforgiving, a monstrous beast that knows no mercy. It taunts Sisyphus like a child teasing a dog with a bone, wagging its tail of despair. I can see it in his eyes, the flicker of determination battling against the tide of futility. He is exhausted, every muscle in his body a symphony of pain, yet he grasps for that brief moment of triumph. This time, he thinks, this time, it will stay at the top. But the cruel laughter of the gods reverberates in his veins, a constant reminder of his doom. Why do you fight? Eurydice asks, her voice trembling. You know it will come crashing down again. There's an honesty in her words that stabs at him, an acknowledgement of the futility of it all. But Sisyphus is stubborn. He is a king, after all, and kings do not yield easily. He grits his teeth, pushes harder, feeling the earth beneath his feet tremble, that raw connection to the world igniting a spark of defiance. I will not let you win, he snarls at the stone, body shaking with effort. And yet, a flicker of doubt slips in, curling around his mind like smoke. What is the meaning of this struggle? What is the worth of victory if it remains forever out of reach? He remembers the eyes of the people, the way they adored him, the way they threw their love-like petals at his feet. He had once basked in their glow, but now he stands estranged from that very light. The boulder rolls down again, the laughter of the gods ringing in his ears like a twisted symphony of desperation and despair. Chaos unfolds in that silent valley, a tempest of emotion that could drown the sun. Eurydice shifts, her heart a pendulum swinging between hope and despair. She takes a step forward, her voice trembling like the last leaf clinging to a winter branch. "I will not abandon you," she vows, but uncertainty looms, heavy and dark. How much longer can they endure this madness, this cycle of pain? Each day is a fresh wound, each night a reminder that the gods remain indifferent to their suffering. Sisyphus pushes the stone up, feeling the muscles in his arms quiver. He's so close, yet so painfully far. The weight of the world hangs around his neck, but there is something else, something that ignites a fire deep within his core. Is it the thought of Eurydice? Her unwavering love, her steadfast presence? Yes, that is the flame. But what if he can never break free? What if the stone is destined to roll, forever mocking him? An existential abyss yawns before him, and he teeters on its edge, vulnerable and raw. The boulder slips again, tumbling down, and with it, the last remnants of hope roll away. I hear the sickening crunch of stone against stone, the finality of it all. Eurydice screams, a sound so visceral it pierces the very fabric of the universe. The gods laugh, their glee echoing in the heavens, a cruel reminder of the futility of man's struggle. The reflection of their power cuts through Sisyphus's heart, and in that moment, he understands. Pain is not just their punishment, it is the essence of existence itself. As the stone rolls back to the valley floor, he feels an aching void, but within that void lies something profound, an acceptance, a clarity. He may never escape his fate, but he can find meaning in the struggle. He can embrace the weight, the pain, the absurdity of life. And there, in the shadow of despair, beneath the cosmic indifference of the gods, he realizes that to fight is to exist, and to exist is to hope. And hope, however fragile, is a rebellion worth fighting for. The boulder waits below, a silent companion in his eternal dance with destiny. And I can hear it, that echo of despair and defiance, a heartbeat against the void that will bind them forever, an echo that reverberates in the souls of the lost and the damned. The mountains loom tall, the shadows deepen, and in the heart of darkness, the battle continues. The darkness of the cave was thick, an oppressive blanket that stifled sound and thought. Shadows danced along the jagged walls, flickering with each heartbeat, each breath heavy with unspoken dread. A single drop of water echoed like a gunshot in the silence, a reminder that time was slipping away, drip by agonizing drip. Sisyphus stood there, hunched over, staring at the boulder that loomed above him, a cruel mountain of stone that mocked his very existence. He felt the weight of destiny, the suffocating burden of deceit that wrapped around his heart like a noose. He remembered the laughter of the gods, a haunting melody that still reverberated in the recesses of his mind. Deception was his mistress, and he had embraced her fully. Was it cleverness that led him to this moment? Or simply the bitterness of betrayal? Across the cave, hidden within the shadows, stood Alasea. Her eyes glimmered with a fierce light, a flicker of rebellion against the despair surrounding them. She had come to rescue him, but what could one fragile woman do against the titans of Olympus? Her heart raced, fueled by both love and anger, a tempest that threatened to tear her apart. "Sisyphus," she whispered, urgency thick in her voice. "You can't let them win." He looked at her, and in that gaze, the world shifted. They were both prisoners, bound by their choices and the cunning that had led them astray. Alasea had her own demons, a tragic story of her own making, a tale of survival wrapped in the skin of deceit. What was it that had driven her to this reckless endeavor? Was it love, or did she simply seek to escape the crushing weight of her own existence? Sisyphus took a step forward, the ground beneath him shifting like quicksand. "You don't understand, Alasea," he said, his voice low, a whisper of smoke. "This is my burden. I'm meant to roll this boulder for eternity, a punishment for my cleverness." "But what if your cleverness is the key?" she urged, desperation clawing at her throat. "What if it can free us both? The boulder loomed larger, its surface rough and unyielding, a monument to his failures. It glistened in the dim light, cold and indifferent. Each fleck of stone was a reminder of his cunning, the deceit that had led him to outsmart the gods, only to be outsmarted in turn. The truth gnawed at him, an unrelenting hunger. I was clever, he admitted, but not wise. I thought I could trick them, bend the rules of fate. Instead, I became their punchline. The air crackled with tension as the implications of his words hung heavily between them. Alizia stepped closer, her resolve hardening like steel. You're not just a joke, Sisyphus. You're a warrior, caught in a battle of wits. Use that cunning of yours. He felt her fierce belief washing over him like the first light of dawn breaking the night. In that moment, something shifted. The boulder, once a monument of despair, began to shimmer with a different light, a glimmer of possibility, a chance to reclaim his fate. What if I could turn this punishment into a weapon? He felt the spark ignite within him, a flame of defiance. But doubt clawed at the edges of his resolve. What if cleverness was not enough? What if the gods were always 10 steps ahead, their laughter echoing in the vastness of the cosmos? Alizia's spirit shone bright, a lighthouse in a stormy sea of despondency. Trust in your cunning. They underestimated you once, they will do so again. As the shadows closed in, Sisyphus took a deep breath, drawing strength from her unwavering faith. He could feel the ghostly presence of the gods watching, their eyes burning like distant stars, mocking, judging. He wanted to scream, to hurl the boulder into the abyss and let the darkness swallow him whole, but he couldn't. Not now. Not with Alizia standing at his side, a beacon of hope amidst the chaos. I remember, he murmured, the memories rushing back like a tidal wave, drowning him in their intensity. I remember the thrill of the game, the rush of outsmarting destiny. I remember the gods' disbelief, their anger, their fury. Alizia's hand brushed against his, a fleeting touch that ignited sparks of rebellion. Then remember it all, Sisyphus. Use it. Flip the script. Show them that you are more than just a clever trickster, you are a force to be reckoned with. With every heartbeat, he felt the adrenaline course through his veins. The boulder wasn't just stone, it was a challenge, a puzzle waiting to be solved. He reached for it, his hands trembling as he gripped the rough surface. The moment hung, suspended in the air like a taut string, ready to snap. Time warped around them, a cosmic dance of fate and choice. He could hear the distant echoes of laughter, the taunts of the gods whispering through the caverns. But in that moment, he felt something shift. The weight of the boulder began to lighten, a sliver of hope breaking through the darkness. Together, he breathed, and Alizia nodded, her eyes fierce, filled with unyielding strength. Together, they faced the boulder, the embodiment of their struggles and desires. The moment stretched, time unraveling in a cacophony of emotion, a symphony of defiance. With every ounce of strength, they pushed against the weight, feeling the pressure of their combined will. The cosmos held its breath, the shadows retreating as the light began to break through. But in the distance, a flicker, a reminder that cunning and deceit are often two sides of the same coin, and the gods were still watching, waiting for the moment to strike. The confrontation loomed, a tempest on the horizon, as they stood ready to rewrite their fate in the face of eternity. The boulder shifted, and with it, the echoes of their choices reverberated through the darkness, a haunting reminder that cleverness comes at a price. The stone looms large, cold, and unyielding, a mountainous burden that stretches toward an indifferent sky. I can hear it, the low, ominous growl of fate, washing over me like the tide of an unending storm. Sisyphus strains against the weight, his breath ragged, each gasp echoing with the agony of a hopeless struggle. I remember the sweat slicking his brow, glistening like the remnants of a shattered dream. As he pushes, the ground trembles beneath his feet, mocking him, eager to swallow him whole. In the shadows, a figure hovers, a woman, eyes wide and brimming with a sorrow that cuts deeper than the jagged rocks around her. Her name is Alizia, and she carries the weight of 1,000 unshed tears on her heart. Why, she cries, the desperation clawing at her throat. Why does he fight? Why does he push, when all is lost? Each word is a dagger, piercing the silence, ripping through the fabric of despair. She stands there, torn between love and anguish, her hands trembling at her sides, fingertips grazing the edge of a past that never was. And then there's me, an observer trapped in this macabre tableau, a ghost haunting a history that feels achingly familiar. I remember the laughter that used to fill the room, the airy lightness that now feels like a cruel joke in the face of this Sisyphean nightmare. The weight of my own failures clings to me, a shroud woven from my insecurities, each thread pulling me deeper into the shadows of their struggle. Sisyphus, a king once revered, now reduced to this relentless battle against an unyielding fate, his punishment is both poetic and horrifying. Each time he nears the summit, destiny laughs, and the stone rolls back, crashing down with a thunderous roar that shakes the very core of his being. It's a dance of despair, an eternal waltz with futility. The mountain looms like a jealous mistress, keeping him forever at bay. I watch as his body tenses, muscles straining against the sheer impossibility of his task. He is a warrior without a cause, battling not just stone but the very essence of meaning itself. Alizia steps closer, desperation etched on her face like a haunting spectre. "You can't keep doing this," she pleads, her voice trembling with vulnerability. Each syllable echoes with an unspoken fear, a fear that the man she loves is lost to the relentless grip of his fate. I see the shadows beneath her eyes, the deep pools of sorrow that have formed from nights spent awake, wrestling with the grief of his eternal punishment. She longs to pull him back, to remind him of the laughter, the warmth of the sun on their skin, but the chasm between them widens with each futile push. I remember a time when dreams felt real, Sisyphus gasps, his voice cracking under the weight of despair. When hope was not just a flicker of light but a beacon that guided me. He pushes again, and I can see it, the flicker of a memory that dances at the edge of his mind, teasing and tormenting him. But the reminder is fleeting, swallowed by the relentless stone that mocks his every effort. It rolls back down, a thunderous declaration of failure, and Alizia's heart breaks a little more. "Stop," she cries, an anguished scream that pierces the air like shattering glass. "Stop, please. It doesn't have to be this way." But her voice is swallowed by the echoes of the mountain, absorbed into the oppressive atmosphere that surrounds them. She struggles against her own despair, wanting to reach out to him, wanting to anchor him to the world they once shared, a world filled with laughter, love, and a flicker of hope. But Sisyphus cannot hear her, he is ensnared in his own hell, a prisoner of a fate he cannot escape. As he pushes, the stone seems to become a part of him, its jagged edges cutting deeper into his soul. He is both the warrior and the victim, and I feel the weight of his struggle resonating within me. Each push feels like an act of rebellion, a defiance against the cosmos that seeks to crush him. And yet, with every inch gained, the crushing reality rushes in, reminding him of the inevitable fall. I remember a time, oh, how I remember, when life felt vibrant, when love held the power to conquer even the darkest of days. But now, the shadows creep closer, whispering doubts that seep into the cracks of our hearts. I see it in Alizia's eyes as she watches him, the unrelenting ache of hope twisted into something dangerous. She wants to reach him, to pull him from this abyss, but how do you save someone who is already lost to their own struggle? With each moment, a cacophony of emotion swells, the despair, the heartbreak, the raw, pulsating rage against a fate that seems so unjust. The mountain is a metaphor, a reflection of our own lives, our own burdens. We push against the stones of our existence, grappling with the weight of our choices, our regrets, and the aching void that seems to swallow everything whole. I feel it in the pit of my stomach, a gnawing tension that reminds me of my own Sisyphean tasks, my own struggles against the relentless tide of time. "Alizia, please," Sisyphus gasps, his voice barely a whisper, as he pauses, chest heaving, eyes filled with a mixture of longing and defeat. His gaze meets hers, and for a flicker of time, a fragile connection flares between them, a reminder of warmth, of laughter that once echoed in their hearts. "You don't understand. I have to keep pushing. It's all I have left." I shudder, feeling the truth of his words settle into my bones. The eternal push, the unending cycle of struggle, it's a prison of our own making, one we cannot escape. Alizia's heart breaks anew, and I can see the moment hope begins to flicker out like a dying candle. "But what if you don't have to carry it alone?" Her voice trembles, the plea hanging in the air, heavy with an unfulfilled promise. But Sisyphus looks away, the weight of the stone pulling him back into the darkness. And there, in that fleeting moment, time stretches and warps. The echoes of their pain linger, weaving an intricate tapestry of love and loss, a haunting reminder of the struggle we all face. I feel the chill in the air, the shadows growing longer as they battle against the unyielding fate that binds them. The mountain looms, a relentless guardian of their despair, a reminder that the journey is never truly over. We are all Sisyphus, chained to our own stones, forever pushing, forever yearning for an escape that may never come. The sound slaps like a thunderclap, the boulder crashing to the ground. A groan of earth and stone resounds, echoing through the valley, reverberating in the bones of those eternal witnesses, the trees, the hills, the sky locked in a sinister dusk. A shiver skitters down my spine. I'm frozen, staring at the colossal mass that has rumbled to rest, a beast that once ruled this unforgiving slope. I remember the fear in Clara's eyes. The moment she grasped my arm, nails digging into flesh like talons of a wounded bird. "It's coming back," she whispered, voice quivering, every word laced with a desperation that pulled at my insides. Her breath was hot and frantic, as if she could ignite a spark in the impending darkness. And there was Sam, standing a few paces behind us, his face a canvas of doubt and bravado. "It's just a rock," he scoffed, though the tremor in his voice betrayed his bravado. He tried to laugh it off, but laughter cracked like brittle ice under the weight of our reality. The boulder had rolled down before. It had crushed lives, obliterated dreams. It was a monster that hibernated only to wake and feast again. "Just a rock," I murmured, almost to myself, as the shadows stretched like fingers across the ground, creeping over the remnants of our lives. I could feel the weight of the hill pressing down, a slow suffocation, as if the earth conspired against us. I remember the stories, the old man in the tavern, his voice thick with the taste of ale and regret. "The boulder comes for those who dare to climb," he had rasped, eyes glazed with the memory of loss. "It knows your fears, your secrets. It waits." Clara's hand tightened around mine, grounding me in the chaos, as we faced that ominous mass looming above us. It had rolled from the top, a baleful eye watching, waiting. I saw it now, a dark silhouette against the bruised sky, a whispering promise of misfortune. "What do we do?" she asked, breathless, her face pale beneath the dying light. The weight of her fear poured into me, igniting something primal. My own heart raced, matching the rhythm of the impending storm. "We can't let it crush us," I replied, though doubt heavy in my throat. And Sam, he stood there, the embodiment of anxiety wrapped in a facade of strength. "We can push it back," he said, words tumbling out in a rush, desperate to be brave. But bravery was an illusion, a flicker in the dark, easily snuffed out by the reality of the moment. A gust of wind howled, angry and wild, as if the universe itself were protesting our foolishness. I looked into the eyes of my friends, two souls tethered to me, yet each one was a world unto themselves, filled with swirling doubts and unspoken fears. Could we really confront this beast together? Or were we merely children playing at heroics in the face of fate? The boulder loomed larger, shadows stretching like fingers, seeking to ensnare us. I felt Clara's pulse against my palm, frantic, like the drumming of war. She was my anchor, yet I could sense the fraying edges as each heartbeat echoed the truth. We were trapped in a cycle, a war against our own insecurities. "Push!" Sam shouted, adrenaline surging as he lunged forward, his body a fleeting spark against the gathering dusk. It was reckless, brave, and utterly foolish. I followed him, heart pounding, breaths ragged. Together, we collided with the boulder, the impact jarring us. It didn't budge. The world around us pulsed with cruelty, as if the earth itself mocked our efforts. I saw Clara, eyes wide, helplessness twisting her features into a mask of despair. "It's too heavy," she cried, tears spilling like diamonds in the fading light. "No!" I roared, the word bursting from my lips, raw and unfiltered, like a primal scream that split the air. "We can't let it win." I wanted to believe it, to believe in the strength that surged within us, yet doubt clawed at my resolve. We pushed, we strained, the rocks cutting into our palms, blood mingling with dirt and sweat. But the boulder remained unmoved, an indifferent giant, a cruel reminder of our limitations. I felt the weight of the hill pressing down, a constant reminder of the burdens we carried. I remember the silence that followed, a suffocating, eerie stillness that blanketed the valley. It was as if the world held its breath, waiting for our next move. Clara collapsed to her knees, the weight of defeat crashing down, shoulders shaking with silent sobs. I knelt beside her, feeling the warmth of her body against the cold earth. "We can't stop fighting," I whispered, desperate to hold on to hope, yet each word tasted bitter on my tongue. The struggle against the boulder was an echo of our own lives, unstoppable forces pushing us down, dragging us into the abyss. Yet in that moment, amidst the darkness, something shifted. I could see Sam's silhouette, a flicker of determination igniting in his eyes. "Together," he said, voice firm, the promise a lifeline thrown into the churning sea of despair. I nodded, the connection between us palpable. Clara looked up, her tear-streaked face reflecting a flicker of resolve, a glimmer of the warrior she was beneath the weight of fear. We drew together, hands joined, a fragile alliance fortified by shared pain and unyielding hope. On 3, Sam counted, and with each number, the boulder loomed, a spectre of dread, yet we faced it, ready to push against our own limitations. The world narrowed to that singular moment, the air thick with anticipation, as if the cosmos itself tilted, holding its breath. I remember the fear, the exhilaration, the overwhelming desire to defy fate. And then the push, the surge of unity, the boulder trembled, just for a heartbeat, an echo of possibility. For a fleeting moment, the struggle became more than just a fight against stone, it evolved into our battle against the very essence of despair. Yet it was only the beginning. The boulder rolled slowly back, the hill rumbling beneath us, shadows deepening, the night closing in. We had not conquered, we had merely stirred it awake. The pressure mounted, a promise that the struggle would continue. And in the distance, the stars blinked in cruel delight, a cosmic audience to our eternal fight. We faced the monster once again, hearts pounding in rhythm, tethered together, an unbreakable thread. The battle was far from over, but in that moment, we were alive, and the struggle, our struggle, had only just begun. The stone rolled again, a thunderous whisper echoing through the valley, as if the earth itself shivered with the weight of it. I remember the moment my heart sank, watching Sisyphus, a figure of relentless despair, his hands bloodied and raw, clawing at the boulder that mocked him. Each push was a desperate prayer, a silent scream, breaking against the unyielding truth of his punishment, the futility of it all. There's something raw about seeing a man fight against the cosmos, as if he's wrestling with fate itself, yet the universe only laughs, cold and indifferent. I stood there, transfixed, caught in the gravitational pull of that moment. It was as if the sun had dimmed, swallowed by shadows of hopelessness. And there, too, was Camilla, her eyes glazed over, a flicker of understanding mingling with despair. I could see it, the way she mirrored Sisyphus's struggle, her own burdens crushing her under the weight of a life that was never meant to be lived lightly. The echoes of her own failures reverberated through her gaze, a silent scream for release. I remember, she whispered, as if the very act of recalling made it more bearable. I remember when I thought life had purpose. Her words shattered the silence, each syllable a shard of glass, cutting through the thick air. But now? Now it's just a series of stones rolling back down. Is that what we are doomed to? I had my own stone, a career, a family, a labyrinth of expectations. Each day I pushed, only to feel it slip away, and yet here was this myth, this endless cycle of struggle, laid bare before us. Could we not find meaning in the absurdity? Would we forever be trapped in this Sisyphean loop, our hopes crushed as we watched them tumble back into the abyss? But then came the laughter, chilling and echoing like a ghost from the past. It was Theo, always the joker, standing at the precipice of our despair with a twisted grin. "Life's a cosmic joke, my friends," he proclaimed, arms wide open, as if he could embrace the very absurdity that trapped us. "We're all just comedians in a universe that forgot to laugh." His laughter was a crack in the heavy darkness, a reminder that amidst the stone and sweat, we could find a semblance of joy, a shard of light in the suffocating night. Yet joy felt like a betrayal. It was as if to laugh was to mock Sisyphus himself. "You don't understand, Theo," I said, my voice trembling. "He's pushing that stone for eternity, and we're watching. What's the punchline in that? The weight pressed down on me, a living thing, wrapping around my throat, squeezing tighter with every breath I took. Camilla's eyes glistened with tears, reflections of her own struggle. "What if we're all Sisyphus?" she murmured, her voice breaking like a fragile wave lapping against the shore. "What if this is all we are, endless toil, forever rolling stones, only to watch them slip away? What do we do with that?" I wanted to reach out, to tell her we could find meaning in the madness, that we could redefine our struggles, but the words caught in my throat, twisted by the weight of our shared despair. Perhaps it was true, perhaps we were all doomed to wrestle with our stones, our labor futile and relentless, adrift in an indifferent universe. Suddenly, in a fit of rage and sorrow, I stepped forward, determined to confront the stone that stood between us and the light. My hands gripped the rough surface, the coarse texture biting into my palms, and I pushed with all my might. It rolled, slowly, defiantly, yet I felt the tremors of my own existence shift. The world blurred, the moment stretching like a taut string, each heartbeat a drum of determination. But the stone slipped, tumbling back down, and in that moment, the laughter of the cosmos rang louder. My heart sank deeper, a lead weight pulling me down into an abyss of hopelessness. I could almost hear the mocking laughter again, the echoes of our struggle swirling like ghosts in the night. "See!" Theo shouted, his laughter mingling with the cries of despair. "That's the point. We push, we fail, we laugh, we try again. That's the human experience." But the absurdity gnawed at me, clawing at the edges of my sanity. What was the point of rising again only to watch the stone roll back down? I was caught in a cycle of despair and laughter, a dizzying spiral that threatened to consume me. I looked at Camilla, that kindred spirit adrift in her own storm, and saw the fight in her reflected gaze, an ember in the darkness. Perhaps this was our shared punishment, a Sisyphean existence wrapped in laughter and tears, where the struggle was not just futile but achingly beautiful. "Maybe," I whispered, breathless, "the key is in the struggle itself. Maybe we find our meaning not in the stone's ascent but in the fight to push it up, in the fleeting moments of hope that spark between the falls." The silence that followed was heavy, pregnant with possibility, as we stood together, the burden of our existence pressing down yet again. I felt the stone's weight lifting, if only for a moment, as we shared the agony and the absurdity, united in our laughter and tears. And in that moment, as the shadows loomed long and the boulder whispered its cruel secrets, I realized that the essence of our suffering could be a strange, beautiful form of freedom. In the face of that unyielding stone, we became both Sisyphus and the gods who taunted him, forever trapped in a loop of existential chaos that carved us into our own meaning. So, we stood there, on the precipice of nihilism and absurdity, hands trembling, waiting for the stone to roll again, knowing that whether it moved or not, we would be there, together, endlessly pushing, laughing, crying, and defying the very nature of fate itself. The air was thick with tension, a palpable silence hanging over the ancient halls of Lydia, where shadows danced like phantoms against the walls. Each heartbeat echoed in the stillness, a reminder that something was amiss. I could feel it in my bones, a gnawing unease that gnawed at my insides like a ravenous beast waiting to pounce. Tantalus stood before me, his eyes gleaming with desperation, a prince straddling the line between glory and ruin. "I remember the sound of the river," he whispered, his voice almost drowned by the roaring current of his thoughts. "It was calm then, not like now." I watched him as he gripped the cold stone of the wall, knuckles whitening, as if the fabric of his very existence was unraveling under the weight of his decisions. There was a flicker of madness in his gaze, a spark that hinted at the chaos lurking beneath his princely facade. Behind him, the shadows shifted, and there she was, Clytie, her heart a fragile bird trapped in a cage of expectations. Her breath came in shallow gasps, each one filled with a yearning for freedom, for the love that had been promised but never delivered. It was a cruel game, this life, where loyalty and betrayal were stitched together like a patchwork cloak. "Tantalus," she called out, her voice trembling, "you must decide." Her words hung in the air like thick smoke, obscuring the clarity of choice. In that moment, I felt the weight of her gaze, the sheer desperation that spilled from her heart like a river of unshed tears. The light in her eyes flickered, begging for a decision, for a salvation that seemed eternally out of reach. "I remember the day you first smiled at me," Tantalus said, turning to Clytie, his voice softening, yet the tremor of unsteadiness clung to it. It felt like the sun breaking through the clouds, illuminating a world that had long been in shadow. But the warmth of that memory was shadowed by the icy grip of his current reality. The fate of Lydia rested on his shoulders, a crown heavy with the blood of past kings, their whispers creeping into his thoughts, urging him towards perilous choices. He was a puppet, and the strings were pulled by fear, by the specter of failure lurking at the edges of his consciousness. "What if I'm not enough?" he murmured, his vulnerability seeping through the cracks of his bravado. "What if I fail them all?" I could see the turmoil in his eyes, the storm raging within, a tempest of doubt and fear that threatened to consume him. Clytie stepped closer, her hand reaching out, desperate to bridge the chasm that had formed between them. "You are enough," she insisted, the fierceness of her love igniting a fire in the cold darkness surrounding them. "But you must choose for yourself, not for what they demand. You must confront the monster within." The words hung heavy, a challenge that felt as monumental as the mountains cradling their fate. Tantalus shuddered, caught between the ghosts of duty and the audacity of desire. He was a prince, yes, but also a man who longed for something greater than the hollow echo of power. Time seemed to stretch, an invisible noose tightening around their throats as the clock ticked ominously in the background, each second a reminder of how fast dreams slipped through fingers like sand. I could feel the pulse of their fear, their love, their desperation pulsating through the air like a drumbeat, a symphony of chaos building to a crescendo. And then, the first tremor of realization gripped Tantalus. Beneath the weight of expectation, a flicker of defiance ignited within him. He stepped back, his breath catching in his throat, the clarity of choice sharpening against the backdrop of his memories. "I will not be a pawn," he declared, the fire in his voice cutting through the haze. "I will be the architect of my own fate. I will not be bound by the chains of their expectations." Clytie's eyes widened, a mixture of fear and hope dancing in their depths. "But what if the price is too high?" "Everything has a price," he replied, a tremor of resolve in his voice. "But to live in chains is a fate worse than death." The shadows thickened, swirling around them as if in agreement. The walls, once a sanctuary, now felt like a cage, and I could hear the distant echoes of lives lost, dreams shattered, and promises broken. The air crackled with unresolved tension as the specters of the past danced mockingly, reminding them that every choice bore a consequence, each moment a thread in the tapestry of their intertwined destinies. The winds howled outside, a storm raging in the heavens, mirroring the tempest within their hearts. It was a moment suspended in time, a standoff with fate itself, where love stood bleeding against the jagged edges of loyalty. Tantalus closed his eyes, embracing the weight of his decision, the burden of his truth, as he took a step closer to Clytie, who was both his solace and his storm. "I remember," he murmured, a mantra against the chaos, "I remember what it felt like to be free." And with that, the raw emotion ignited within him, a blaze that threatened to consume everything in its path. The clock continued to tick, taunting them, as the line between love and sacrifice blurred, the tension thick enough to choke on. The night deepened around them, the shadows whispering secrets of the past, and I felt a shiver run down my spine as the abyss of uncertainty beckoned, an unrelenting force that promised to unravel their lives. In this moment, I understood the fragility of hope, the heaviness of dreams, and the eternal struggle between desire and duty. The weight of their choices loomed, and with it, the promise that this night would mark the beginning of a reckoning that would echo through the ages like a haunting melody, leaving its mark on the hearts of those who dared to love in a world steeped in darkness. And just as the storm outside reached its zenith, the door creaked open, a blinding light spilling into the shadows, illuminating the hearts of Tantalus and Clytie, binding them in a moment that would change everything. The air crackled with potential, and I knew then that this was only the beginning, a pulse of life in a world that teetered on the brink, where every heartbeat could shatter or save them. The echo of laughter, sharp and brittle, hung in the air like the last breath of a dying star, and in that moment, everything shifted. I stood in the shadows of a grand hall, the flickering torchlight illuminating faces twisted with mirth that felt like daggers in the dark. Tantalus, a titan bound by his own arrogance, reached for fruit that hung tantalizingly close yet perpetually out of reach. He was a king, a god among men, and yet, he was trapped, not by chains, but by the weight of his hubris. "Why do you laugh?" I whispered to myself, feeling the chill of betrayal seep into my bones. The laughter of the gods was a haunting melody, a cruel symphony of mockery that pierced the veil of my own crumbling resolve. I was not a titan, nor a god, but I carried their burdens in my chest, heavy and suffocating. Around me, the court danced with abandon, lost in their revelry. They knew nothing of the storm brewing deep in my heart, a tempest of fury and sorrow. I remember the taste of betrayal, bitter and acrid, like ashes on my tongue. My sister, Callista, her laughter ringing like bells, her eyes glimmering with secrets. She was the light of my life, but her brilliance had become a blinding glare. I had stood beside her, shoulder to shoulder, through every trial, every storm. And then she chose him, Tantalus, the very embodiment of pride, with his promises carved from the very stone of ambition. "Did you think, dear brother, that you could hold me back?" she had said, her words coated in honey but laced with poison. "I'm tired of shadows, tired of suffocating in your expectations." I had felt the ground shift beneath my feet, the world tilting as if the cosmos conspired to shatter our bond. I watched her reach for the fruit he offered, and it was then that I understood she would sacrifice everything for the taste of power. The grand hall trembled, its walls shaking as though they too were aware of the weight of our choices. I could feel the whispers of the past clawing at my mind, echoes of warnings, the old tales of hubris, the stories of those who dared to stand too tall. Tantalus, once a beloved son, now a figure trapped in his own eternal hunger, thirsting for the unattainable. I remember the legend spun around fires, tales of men who dared to challenge the gods, only to find themselves consumed by their own desires. "Do you want this, Callista?" I had pleaded, but my words fell like stones into an abyss, swallowed by the churning chaos of ambition. She had smiled that day, her eyes clouded with the illusions of grandeur. "You don't understand, brother. This is freedom. This is our destiny." But I saw her shackles wrapped not around her wrists but around her heart, like vines that choked the very essence of who she was. The air thickened, a palpable weight pressing down on my chest, and I sensed the shift as Tantalus turned his gaze toward me, fiery, predatory. His smile was a crescent moon, sharp and cold. "Ah, the shadow of doubt approaches," he taunted, his voice a sultry whisper that slithered through the hall. "You should be grateful, little brother. I'm giving her what you never could." Gratitude? Anguish twisted in my gut like a snake, coiling tighter with each word. I clenched my fist, nails digging into my palm, grounding me in a reality that threatened to unravel. The shadows danced around us, flickering and shifting, and I felt the ghosts of our past loom large, each laugh, each moment of joy now tinged with the spectre of betrayal. "Callista," I called, my voice breaking like glass, sharp and fragile. She turned, her face an enigmatic mask, caught between light and darkness. "This is not who you are. What do you know of me?" as she shot back, the fire in her eyes almost blinding. It was a question that struck like a hammer against a brittle anvil, echoing through the silence that swallowed the room. I stood frozen, knowing that my love may become the very thing that destroyed us. A hush fell over the hall, anticipation heavy in the air. I could feel the eyes of the gods upon us, watching, waiting for the inevitable collapse. In that moment, time stretched and fractured, spilling memories like sand from an hourglass. I remembered us as children, running through fields, laughing with the unfiltered joy of innocence. And now? Now we were two souls on a precipice, teetering over the abyss of ambition and betrayal. "Brother, it's time to choose," Tantalus said, his voice thick with the weight of temptation. "Join us, or be consumed by your own fear." Fear. The very essence of my being. It clawed at my insides, gnawed at my resolve. What was I willing to sacrifice to save her? I felt her slipping away from me, a thread unraveling, and I was powerless to stop it. "Stop this!" My voice echoed, raw and desperate. "Stop pretending this is your choice. You're not free, you're a prisoner of your own making." But even as the words left my mouth, I felt the truth of them twisting back in my throat, choking me. And then, in that spine-chilling silence, I saw it, the truth that glimmered like a distant star in the vast night sky. The very thing I feared most was coming to pass. I was losing her, losing us, to a betrayal deeper than oceans. The gods laughed in the distance, the shadows swirled and danced, and I stood, paralyzed, at the crossroads of love and ambition. The moment lingered, stretched, and broke like fragile glass against cold stone. The choice hung heavy in the air, a promise unkept, a dream turned nightmare. My heart raced, the pulse thrumming in my ears, as I prepared to face the truth of Tantalus, the unavoidable confrontation between hubris and love. And as I stood there, the walls of the hall closing in around me, I knew this was only the beginning. The dance of betrayal had just begun, and the echoes of laughter would linger long after the lights went out. The clock struck midnight, the air thick with a sweetness that clung to the throat, mingling with an uneasy tension that crackled like dry twigs underfoot. Voices murmured from the shadows, each tone laced with desire and dread. I stood at the threshold, a gateway where the living met the whispers of the dead. The feast stretched before me, a gaudy spectacle of colors that would haunt a painter's dreams. It was a feast meant for gods, but here I was, a mere mortal, trembling on the brink of the abyss. I remember the way the candles flickered, their flames dancing like desperate spirits, casting long shadows that twisted and turned, beckoning me closer, closer still. In the distance, laughter rang out, a hollow sound that echoed through my bones, reminding me of all that was lost. My heart raced, a wild stallion straining against the reins, and in that moment, I felt the weight of every choice I had made, pressing down on me like a heavy shroud. Tantalus stood at the center of the table, a figure both regal and grotesque, his smile a mask that threatened to shatter with every passing moment. He was a king of torment, a host serving up dishes of longing and despair, and in his eyes flickered the madness of a man who had tasted both the sweetness of triumph and the bitterness of failure. I could see it in his posture, pride and guilt twisted together in an eternal waltz. "Welcome," he crooned, the word like honey dripping from a blade. "Welcome to my feast." I remember my sister, Callista, her laughter weaving through the air like a thread pulled taut. She was the light in this gathering of shadows, her spirit a vibrant tapestry woven from hope and innocence. Yet even she felt the chill wrapping around her heart, the growing awareness that this banquet was not a celebration but a reckoning. "Stay close," I whispered to her, my voice barely a breath, but she was already entranced by the spectacle, her eyes wide and sparkling, as if she could hold the universe in her palms. I wanted to shield her, to drag her away from the encroaching darkness, but something held me, a tether that wove tight around my chest. The opulence of the feast was intoxicating, and before I knew it, I was drawn in, a moth to a flame. The spread was magnificent, a grotesque display of abundance that made my stomach churn. Platters of impossibly succulent fruits glistened, their skins like polished jewels. Steaming meats lay arranged as if they were offerings to deities long forgotten. I could taste the salt of the sea in the air, the promise of luxury tinged with rot. Tantalus gestured, a grand flourish that sent shivers racing down my spine. "Partake, my guests. Rejoice in the gifts of the earth." But the food was a mirage, a cruel joke. Each bite would dissolve just before it touched my lips, an illusion of satisfaction forever out of reach. I could see it in the eyes of the other guests, their faces gaunt, filled with an insatiable hunger that gnawed at their very souls. I felt the pulse of their desperation, the longing for what they could never again possess. Callista reached for a grape, her fingers trembling with anticipation, but I caught her hand, a desperate plea in my eyes. "Don't," I begged, fear clawing at my throat like a beast. "It's not real." She looked at me, confusion etched on her face, and in that moment, I saw the flicker of doubt, the crack in her belief. "But it looks so good," she whispered, the innocence in her voice cutting deeper than any blade. With every passing moment, I felt the grip of time tightening, a clock ticking down to some unholy conclusion. The other guests, lost souls ensnared in their own desires, sipped from goblets overflowing with a dark liquid that mirrored the night sky, and with every swallow, their laughter grew more maniacal, more unhinged. I could feel Tantalus watching, his gaze like a predator's, hungry and relentless. "Fear not, dear sister," I murmured, forcing a smile that felt as brittle as the porcelain beneath our feet. "We'll find a way," but before I could finish, a figure burst through the revelry, wild-eyed and disheveled. It was Lysander, a once proud warrior, his spirit shattered beneath the weight of his choices. He staggered forward, his voice a ragged whisper, "This is a trap. A feast for the damned." Gasps of horror rippled through the guests, a wave of dread crashing against the illusions we had so desperately clung to. Tantalus's smile faltered, a crack in his facade that threatened to swallow him whole. "Silence," he roared, but his voice trembled, and for a brief moment, I saw the cracks in his godly veneer. "You are here by your own choice. Embrace it." I could feel the tension swell, an electric hum that coursed through the air, binding us all together in shared fear. The room seemed to tilt, the banquet table stretching like a dark horizon. I could taste the bitterness of betrayal in my mouth, the realization that Tantalus had laid this web, and we were but flies caught in his intricate design. I turned to Callista, my heart pounding, echoing like a war drum. "We have to leave. Now." But she was staring at Tantalus, her eyes wide with a mix of wonder and horror. "What if we could have it all?" she breathed, and in that moment, I saw the dangerous allure of desire flicker in her gaze. I felt time slip, the very fabric of reality warping, and I knew we stood on the precipice of something unholy. The laughter, once so vibrant, now morphed into a cacophony, a symphony of madness that filled the air, drowning out reason. I reached for her, an anchor in the storm, but she pulled away, caught in the thrall of the feast. I could feel the darkness seep into the cracks of her soul, each moment pulling her further from me, from the sister I knew. "Callista!" I shouted, desperation tearing at my voice, but the words were swallowed by the madness around us. In that instant, the world shifted, and I was no longer sure if I was awake or tangled in a nightmare. Tantalus raised his goblet, eyes glittering with a malevolent joy, and the air thickened with the scent of despair. "Join me, mortals! Join me in eternal revelry." And as I stood there, on the brink of that abyss, I knew the choice had never been mine to make. I was trapped in a feast meant for gods, and as the shadows closed in, I felt the haunting echo of my sister's laughter, forever hovering just out of reach. I remember the moment, when the light flickered and shadows lengthened, as if time had come to a grinding halt. The feast would go on, but for us, it was the beginning of an unending twilight, a haunting melody that would bind us to this moment, forever. And amidst the terror, I could only clutch my sister's hand and brace for the darkness that would surely come. The air crackles with an unholy silence, almost tangible, as I watch him. Tantalus stands knee-deep in a shimmering pool, the water glistening like 1,000 diamonds, tantalizing yet treacherous. He reaches out, fingers trembling, the desperation in his eyes more potent than the thirst that gnaws at him like a feral beast. I remember what it was like to crave, how the yearning settles in your bones, a weight you can't shake. It was always there, lurking, an insatiable hunger that turns your soul into dust. "Just a sip," he whispers, a promise filled with agony. His voice is barely a breath, a ghost of what once held authority. It echoes in the silence, swallowed by the shadows that coil around him. "Just one drop." I feel the ache in my throat, my heart racing with an empathy that shatters the distance between us. I want to reach out and pull him back, but my own hands feel shackled by unseen chains. Nearby, his daughter, Pelops, watches with haunted eyes, shadows dancing in her gaze. She holds a pomegranate, its flesh glistening like rubies, a cruel reminder of abundance in a land of despair. "Father, please," she pleads, her voice trembling. "You must remember that you are more than this punishment." But how can he? How can she? They are trapped in a cycle of endless longing, a loop of hope dashed against the jagged rocks of reality. More than this? Tantalus laughs, a sound that slices through the stillness like a blade, bitter and raw. What is more than the taste of life itself, just out of reach? His laughter is a haunting melody, echoing through the barren expanse, mingling with the whispers of the past that claw at the edges of my mind. They say hope can be a devouring fire, and I can feel the flames licking at my insides as I watch him. The water ripples, drawing him closer, the surface mocking him with playful glimmers. With each step, the pool recedes, a taunt reflected in his hollow gaze. I remember nights spent awake, longing for something I couldn't name, the edges of my world fraying as I reached for shadows. Tantalus, too, is a shadow of what he once was, a king turned to a mere spectre of his former self. He is defined by his failure, stripped of dignity, reduced to a cautionary tale for the ages. I was a god once, he mutters, and I can hear the echo of his former grandeur in his words, a reminder that the heights can be dizzying, but the falls are far more brutal. And now look at me. A mockery of divinity, standing in a banquet of despair. His hands claw at the air, grasping at memories, at a life that feels like a cruel joke. Pelops steps forward, her face a mask of anguish. Father, you must not lose hope. Tantalus, please. There is a ferocity in her voice, a spark igniting from the embers of her own suffering. She stretches her hand toward him, as if she could bridge the chasm that yawns between them, a gulf filled with despair and regret. You taught me to be brave. To face the world, no matter how dark. But what does bravery mean in a world where the very essence of existence is a taunting mirage? She stands there, heart laid bare, and I feel the intensity of her love, so fierce it could ignite the night. Yet, it flickers like a candle in a storm, fighting against the winds of despair that swirl around them. A sudden ripple in the water draws Tantalus' gaze, the shimmer of hope igniting in his eyes for a split second. I can feel it, Pelops. I can taste the coolness on my tongue. It's an invocation, a prayer to the universe that has turned its back on him. As he lunges forward, the water retreats, seeping away from his grasp like the fleeting moments of bliss he once knew. The cruel laughter of fate fills the air, echoing, mocking, relentless. I can see the shadows gathering, a darkness that infiltrates the light, wrapping around him like a suffocating shroud. Father! Pelops cries out, the desperation in her voice sharpening. Her heart beats in time with the pulse of eternity, but what is time in a place where the past and present merge into one endless torment? Do you remember the stories? He asks suddenly, his voice raw and jagged. Do you remember sitting by the fire, while I told you of heroes and their conquests? Of love that defied the gods? Of course, I do. But you are my hero, father. Not them. Her voice trembles, the weight of her words hanging heavy in the air. You must fight. You must live. But how does one live when they are shackled to their own mistakes, condemned to watch their desires dance just beyond the fingertips? Tantalus falters, a tremor coursing through his being as he grapples with the truth he cannot escape. The shadows close in, whispering secrets of despair, their grip tightening like a vice. I remember, he murmurs, then trails off, lost in the fog of his own memories. I remember the taste of victory, the sweetness of triumph. But this is a different kind of hunger. It is a dark echo, reverberating through the stillness, and I feel the chill of it seep into my bones. Then fight it. Pelops implores, her voice trembling with fervor. You can't let it consume you. You are stronger than this. But strength is a fragile thing, and in this hell of longing and loss, it feels like an illusion. The clock ticks in the distance, a reminder of time slipping away, of moments lost to the ether. The cosmos turns, indifferent to their suffering, and I can feel the weight of eternity pressing down upon us. I want to scream, to shake them from this nightmare, but my own heart beats in tandem with theirs, thrumming against the cage of despair. Tantalus turns, and for a fleeting instant, the rage burns bright in his eyes, a fire against the consuming shadows. I will not be a prisoner to this torment. I will rise. But with that declaration, the water dances away once more, leaving him stranded in a desert of longing. And I realize, in this moment of unbearable tension, that we are all Tantalus, forever reaching for that which will always be out of grasp, caught in the cruel game of desire and loss. Time stretches infinitely, and the cycle of torment continues, echoing into the void. There is no end, only an eternal yearning, a desperate cry for connection that hangs in the air like a bitter aftertaste. The world holds its breath, and as I stand there, I can only hope that one day, the chains of despair will break, and we will finally grasp the sweetness of life that lies just beyond reach. I remember the moment he stood on the precipice, a thin veil between heaven and hell, his hands trembling at the edge of an abyss. Glistening droplets of sweat clung to his brow like the damp chill of a forgotten grave. The air around him hummed, vibrating with a tension that made his skin prickle. Tantalus, his name hung heavy in the air, a curse wrapped in longing. What is torment if not an endless yearning, a mocking reminder of what once was? The fruits dangled above him, ripe and glistening, taunting him from branches just out of reach. They stood like glimmers of hope in a world painted in shades of despair. He could almost taste the sweetness, the aroma of fulfillment wafting down, curling into his nostrils. But each time he stretched his fingers toward that luscious bounty, an invisible force yanked it away, leaving him with nothing but the bitter aftertaste of failure. It was a joke played by the universe, a cruel jest that echoed through the caverns of his heart. Beside him, the shadows whispered secrets, ancient and heavy. They belonged to her, his daughter, the embodiment of innocence caught in the web of his sins. I remember her laughter like a soft chime, a memory bright and vibrant, a stark contrast to the dark that encased them both. Persephone, her name like a hymn recited in the silence of the void, a flicker of light in his eternal night. She stood there, her eyes wide with confusion, searching for answers in a father who had become a spectre of his former self. "Why can't I taste it, Father?" she asked, her voice trembling, a fragile note that shattered the stillness. Each word felt like a shrapnel wound, piercing through the layers of his guilt, each syllable a reminder of the promises he had broken. He wanted to scream, to tell her it was the gods, those vengeful architects of fate, who had stitched this tapestry of suffering, but he couldn't. How could he pass on the burden of his sins, the weight of his torment? I remember the shadows flickering around us, dancing like whispers that mocked our plight. They curled around Persephone's small frame, a cloak of sorrow that wrapped itself around her, suffocating the laughter that once filled the air. Tantalus' torment was not merely his own, it seeped into her veins, infecting her with despair. The fruits above remained ever elusive, and he couldn't bear the thought of her suffering because of him. "Father, please," she implored, her voice breaking like glass, the pieces slicing through the thick fog of his desolation. "I want to feel whole. I want to taste life, just once." In that moment, the depths of his despair clawed at his insides, a beast festering within, gnawing at his very essence. He had become the architect of his own suffering, and the shadows laughed, cackling with the glee of those who know the end is near. Tantalus stood in stark contradiction to his daughter's wishes, a figure of perpetual longing, while she was a beacon of hope, an ember fighting against the suffocating darkness. I remember the city beyond the grove, a world ablaze with life, bustling with souls who wore their own masks of torment and triumph. They danced under the moonlight, vibrant and free, while he remained rooted to his spot, a statue of despair. The clock ticked mercilessly, each chime reminding him of the hours lost, moments he could never reclaim. He could almost smell the caramelized sugar of festival treats, hear the laughter echoing like a siren call, drawing him away from his hell. But the fruits, the tantalizing fruits, dangled above, a reminder that he was forever chained to his own mistakes. Suddenly, a burst of laughter echoed through the grove, sharp and bright. It belonged to her, a flickering candle in the suffocating darkness. Persephone chased a wisp of light, her small hands grasping for something just beyond reach, a glimmer of what was possible. In that fleeting moment, she was alive, a spirit unburdened by the weight of legacy. The joy in her eyes brought tears to his own, a bittersweet cascade that blurred the lines between love and anguish. "Father," she cried, her voice slicing through his fog of despair. "Look! I can almost reach it." But the truth clawed at his throat, a jagged shard of reality. "No, my love, it's a mirage. It will always be just beyond our grasp." The weight of his honesty hung in the air, a dark cloud smothering her light. He wanted to shield her from his truth, the bitterness of his reality, but the words spilled like poison, tainting the very air she breathed. The shadows grew thick, wrapping around them like a shroud. He could feel the chill seeping into his bones, a reminder that time was slipping away, and with it, the warmth of hope. Each heartbeat echoed in the silence, a drum roll heralding the inevitable collision of dreams and despair. The fruits above glistened like stars, but Tantalus remained rooted in place, shackled by the chains of his own making. "I remember when the world was not such a heavy burden," he whispered, the words spilling forth like a confession, a prayer. "I remember the warmth of laughter and the taste of joy." But the laughter faded, leaving only an echo in the void. The weight of his unfulfilled promises pressed down like a leaden cloak, and he could almost feel the desolation gnawing at his edges. Persephone's light dimmed, and he felt it, the creeping tendrils of darkness wrapping tighter around them. "Father," she said, her voice barely a whisper, "will we always be like this?" Forever longing. In that fractured moment, he could hear the clock ticking, each second a reminder that they were not merely bound to the torment of Tantalus, but to the very essence of human desire, to reach, to strive, to taste life and yet remain perpetually hungry. As he looked into her eyes, he saw himself reflected in the fragile glass of her innocence, and it shattered, splintering the silence with 1,000 unspoken fears. And in that moment, everything fell away, just as the fruit slipped from his grasp. The shadows retreated, leaving them suspended in time, between longing and despair, their fates entwined in a dance as ancient as existence itself. The torment of Tantalus was not just his burden, it was the very essence of humanity. A reminder that in our yearning lies our vulnerability, and in our desire, the seeds of our own undoing. The fruits hung there, tantalizing and unreachable, a haunting reminder of the dreams that beckoned but never fulfilled. And as the night deepened, the weight of their existence pressed down, relentless and unforgiving, looming like a ghost that whispered promises it could never keep. The cycle spun on, tangled in desire, a haunting melody that played for eternity. The air crackled with tension, thick as smoke from a dying fire. Ixion stood at the edge of a precipice, his heart pounding like a war drum, each beat a reminder of the blood-soaked path that had led him here. The shadows of the night hung heavy, cloaking his kingdom in an eerie stillness, broken only by the distant howl of a mournful wind. Around him, memories bubbled to the surface, raw and relentless. I remember the day he crowned himself king, the day the world shifted and darkness seeped through the cracks of his soul. I remember the faces of his people, eyes wide with expectation, hope clinging to their lashes like dew on grass. The thrill, the elation, how quickly it morphed into something else entirely, something jagged and bitter. 3 figures emerged from the depths of the surrounding forest, shadows materializing into flesh and blood. One, a woman with the fierce grace of a lioness, her name was Dia. Her fierce eyes glinted like shards of broken glass under the moonlight. Love and betrayal twined together in her heart, a tempest of emotion she could no longer contain. She had once adored Ixion, a fire ignited in her chest that now flickered with doubt and despair. I see her, I see the tremor in her hands as she clutches a dagger, her once soft heart hardened by the weight of broken promises. Beside her stood Phileas, a man whose laughter had once danced like sunlight across the fields. Now, it twisted into a grimace, tension tightening the lines of his face. He was a mirror of Ixion's flaws, a reflection of lost dreams and shattered camaraderie. I remember their camaraderie, the easy laughter shared over cups of wine, the night spent dreaming of glory. But now, each of those memories felt like knives, carving wounds deeper than wounds. Yes, they are coming for you, Ixion, Dia's voice cut through the silence, sharp as the blade she held. You've become a monster, and monsters must be slain. His throat tightened, an iron vice. Ixion's breath hitched, and for a moment, he was a young prince again, clinging to dreams of heroism and honor. But power, like a wildfire, had consumed him, leaving dirt and ash where nobility once flourished. You don't understand, he whispered, voice hoarse, a plea lost in the shadows. I did it for us, for the Lapiths. But they were already shaking their heads, their disappointment palpable like a tangible weight pressing down on him. Phileas stepped forward, fists clenched, veins trembling with the anger of 1,000 storms. You think you did this for us? You think a throne made of bones will bring us peace? The words hung in the air, bitter and sharp, like the taste of bile rising in Ixion's throat. He could feel the fractures in his heart widen, the raw truth of their words gnawing at his insides. He had invited the gods into his banquet hall, had feasted on ambition and arrogance, and now, their laughter echoed mockingly around him, drowning in the throes of his own making. I remember, Ixion's voice broke, a wave crashing against jagged rocks. I remember when I thought I could change the world. The cosmos seemed to shift, stars blinking down at him, as if judging every decision he had made, every innocent life he had sacrificed for his own lust for power. Dia stepped closer, her breath hitching, her steel resolve faltering. And now? Now you're drowning in a sea of your own making. The dagger glistened in her hand, the promise of retribution, the weight of love twisted into something deadly. Don't do this. Ixion cried, desperation leaching into his tone, an echo of the man he used to be. I can change. I can be better. But those words felt hollow, a mantra that crumbled like dry earth beneath his feet. Philae scoffed, the sound like ice cracking underfoot. You think the gods will grant you forgiveness? How many lives have you destroyed? How many of our people have bled for your crown? The accusation sent a shudder through Ixion, a flurry of ghosts rising to haunt him, faces of those he had wronged, lost loves and lost friendships, each one a dagger to his soul, each one a reminder that he was lost. The wind whistled through the trees, a haunting melody weaving around them. Time felt suspended, the world reduced to the three of them standing on that precipice, a moment caught between the past and the future, where choices became chains, binding them to an inevitable fate. I can't go back, he murmured, despair clawing at his throat. I can't change what I've become. The tears stung his eyes, a bitter truth that tasted like ash on his tongue. Dia's gaze softened, a flicker of the warmth they once shared. But you can choose to stop. You can choose to be better. In that instant, the clock felt like it was ticking backward, as if time itself might grant him a reprieve. But the moment passed, and the weight of his decisions fell heavy upon him again. Ixion grasped at the fraying edges of his resolve, the darkness swirling like a tempest around him. The confrontation was inevitable, a storm rolling in, and he was at its eye. Do it, he said, a challenge laced with pain. If you think I'm beyond saving, then end it. But know that I've never been more afraid than I am right now. Dia hesitated, uncertainty flickering across her features. Philae stepped forward, anger and grief warring in his eyes. This isn't just about you anymore. It's about what you've taken from us. The night deepened, shadows thickening, and the air grew electric with unsaid words, emotions caught in a web of broken trust and fractured love. Ixion teetered on the edge of despair and redemption, caught in a storm of fury, love, and the bitter taste of memories that refused to fade. I remember all the days when the sun kissed the earth, when laughter echoed through halls untouched by darkness. But now that laughter felt like a ghost, one that haunted him, one that clawed at the back of his mind. In that moment, the night held its breath, waiting for the inevitable clash of fates, each character woven into a tapestry of despair and longing, drawing closer to a conclusion that loomed larger than life itself, a reckoning that would change everything, forever. The air crackled, heavy with anticipation, a storm brewing somewhere beneath the surface of the earth, a reckoning. Ixion stood alone, the shadows of the towering pines whispering secrets he could not grasp. His heart raced like a wild stallion, each beat echoing the weight of his arrogance, a drumroll for the destruction he had unwittingly summoned. The moon hung low, a watchful eye in the bleak sky, casting a cold, silvery light that shimmered ominously against the dark horizon. I remember, he breathed, an involuntary confession echoing in the haunted woods. I remember when I thought myself a god. Beside him, his beloved, Dia, her heart tethered to both love and fear, trembled as she felt the shift in the air. She watched him, eyes swirling with a tempest of emotions, adoration, dread, the haunting realization that he could become the very monster he sought to defy. Ixion, she whispered, her voice barely a flutter against the wind. You must seek forgiveness. The gods' forgiveness. His laughter was a jagged knife, slicing the tension. What is forgiveness to those who dwell on Olympus? They feast on our dreams, and a pause, a heartbeat of defiance, I refuse to be their plaything any longer. His words hung in the air, thick and suffocating, swirling like smoke from a long-extinguished fire. Dia's face paled, a ghost of the vibrant woman she once was, the one who danced beneath the stars without fear. She stretched out a hand, trembling, her fingers brushing against his arm, grounding him. Don't you see? They've watched your pride swell, and now they are coming for you. But Ixion's mind was a whirlwind, a tempest of longing to rise above the mortals, to carve out a legacy that echoed through the ages. He couldn't yield. Not now. Not ever. The thought that the gods could retaliate sat in his gut like a festering wound, but he pushed it aside, a mere shadow of doubt in the face of his burgeoning power. I will not cower, he said, his voice a low growl, resolve hardening with every word. If they seek to punish me, let them come. In the distance, a rumble built, a low growl that felt like the earth's own fury awakening. Ixion turned his gaze skyward, eyes narrowing at the gathering storm clouds, dark and twisted like the wrath of divinity itself. Lightning flickered, jagged and wild, illuminating the landscape with flashes of stark terror. Dia's breath hitched, a fragile gasp caught between fear and the raw, unyielding love she felt for him. "Ixion, please," she cried, the plea bursting forth like a dam breaking under its own weight. "You don't understand. Your hubris, hubris." His voice cracked like thunder, cutting her off. What is hubris but a word for those who wish to silence ambition? Do you think the gods care for the dreams of a mere mortal? Ambition brought you here, but it will also lead you to your grave. Her voice trembled, spiraling into the night like wisps of smoke. The shadows flickered, swirling around them, the forest alive with an unsettling energy. Ixion stepped back, the primal instinct of self-preservation clawing at him. The weight of both their futures rested in this moment, an unbearable burden that threatened to crush him under its intensity. "I remember," he murmured again, this time softer, as if the words were a talisman against the darkness creeping ever closer. "I remember the laughter of the gods, the way they toyed with me like I was nothing more than a jester in their court." Dia's heart cracked at the raw vulnerability in his voice, but it was swiftly overshadowed by the booming laughter of unseen watchers. The very air around them resonated with a dark humor, mocking his defiance, echoing through the trees like the whispers of long-dead souls. "I will not be their fool," he declared, each syllable heavy with the weight of a man on the brink of ruin. "I will forge my path, with or without their blessing." As if in response, the ground beneath them trembled, the universe itself shifting with an unholy aggrievement. In that instant, Dia saw the truth stretching out like a chasm before them, a yawning abyss that promised only sorrow. The gods watched, waited, and they would answer. "Ixion," she pleaded again, her voice thick with desperation, "this isn't just pride, it's a death wish. You're calling down their wrath upon us." He turned toward her, and in his eyes, she saw not just ambition but a flicker of something darker, a deep, insatiable hunger for vengeance against the divine. "I will not be forgotten, Dia. Not by them or by history." The storm erupted, thunder cracking like a celestial whip, striking fear into the hearts of those who dared to defy the heavens. The air thickened with electricity, each heartbeat drumming a warning. In that moment, something shattered within Dia, the desperate hope of saving him slipping like sand through her fingers. "I remember," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the cacophony of impending doom. "I remember the warmth of your embrace, the laughter we shared, before the shadows came." And as the tempest descended, as the wrath of the gods coiled around them like a serpent ready to strike, a single thought pierced through the chaos, the undeniable truth that the very thing that had brought them together could also rip them apart. As the world darkened, and the gods unleashed their fury, the storm bore down upon Ixion, a nightmarish torrent of furious retribution. The intensity of the moment thickened, palpable as a heartbeat, a crushing tide of despair and defiance. And in that reckless dance between love and ambition, the line between hero and villain blurred, the web of fate tightening around them, ready to ensnare all in its vicious embrace. The silent plea echoed in their entwined fates, a haunting whisper in the night, "You have angered the gods." The shadows deepened, the sky roared, and in that chilling embrace of chaos, nothing would ever be the same again. The air crackles with the stench of burnt flesh. Ixion screams, a sound torn from the depths of his soul, echoing against the fiery abyss that surrounds him like a cruel chorus. Bound to the wheel, his body is a canvas of agony, twisting against the chains that cut into his skin, the iron biting over and over, a relentless reminder of his sins. The wheel spins, and with it, the memories flood back, haunting him like shadows in the night. Each turn is a glimpse into his past, a past where ambition spiraled into betrayal, where lust left him hollow and desperate. "I remember," Ixion gasps, his voice a rasp, hoarse and broken. "I remember the taste of power, the feel of a crown heavy with deceit." The words slip from his lips, bitter and raw, like ashes from a burnt offering. Time is a cruel mistress here. Seconds stretch into hours, hours into an eternity of torment, and in this void, he faces not just the punishment of the gods but the torment of his own monstrous choices. And then there's the haunting presence of the one who betrayed him, Hera, queen of the gods, a shimmering silhouette in his mind. He sees her in the flickering flames, her laughter mingling with the crackle of fire, a melody of betrayal that was once sweet as ambrosia. "Why did you have to turn away?" he whispers to the darkness, as if the shadows might answer. "You could have believed in me." But she only grins, a spectre of his ruin, and he knows it's his own hubris that turned her light into darkness. But wait! There's another form, too, lurking in the edges of his suffering, Prometheus, the titan bound to a rock, whose liver is pecked out daily by an eagle. Flashes of their conversations flicker in and out of his consciousness, like a broken film reel. "You think your fire is a gift?" Prometheus had said once, a knowing gleam in his eyes. "No, Ixion. Fire is a curse. It consumes." Ixion had laughed then, a hollow sound that only he could hear, but now the truth wraps around him like creeping ivy, choking out the light. "Why am I here?" Ixion cries out, the question ricocheting in the void. "Where is the justice? Why am I forced to suffer alone?" His voice rises with desperation, but the wheel spins on, unyielding, indifferent. Ixion's cries mingle with the crackling flames, creating a symphony of despair that pierces through the veil of eternity. In the corner of his mind, a haunting figure emerges. A woman with dark, flowing hair, eyes as deep as the night sky, a tortured soul embodying both solace and torment. She watches him from the edge of the abyss, a silent witness to his anguish. "Why do you hold on to the past?" she whispers, her voice a caress that feels both inviting and painful. "The wheel only spins because you let it." She is a ghost of his past, a flicker of hope and yet a reminder of his failures. "I remember," Ixion mutters again, the phrase a desperate mantra. "I remember the warmth of her laughter, the way her smile lit up the shadows." But those memories are tinged with regret, each recollection drumming in time with the wheel's relentless spin. The laughter turns to tears, and he can't escape the sight of her face distorting into horror, betrayed by his own hands. He had sought power, and in turn, he lost everything that mattered. As the wheel turns, the flames grow higher, licking at his skin, and Ixion feels a deep-seated rage rise within him. The gods may have condemned him, but the true punishment lies in the realization that he did this to himself. "I wanted to be a god," he roars, the sound reverberating through the darkness. "I wanted to rise above the mortals. Was that such a sin?" But the wheel keeps spinning, relentless, mocking him. The wheel does not care for dreams, nor does it heed the cries of the damned. The ghostly woman drifts closer, her gaze piercing into the very fabric of his being. "You sought to be more than man, and in that ambition, you lost your soul. Power is a fickle flame, Ixion. You can't hold it without getting burned." Her presence is both a balm and a dagger, and he longs to reach for her, to seek forgiveness, to find solace in her darkness. "But can't a man change?" he pleads, desperation clawing at his heart. "Can't he seek redemption?" "Redemption," she echoes, a hint of laughter in her voice, but it's not mocking. It's the sound of understanding, of shared pain. Redemption is a path filled with thorns, and you cannot walk it until you face the truth of your choices. The wheel spins faster, flames roaring higher, and Ixion is forced to reckon with his own reflection in the fire, his ambition, his arrogance, the web of lies he spun so expertly. He is both the sinner and the sin, the architect of his own despair. "I remember," he gasps, and the words dissolve into smoke, swallowed by the inferno. The wheel whirls on, a never-ending cycle, a blurring of past, present, and the damned future. But within this hell, amidst the agony and the flickering shadows, a flicker of resolve ignites within him. Perhaps he can still break free, if not from the wheel, then from the chains that bind his heart. "I will not let this define me," he shouts, the flames reflecting his determination, a fire born not from hubris, but from the ember of redemption that begins to glow deep within him. The wheel spins, faster and faster, but now it is a dance of reckoning, a confrontation with the ghosts that haunt him. "I will face my truth," Ixion declares, a vow against the flames, against the echoes of laughter that mingle with his screams. The woman's eyes shine with approval, and he grasps the tendrils of hope that fight against the inferno. Can a man rise from his own ashes? The wheel continues to turn, and as it does, Ixion feels the weight of his past, the burden of his choices coiling around him like smoke. But he will not be consumed. He will fight. The shadows call, the flames beckon, but Ixion's spirit ignites, fierce, unyielding. The cycle may be endless, but within him, a new fire is born, one that refuses to be extinguished. He is bound, yes, but not defeated. Not yet. The fire flickered in the dark, casting jagged shadows that danced across the stone walls, whispering secrets of anguish and betrayal. Ixion stood shackled to his wheel, the iron biting into his flesh, a grotesque sculpture of suffering. He was not alone, ghosts of his past flickered around him. There, just out of reach, the faces of those he had wronged stared back with hollow eyes, their silence echoing the weight of his sins. I could feel the heat of the flames licking my skin, could taste the acrid smoke rising in my throat, a bitter reminder of what was lost and what could never be regained. "Do you remember?" Ixion rasped, his voice a dry whisper, like the rustling of old parchment. "I remember the sun. I remember warmth. I remember laughter, before it all turned to ash." The wheel spun, relentless, mocking, a cruel laugh that reverberated in the marrow of my bones. Each turn brought with it a fresh onslaught of torment, a reminder of his betrayal, an echo of his hubris. I shivered, standing on the precipice of his pain, feeling the weight of my own heartache pressing against my chest. Above, the night sky was a tapestry of stars, distant and uncaring, mere pinpricks in an infinite void. But there was one star that shone brighter than the rest, a reminder of hope, perhaps, or a taunt of his eternal punishment. I could see it glimmering through the haze, a beacon for lost souls. Ixion's eyes followed mine, filled with a desperate longing, and I wondered if he too found solace in that distant light. "They say the stars are the tears of the gods," he murmured, a bitter smile playing on his lips. "If only they would shed a few for me." In the shadows, I felt her presence, a spectre of grief, spiraling like smoke. Nemea, a woman who had once loved Ixion, now stood trapped in her own torment. Her heart, once a garden of blooming flowers, now lay barren, scorched by the flame of his betrayal. "You were a fool," she hissed, her voice low and dangerous, a serpent coiling around Ixion's ankles. "You thought you could deceive the heavens, and now look where it has led you." Each word was a dagger, sharp and true, piercing through the heavy fog of regret that surrounded him. "I didn't deceive the heavens," he shot back, but even his defiance wavered, like a candle fighting against the wind. "I sought to be one of them. I wanted to belong." The wheel turned again, and I could see the anguish etched into his features, a distorted mirror of his past self. I remembered moments of laughter shared between them, stolen glances in the moonlight. How easily love can twist into hatred, how quickly joy can become despair. Nemea stepped closer, her eyes glistening like the stars overhead. "You were all too human, Ixion. You reached for the impossible, and now you're bound to this hell, forever spinning in circles, tormented by your own desires." The wheel groaned under the weight of his suffering, and I could feel the vibration seep into my soul, an echo of an eternal truth, that our choices, no matter how small, can lead us down paths we never meant to tread. A thunderclap shattered the silence, and the shadows deepened. Ixion's eyes widened in horror as the storm cloud swirled above him, dark and ominous. "Is this my punishment? To forever be caught in the tempest of my own making?" He was pleading now, searching for an answer among the shadows, but there was none to be found. The cosmos spun again, indifferent to the anguish beneath. I could only watch as the storm raged on, a reflection of the chaos inside Ixion's heart. His suffering was palpable, a visceral thing that wrapped itself around me like a vice, squeezing tighter with each passing moment. Around us, the whispers of the damned grew louder, a cacophony of despair that threatened to drown out our voices. I felt the weight of their sorrow pressing down on me, a relentless tide that threatened to pull me under. "Tell me, Nemea," Ixion said, desperation lacing his words, "what does it mean to be cursed? To be trapped in this cycle of pain?" He turned to her, eyes full of torment, searching for some semblance of understanding, a flicker of compassion in the abyss. "What does it mean to live forever in this nightmare?" Her expression softened for just a heartbeat, but then the mask of anger returned, a shield against the vulnerability that threatened to engulf them both. "It means you will never escape," she replied, her voice trembling. "It means every moment will be a reminder of what you've lost. Every heartbeat a drum echoing your failure. The wheel spun again, and I could see the shards of his shattered dreams glinting in the flames. I could feel the heat rising, engulfing us, an inferno of regrets and broken promises. I remember, Ixion gasped, the taste of freedom. I remember the laughter of my children, the warmth of their embrace. His voice cracked, and the fire flared higher, illuminating the raw wound of his heart. And now? Now I am nothing but ash, eternal ash. Nemea took a step back, her anger giving way to sorrow. You were never nothing, she whispered, a single tear escaping down her cheek, glistening like a fallen star. You were everything to me, once. And now, she trailed off, the weight of her words hanging in the air like a guillotine's blade, poised to drop. I never meant to hurt you, Ixion's voice broke, raw and trembling. I was blinded by ambition, by the desire to ascend beyond mortality. But it has cost me everything. The wheel spun again, and with it, my own heart twisted in empathy. I felt their pain seep into my veins, a reminder that our aspirations can lead us to our own undoing. As the storm raged on, I could feel the tension building, an electric buzz that sparked between the three of us. The air thickened with unsaid words, unresolved emotions, and the tension of a moment suspended between the past and the future. Ixion's gaze flicked upward, and for a moment, there was clarity and understanding that transcended his suffering. Maybe, he whispered, the meaning of my eternal suffering is not in the punishment itself, but in the memories, the love that remains. The wheel creaked ominously, a reminder that time was slipping away. Nemea's eyes sparkled with unshed tears, and for a heartbeat, the world stood still. Perhaps this was the heart of it all, this fleeting connection, this shared moment of humanity amidst the chaos. The storm howled like a banshee, but in that instant, between pain and redemption, love flickered. And then the wheel spun again, dragging me deeper into the abyss, into the heart of Ixion's eternal suffering. There was no escape, no resolution, just the relentless cycle of pain and yearning that bound us together, caught in the web of our own making, a loop that connected us through the ages, into the darkness, and beyond. The air crackles like static, a tension so thick it clings to the skin. I'm standing in the shadow of a crumbling cliff, the wind howling like a banshee, and below, a dark abyss yawns, a maw waiting to swallow me whole. This is where the echoes of old sins linger, where Sisyphus, Tantalus, and Ixion writhe in their eternal torment, their fates intertwined like the roots of a cursed tree. I see Sisyphus first, his stone a monstrous weight, a grotesque monument to human defiance. He strains against it, muscles taut, his face a mask of desperation. I remember the jagged rocks beneath his fingers, sharp enough to draw blood. I remember the way his breath comes in ragged gasps, each heave a reminder that hope is as heavy as the stone itself. He rolls it upward, the sun glistening on his sweat, but every time he nears the summit, the boulder slips, tumbling back down like a cruel whisper mocking him, you will never be free. A little further on, Tantalus stands, his throat parched, a fruit just out of reach, water shimmering like a mirage. I can almost feel his hunger gnawing at him, a visceral pang that curls around my chest. He reaches for the grapes, fingers brushing against their purple skin, but they dance away, taunting, forever beyond his grasp. I remember his eyes, hollow with despair, reflecting the endless cycle of desire unfulfilled. What's the point of wanting? He seems to ask, a question hanging in the air, heavy, like the weight of unfulfilled dreams. What's the point of living when everything I crave is just a breath away yet forever unattainable? Then there's Ixion, bound to a fiery wheel, spinning through the cosmos, forever trapped in his own madness. His laughter pierces the silence, an unsettling sound, nearly joyful yet tinged with insanity. I remember the flames licking at his skin, a grotesque reminder of his sins and the betrayal that led to this fate. Each rotation an echo of his longing for connection, for redemption, yet he remains forever on the outside, watching life swirl by, laughing at him in its cruel, beautiful dance. What does it mean to be alive if every heartbeat is a reminder of betrayal? The thought hangs like smoke in the air, suffocating yet intoxicating. They are not just figures from myths, they are reflections of our deepest fears, our most relentless struggles. Can you feel it? The weight of eternity pressing down, the insatiable hunger for something lost, the madness of isolation. I'm drawn closer, almost against my will, as if the gravity of their despair pulls me in. Sisyphus's stone rolls back down, a deafening crash that reverberates in my chest. Tantalus reaches again, desperation giving way to rage. Ixion's laughter cuts through me, a jagged shard of glass spiraling deeper into my soul. What have we done to deserve this? They seem to ask, eyes burning with fury and grief. Suddenly, amidst the cacophony of their suffering, I am struck by a realization, a haunting clarity. We are all Sisyphus, Tantalus, and Ixion, aren't we? Each of us pushing our own stones, reaching for what we cannot have, trapped in our own burning wheel of regret. I feel a tremor of recognition, a pulse in my veins that quickens with each heartbeat. But then, the shadows shift, and I see them, 3 figures emerging from the depths of despair. They are not just myth, they are flesh and blood, raw and alive. Sisyphus, his face a portrait of anger and determination. Tantalus, eyes wide with wild, desperate longing. Ixion, caught between laughter and tears, their souls laid bare in the flickering light of their torment. Are you here to save us? Sisyphus calls, each word a thunderclap, echoing into the void. Or to join us in this never-ending cycle. I'm here because I have to understand, I whisper, but even I hear the tremor in my voice, the doubt that lingers. To feel what you feel. Tantalus laughs, a sound sharp enough to cut through the dark. You think understanding will free you? Understanding is just another stone. His words hang in the air, a challenge, a taunt, and my heart races, caught in the pulse of their agony. Ixion spins, the flames licking at his skin, a fiery halo that both fascinates and terrifies me. Redemption is a cruel mistress, he says, his voice trailing off, lost in the smoke of his thoughts. What do you seek, if not clarity in the madness? The wind howls, and I feel the universe tilt, the axis of my life shifting beneath my feet. My breath quickens, a frantic drumbeat against the chaos. I seek connection. I cry, the words tearing from my chest like a wild animal, raw and uncontained. I seek to understand the pain, to share in it, to find a way out of this labyrinth we call life. And in that moment, a flicker of recognition passes between us, 3 tortured souls and 1 lost wanderer. The tension crackles, a live wire stretched to its breaking point. I stand on the precipice, teetering between despair and hope, the weight of their suffering pressing against me. The abyss below beckons, a reminder of what we all fear, losing ourselves in the darkness. But all at once, there's a pause, an eerie stillness that settles like dust in the air. Time seems to fold in on itself, moments stretching and warping as I grasp the enormity of it all. The connections swirl around us, a tapestry of pain and longing, weaving us into something larger, something inexplicable. I remember the moments that shaped me, the relationships that broke me, the dreams that haunt me. And I wonder, are we not all trapped in our own cycles? Forever pushing our stones, reaching for the unattainable, bound to our own wheels of fire? The confrontation is looming, a choice waiting to be made, but the words hang unspoken in the air, heavy with potential. The shadows close in, and I can feel the weight of their gazes, piercing, questioning. What will you do? They seem to ask, their voices a haunting symphony. I stand there, heart pounding, breath held tight in my throat, on the brink of understanding, the curtain rising on the next act. The world spins on, the echoes of suffering reverberating through the void, and I realize that in this interconnectedness, there is no easy escape, only the raw, unfiltered truth of existence. The darkness deepens, and I take a step forward, drawn into the spiral, where pain and longing twist together like smoke, and the echoes of their torment become a part of my own, forever intertwined in the haunting melody of life, of longing, of despair. I am not just an observer, I am a participant, and the dance of the damned continues, pulling us deeper into the night. In the dim light of a crumbling chamber, shadows danced on the walls like frantic spirits, echoing the frantic heartbeats of those trapped within. The air was thick, a visceral silence that screamed louder than any outburst, filled with the weight of unspeakable sins. I stood there, rooted, my breath shallow, each inhalation heavy with the scent of damp stone and dread. A flicker of light caught the corner of my eye, just a flicker, but it was enough to ignite the memories, the haunting visage of her twisted smile, the fury in her eyes. Why did you come? The words spilled from my lips, thick with the fear of what would follow. My voice trembled, a ragged whisper that barely broke the suffocating quiet. I could feel the chill in the air, the unmistakable presence of vengeance coiling around me like a serpent. The Furies, they were here, lurking just beyond the veil of reason, their laughter echoing like a death knell, an ethereal promise of punishment. Myra, her face pale as moonlight, trembled beside me. She wore her guild like a shroud, the weight of her past draping over her shoulders, heavy and suffocating. I thought I could handle it, she murmured, her voice cracking under the strain of memories. It wasn't just regret that haunted her, it was the imprint of every choice that had led us to this moment. I remember the nights we shared, our laughter mingling with the scent of wildflowers, the reckless abandon of our youth. But now, the flowers were wilted, decaying under the weight of consequence. I could see the flicker of eyes in the dark corners of the room, the Furies, three sisters draped in shadows, their forms shifting, morphing into grotesque reflections of our sins. They were relentless specters, guardians of justice cloaked in malice, a reminder that there was no safety in the past. You thought, one hissed, her voice a rasp that sent shivers crawling up my spine, but thoughts are chains binding you to us. The sound was hauntingly beautiful, a twisted melody that echoed of torment. And then there was Ethan. Oh, Ethan, my heart ached for him, tangled in guilt and sorrow. He stood apart, eyes wide, his breath hitching as memories clawed at him like ravenous beasts. They would rip him apart if he faltered, if he dared to move. I was trying to protect you, he said, but the words fell flat, laced with a desperation that echoed in the chamber. I wanted to believe him, but the specters of our choices loomed large, casting long shadows over our intentions. The Furies encircled us, their movements fluid, each sway a reminder of the inevitable. Every flick of their wrist seemed to whisper our failures, reminding us of the nights we spent avoiding the truth. I could feel Myra's pain radiating beside me, a fragile light flickering in the overwhelming darkness. Her tears glistened like shards of glass as she whispered, I didn't mean for it to end like this. But intentions meant nothing when the Furies were involved, they fed on our regrets, our failures, our very souls. Ethan stepped forward, a desperate plea etched on his face. You don't have to do this, he shouted, but the words were swallowed by the oppressive silence. The Furies merely laughed, a sound that echoed like shattered glass against our hearts. It was a cruel symphony, and with each note, I felt the tendrils of despair wrap tighter around us. They relished our suffering, each twist of their lips a promise of what was to come. Feel this, one of them hissed, the air thickening with an unbearable weight. Feel the burden of your choices. The room shifted, and suddenly, memories rushed forth, images of betrayal, of broken promises, of laughter turned to screams. I remembered the nights we sat in candlelight, dreams spilling from our lips like wine. But now, those dreams had rotted, leaving behind a rancid taste of despair. Myra crumpled to her knees, hands clutching her head as if she could block out the memories. I didn't want this, she sobbed. I never wanted this. Each word was a dagger, piercing the silence, ricocheting off the walls, and I felt the weight of her heartache settle into my own chest. Ethan knelt beside her, his strong hands trembling as he brushed her hair from her face. We can fight this, he said, voice trembling with conviction, though I could see the fear lurking just beneath the surface. But how do you fight against specters born of your own darkness? The Furies fed on our despair, each cry fueling their twisted power. The room blurred, shadows swirling around us like a storm. I felt the pull of the Furies, the icy grip of their judgment tightening around my throat. You thought you could escape the consequences, another whispered, her voice slithering into my mind like a serpent. But we are always here, waiting, watching. I wanted to scream, to claw my way out of this nightmare. But the reality was that we were trapped in our own making, our pasts clawing at us like hungry wolves, relentless and merciless. The Furies fed on our fear, our regret, each moment an exquisite torment that threatened to consume us whole. And so we stood, three flawed souls caught in a web of our own design, each heartbeat a countdown, each breath a reminder that we were far from free. I wanted to comfort them, to whisper that we could find a way out, but the truth was darker than the shadows surrounding us. The Furies were intricate tapestries of our agony, woven from the threads of our choices, and they would not let us go without exacting their toll. As the tension coiled tighter, like an iron band around my chest, I realized this was not merely a punishment, it was an awakening. An acknowledgement that we had danced too close to the fire, and now the flames were licking at our heels, hungry for a taste of our souls. The air crackled with energy, anticipation swirling in the space between us. The Furies stood poised, ready to unleash their wrath, and I knew, deep down, that this was only the beginning. Every heartbeat echoed with the promise of confrontation, the air thick with unfulfilled desires and bitter regrets. We were bound to them now, our fates intertwined in a tapestry of sorrow and despair, and though hope flickered dimly, I could feel the pull of something greater, an understanding that perhaps, just perhaps, we could reclaim our futures. The shadows hissed, the Furies laughed, and in that moment, with the world spinning wildly around us, I embraced the chaos. A clock ticks ominously in the shadows, each tick a reminder of time slipping away, of destinies woven into the fabric of fate, and of prophecies that breathe their weight upon weary souls. The room is dim, lit only by the pale flicker of a candle, its flame fighting against the darkness like a fragile heart against despair. I can feel them, the whispers of the past curling around me, wrapping their cold fingers around my throat, choking the breath from my lungs. I remember moments filled with fear and dread, where each choice felt like a sacrificial offering to the looming specters of fate. A sharp gasp cuts through the stillness, and I turn to find Ilara, her eyes wide, reflecting the flickering light. She stands at the threshold of the room, caught between the world of the living and the haunting echoes of the past. It's happening, she breathes, her voice trembling like the flame. The prophecy is unfolding. I feel a shiver run down my spine, a chill of recognition, the weight of expectation pressing against my chest. I remember how she laughed at the absurdity of it all just days before, her laughter like bells ringing in a city of ruins. The air shifts, heavy with the scent of fear and desperation. My heart races as I watch her struggle against the chains of her fate. She is not just a pawn in this game, she is the queen, the one meant to rise or fall, to face the reckoning of her bloodline. This isn't just my story, she whispers, her voice breaking, it's yours, too. I want to tell her it doesn't have to be this way, but the words stick in my throat, a noose tightening around my thoughts. Then there's Caspian, a soul wrapped in shadows, a man whose laughter hides deeper scars. I watch him now, pacing like a caged beast, his hands running through his tousled hair, while the shadows cling to him like a second skin. You don't understand, he says, breathless, as if the very air is fighting against him. It's all written. We can't escape it. I remember the look in his eyes when he first read the fateful words, the realization washing over him like cold water, drowning hope and igniting despair. I want to shake him, to tell him that we are the authors of our own stories, not merely characters trapped in a script made by unseen hands. But his face, a mask of turmoil, tells me he is already fading, slipping through the cracks of belief. In the corner, a dusty mirror reflects our tangled fates. I catch a glimpse of myself, eyes wide, filled with confusion and dread. What is it to be bound by prophecy? What does it mean to step into the light when shadows whisper your name? My past swirls around me, a tempest of emotions, threaded with memories of laughter that now feels like a distant echo. I remember my own fears and hopes, the dreams that once danced freely before the weight of prophecy pressed upon us, crushing every ounce of joy. Through the haze of our intertwined destinies, the air crackles with the tension of impending crisis. Ilara takes a step forward, her voice a fragile whisper. Caspian, we have to believe we can change it, but her words tremble on the brink of despair. Change, he scoffs, his voice low and laced with bitterness. Have you ever seen a river change its course? Have you ever watched a flower defy the winter? His words cut like sharp blades, slicing through the air, slicing through hope. I can see the shadows creeping into his heart, feeding on his fear, devouring the remnants of his spirit. I reach out, wanting to pull him back, but there's a ghost between us, a presence that binds us to our fate. I can feel the weight of destiny's grip on my shoulders, and it's suffocating. But what if we're meant to break the cycle? I plead, my voice shaky. What if we can rewrite the ending? Ilara's gaze flickers between us, her eyes pooling with uncertainty. I see the hope flickering in her heart, battling against the terror that clutches at her throat. The stars have aligned for this moment, she says, a tremor in her voice. The ancient texts, they speak of a choice, of a chance. A silence envelops us, thick and palpable, each breath heavy with the weight of what lies ahead. I remember the night we all gathered under the stars, the stories we shared, the dreams we painted in the dark. Remember when we thought we could conquer the world? I whisper, a ghost of a smile on my lips, trying to pierce the veil of tension. Ilara's lips curve slightly, but the shadow of their shared history looms larger. That was before the shadows came, she murmurs, recalling the day the prophecies were read aloud, when laughter turned to panic. Caspian stops pacing, his eyes reflecting the candle's light like shards of broken glass. And what if these shadows are meant to guide us, he asks, voice low, almost daring. What if we embrace our fate? I shudder at the thought, the idea clawing at the edges of my mind. But in that moment, I feel the flicker of rebellion burning within me, igniting a flame that refuses to be snuffed out. Then we'll walk into the darkness, I declare, fierce and unwavering, together. The air thickens with anticipation as our resolve strengthens, bonding us in our shared fear and defiance. The clock ticks louder now, each heartbeat syncing with the rhythm of fate, the whisper of prophecy swirling around us, intertwining our destinies. The shadows stretch long and deep, and the path ahead is shrouded in uncertainty. But as I look at Ilara and Caspian, I feel the warmth of something profound, the reckless hope that maybe, just maybe, we can rewrite our story. And so we stand, teetering on the brink of a precipice, hearts pounding in unison, ready to face the darkness that awaits. The prophecy looms over us like a thunderstorm, crackling with the energy of untold conflict. And beneath the weight of fate, our tale is just beginning. The air stung with the metallic tang of blood and desperation as Lena crouched behind the crumbling wall of the old church, heart racing like a wild drum. The moon hung low, a pale sentinel watching her through shards of broken glass, whispering secrets to the shadows that danced around her. She could hear them, the low growl of something lurking just beyond her reach, hungry and relentless. Each breath felt like a shackle tightening around her throat, and as she clutched the cold stone, she remembered how she had once believed that darkness only existed in fairy tales. But this was real. This was horror. Lena! The voice sliced through the night, familiar yet strained, echoing with a desperation that sent chills down her spine. Sam! Where are you? His voice was a mixture of fear and courage, a duality she had always admired. But this was not the time for admiration, this was a moment for survival. The way he said her name sent a tremor through her. She could feel the weight of their shared history, every laugh, every tear overshadowed by the encroaching dread of their reality. Over here, she hissed, the sound barely escaping her lips, tinged with urgency. The darkness shifted, as if listening, aware of their plight. The walls seemed to tighten around her, the shadows stretching like claws ready to grasp and reclaim what had slipped through their fingers. She remembered the stories of the underworld, tales spun in hushed tones around flickering flames, the lost souls, the haunting whispers of the damned. They had seemed so distant, so unreal. Now, they felt like a cold breath on her neck. Suddenly, the world tilted. A shadow surged forward, a silhouette of nightmares come to life. Sam stumbled into view, his face a portrait of determination and fear. His eyes, usually so warm, now mirrored the abyss, haunted by the weight of what they had seen. We need to move, Lena, he urged, urgency dripping from every syllable. But the words hung heavy in the air, a reminder of their fragility. The underworld wasn't just a place, it was a feeling, a creeping despair that crawled inside and settled into their bones. What if we can't? What if it's too late? The tremor in her voice betrayed her, revealing the raw chasm of doubt that threatened to swallow her whole. His gaze locked onto hers, fierce like a storm. We've come too far to turn back now. Sam's resolve glimmered, a fragile lighthouse in the consuming fog. Remember what they told us? We have to face it. We have to confront the shadows. Confrontation. The word throbbed against her skull, pounding like a heartbeat. In that moment, the memories flooded back, of mischievous laughter under streetlights, of late-night conversations about dreams and fear, and the way they had promised each other they would never let darkness claim them. But here they were, standing on the precipice of their own nightmares, grappling with a void that threatened to swallow them whole. "I remember," Lena whispered, each word draped in sorrow. "I remember the stories, the warnings. The underworld," it slipped from her lips like a prayer. "It's a place of suffering. A place where hope dies. Or where it is reborn," Sam countered, his voice a thin thread of hope. "We can't let them take that from us." He stepped closer, fingertips brushing against her arm, grounding her in the chaos. The touch ignited something deep within her, something she thought had long since been extinguished. Their connection shimmered, a faint light in a world tainted by despair. "I'm scared," she confessed, the words spilling out like bitter poison. "What if we never escape? What if we become part of the stories?" His grip on her tightened. "Then we fight. We fight for every heartbeat, every breath. We'll write our own story." In that moment, the darkness around them stood still, an ominous eye watching their fragile determination. They were two souls battling against an abyss, each heartbeat echoing the pulse of their shared terror. The shadows encroached, pulsating with a life of their own, clawing at the edges of their resolve. A sound, like the rustling of dry leaves, snaked through the silence. The breath caught in Lena's throat, a primal instinct kicking in as she wrestled with the urge to flee. But the shadows were not just outside, they were inside too, coiling around her heart, whispering that this was the end. "Stay close," Sam urged, taking a step forward into the void. "We can't let it take us." And so they moved, two hearts pounding in sync, stepping into the darkness together. With every step they took, the memories became more vivid, the cold wind biting against their skin, the distant cries of the forgotten, echoing through the air. The underworld was alive, a breathing entity that wrapped around them like a shroud. Lena felt the weight of every sorrow, every ghost that had ever walked this path, each one reaching out to pull her in. "Don't look back," she whispered to herself, the mantra becoming her lifeline. The ground shifted beneath them, a reflection of their turmoil, a haunting dance between fear and hope. They were not just facing an external threat, they were battling the shadows within, the doubts and regrets that whispered incessantly, seeking to drown them in despair. And as they traversed deeper into the heart of darkness, Lena's resolve began to solidify. She couldn't allow fear to dictate her fate. "I will not be another story lost to the underworld," she vowed silently, fabricating a shield of courage around her heart. The shadows whispered, the night deepened, and the air crackled with the promise of confrontation. They were on the brink of something unimaginable, a collision of light and dark, hope and despair, each heartbeat a drumroll leading them into the unknown. The underworld awaited, a ravenous entity full of twisted tales and broken dreams. With every breath, they moved closer, the threshold drawing near. The stakes were high, the tension palpable, and in that moment, everything shifted. They were not just survivors, they were warriors. And as the darkness stretched out before them, they prepared to face the depths of their fears, knowing that what lay ahead would change everything. In the hollow silence of a shadowed valley, where the air hung heavy like a forgotten confession, two figures loomed against the backdrop of a cursed landscape. Sisyphus, breath ragged and eyes wild, stood before his boulder, a monstrous stone that embodied his eternal struggle, his every step a reluctant dance of futility. Sweat pooled at his temples, a warm trickle that barely registered against the chill creeping up his spine. He could hear the echoes of the mountain, taunting him, whispering secrets of despair, reminding him that every time he neared the summit, the stone would roll back, laughing, crueler than fate itself. "I remember the taste of victory," he gasped, as the boulder slipped from his grasp, rolling down, down, down into the abyss of his own making. I remember, he could almost touch it, the fleeting glory of triumph before it was wrenched away. His heart thundered in his chest, a caged creature desperate to flee, but all he could do was watch the darkness swallow his hope, over and over again. And then there was Tantalus, lurking in his own hell, a ghostly figure trapped in a lake shimmering with promise yet eternally out of reach. He stood knee-deep, water lapping at his thighs, its coolness a bittersweet tease. Fruit hung above him, vibrant and luscious, tantalizingly close yet impossibly far. He stretched out his hands, fingers aching with longing, but as soon as he grasped the fruit, it vanished, a cruel mirage flickering before his eyes. I remember the laughter of gods, he mused, his voice breaking, bitterness threading his words. I remember feasts, real feasts, not these cruel shadows. The laughter faded into a haunting echo, leaving a hollow ache in his chest, a reminder of his hubris, an insatiable thirst for more that had cost him everything. The water shimmered, beckoning him to quench his unending thirst, yet he knew better. Each drop would slip through his fingers, mocking him, a constant reminder of his own insatiable greed. Sisyphus and Tantalus, two men, bound by their own failures, yet defined by their relentless pursuit of something just beyond their reach. Their fates intertwined like two vines growing from the same root, each seeking solace in their anguish, yet finding only despair. They stood at opposite ends of the valley, with miles of emptiness between them, yet their cries echoed back and forth like a tragic chorus, binding their despair in a symphony of hopelessness. Is this life? Sisyphus shouted into the abyss, his voice cracking, reverberating off the jagged cliffs that bore witness to his punishment. Is this what it means to exist, to toil endlessly, to claw at a dream that dissolves like smoke? In the end, we are all shadows, Tantalus whispered, his voice barely audible, heavy with the weight of resignation. Shadows dancing on the edges of our desires, forever out of reach, forever haunted. Their eyes met across the distance, a connection forged in shared torment. A moment suspended in time, where the universe held its breath, waiting for a spark, a realization that perhaps, in their endless suffering, they shared a kind of kinship. Beneath the surface, their hearts beat with an almost synchronized rhythm, a thudding reminder of the lives they once led. Were they heroes? Villains? The lines blurred, smudged by the weight of their choices. Sisyphus could still feel the thrill of defiance in his bones, the fire that drove him to challenge the gods themselves, while Tantalus, consumed by envy, remembered the fleeting embrace of divine favor that had turned to ash in his mouth. Do you hear them? Sisyphus shouted, his voice raw with emotion. The echoes of our past? They haunt me, Tantalus. They call my name, and I am tired, so very tired, of running to meet them only to fall short. I hear them, Tantalus replied, his eyes glistening with unshed tears that mirrored the lake's surface. But they are just echoes, whispers of what once was. They will never fade, but neither will they save us. The darkness deepened, shadows stretching like fingers clawing at their souls. Time twisted around them, a cruel clock with no hands, ticking away moments, memories, and hopes. They were both prisoners of their own making, and yet, in their shared despair, there was an odd sense of comfort. They were not alone in their suffering, they had each other, however fleeting that connection felt. Sisyphus's breath quickened as he lunged for the boulder, muscles straining, the weight of it crushing his resolve. I'll push it again, he grunted, grit and determination lighting a fire in his weary heart. I'll push it until my hands bleed, until my bones shatter. I will not let the gods win. Foolish man. Tantalus laughed, a sound devoid of joy, echoing through the valley. You think you can escape them? You think your struggle means something? The gods have already written our fate in the stars. We are nothing but pawns in their game. A moment of silence stretched between them, heavy and thick. Then Sisyphus's laughter rang out, a sound so raw and human it could shatter the heavens. Perhaps, he said, a glint of madness in his eyes, but even pawns can cause chaos. Tantalus's gaze shifted, a spark igniting in his heart. Chaos, there's power in chaos. Perhaps we can defy them, if only for a moment. The winds howled around them, a tempest of sorrow and despair, yet two broken souls found a flicker of hope in their shared torment. It was a fragile thread, but it was there a promise that even in the depths of their own damnation, they could still find each other, and in that union, a chance to rewrite the script of their eternal suffering. In the depths of their heartache, the seeds of rebellion took root. The shadows that loomed overhead shifted, and for a heartbeat, the darkness felt a little less suffocating. The boulder and the lake were no longer just symbols of their torment, they were now a canvas for their defiance. I will rise again, Sisyphus vowed, determination weaving through his words like iron. And you, Tantalus, will reach for what you desire. Together, we will forge a moment of freedom, however fleeting. As night fell, Blanketing the valley in an eerie stillness, the two figures stood, not as mere prisoners of fate, but as warriors ready to reclaim their stolen destinies. The cosmos blinked above them, stars shimmering like an ungraspable hope, and for the first time in an eternity, they felt the stirrings of something powerful, something like hope, ignited by the raw, unyielding will to exist, to live, to fight against the insurmountable. And in that moment of shared defiance, the boulder and the fruit became not just symbols of despair, but of resilience, of the haunting beauty of attempting to grasp the impossible. The valley trembled with the weight of their struggles, a silent witness to their vow, a promise whispered into the night. They were not finished yet. Not by far. The sky cracked open, lightning slicing through the dark, roiling clouds like a jagged scar. Rain poured down, a heavy, unyielding weight that drummed against the cobblestones with a ferocity only the wrath of a god could conjure. Here, in the heart of a city soaked in betrayal and blood, I stood with my pulse racing, a questioning rhythm against the storm. I didn't need to hear the whispers to know Zeus was watching, his thunderous voice echoing in the chaos, a reminder that he was both protector and punisher. Ilara was on her knees, soaked to the bone, clutching her friend's lifeless hand, a hand that had once clasped hers in laughter, in celebration, a hand that now felt cold, a void where warmth had once bloomed. "Why, Zeus?" she cried into the tempest, and her voice shattered like glass, cutting through the night. "Why take him?" Each syllable dripped with desperation, with a longing that felt like a knife twisting in my own gut. I remembered the laughter, the joy of small victories, now turned to ash in her mouth. Beside her, my heart ached for Kale, a man who had always danced with shadows and walked the fine line between right and wrong. He had once been a friend, a brother in arms, but now he was an unrecognizable ghost of a man, a hunter whose prey had become his own soul. "What do you want from us?" he shouted, his eyes wild, a tempest brewing just behind the surface. "Do you not see? We are lost." I could see him trembling, every muscle in his body tense like a coiled spring, teetering on the edge of despair. He had gambled with fate, daring to intimidate the divine, and now he bore the consequences like a curse etched into his skin. The rain pounded down, relentless, an orchestra of doom, each drop a reminder of Zeus's disdain, and the air thickened with the weight of unspoken words and shared memories. I remembered summer nights bathed in moonlight, laughter floating on the breeze, moments that seemed trivial against the backdrop of a god's rage. But now they were a haunting echo, a melody twisted by grief. Ilara's voice cut through my thoughts, trembling like the flickering candle in the wind. "He made choices, Zeus. We all did." Her raw honesty was both a plea and a defiance. "You think we live in your shadow? You think we don't feel the weight of your judgment?" Her moment of clarity drew a thin line between reverence and rebellion. It was as if the storm itself held its breath, anticipating the next heartbeat, waiting for the inevitable clash of wills. Kale's expression morphed from fury to despair, and I could see the realization washing over him, a tide of understanding. "You're right, Ilara. We've toyed with lives like they were just pieces on a board. But you," he pointed a shaking finger at the heavens, "you've played with us, like we're nothing more than puppets in your game. Doesn't it tire you?" With every word, the storm grew more violent, as if Zeus himself was arguing with his own creations. The wind howled, and the rain felt like daggers against my skin. But beneath that, I could feel something else, a pulse, a heartbeat that thrummed in time with Ilara's cries and Kale's defiance. It was the very essence of humanity, flawed, desperate, and seeking redemption in the face of impending doom. Lightning illuminated Kale's face, revealing the deep lines of anguish and regret etched there. I remember when we thought we were invincible. I remember the rebellion in our hearts, the thrill of defiance against fate." His voice broke, and behind the fierce bravado lay an echo of vulnerability. "But what if we're nothing more than shadows, flickering in the light of a god's amusement?" With each moment, I felt the tension swell around us, a taut string ready to snap. I could see Ilara's breath misting in the cold, the raw emotion spilling over like a dam bursting. "We are not shadows, Kale," she shouted, her voice breaking like the crashing waves on a stormy shore. "We are flesh and blood, heart and soul. We are more." But Zeus was not swayed, his omnipresence looming over us like a dark cloud. He was the god of the skies, but in that very moment, he felt like the weight pressing down on our chests, suffocating our hopes. I could see the pain in Ilara's eyes, the flickering embers of anger and desperation, begging for a response from the heavens. "What do you want us to do?" she cried, her voice trembling like the final notes of a dying song. "What sacrifice will appease you? What penance will bring him back?" The wind howled in reply, echoing our confusion, our pain. I stood frozen, caught in the storm of their emotions, torn between the fear of the divine and the undeniable pull of human suffering. I saw Kale take a step closer to Ilara, their shadows merging under the relentless rain. They were two warriors, battling not only the wrath of Zeus but the scars of their own decisions. "Together, we can fight," he whispered, his voice low, a vow etched in desperation. "Together, we can challenge the gods." And in that moment, the air crackled with something electric, a shared resolve, a bond forged in pain and sorrow. I felt it rise within me, a flicker of hope. But as quickly as it ignited, I was reminded of the wrath that loomed overhead. Above us, Zeus watched, indifferent yet curious, a spectre of judgment. His punishment was never without a lesson, not without sacrifice. Each choice had consequences, and as our hearts raced against the storm, each beat felt like a countdown, a reminder that we could become the architects of our own demise. I remembered the clock ticking, the seconds slipping away like grains of sand, each moment closer to the unraveling. The storm raged on, a haunting melody of anguish and rebellion, a cosmic dance of fate and free will. Ilara and Kale were not simply characters in a tale of despair, they were reflections of every soul who dared to stand against the heavens, who dared to cry out for justice in a world painted in the shadows of a god's wrath. And as the lightning struck again, illuminating the path ahead, I realized the confrontation was not merely with Zeus. It was a battle against our very natures, against the darkness that threatened to consume us all. The storm howled its answer, reminding us that in defiance, in love, in loss, there was the power to shape our destinies, to forge a new path through the chaos. And with that, we stood, trembling, soaked, yet defiantly alive, as the world spun around us, waiting for the next bolt of lightning to strike. The air was thick with an unspeakable dread, a silent scream that rippled through the shadows of the underworld. I stood at the precipice, teetering on the edge of a chasm where memories twisted like smoke, and the weight of souls hung heavy, whispering tales of forgotten lives. The stench of decay wafted up from the depths, each breath a reminder of the inevitability that awaited us all. I could feel my heart pounding in my chest, a frantic drum echoing the fears I buried beneath everyday laughter. Persephone knelt at the river Styx, her fingers trailing through the inky water, each drop a fragment of her past, a tether to her life above ground. "It doesn't matter how many flowers I gather," she murmured, her voice barely breaking the silence. "The earth remembers me as much as I remember it." Her eyes, dark pools of sorrow, reflected the weight of her existence, a goddess caught between two worlds, eternally yearning for warmth while tethered to the chill of Hades. I felt her pain like a stone lodged in my own throat, the ache of longing and loss, a reminder that happiness is often a fleeting visitor. Beside her stood Orpheus, guitar slung low on his back, the verses of his heart trapped within the strings, waiting to be released. He had faced the depths of despair to reclaim his love, Eurydice, lost to the shadows and the silence of the underworld. In the tapestry of his grief, I saw the raw edges of hope, fraying but refusing to tear entirely. "I will bring her back," he declared, voice trembling, yet fierce, eyes burning with a passion that could ignite the darkness. "I will sing until the stones weep." I could feel the energy crackling in the air, his desperation sparking against the cold indifference of the realm. I swallowed hard, envisioning the echoes of his song reverberating through the dreary expanse, like a beacon of light in an unending night. But then there was Charon, the ferryman, a silent sentinel of the Styx, his gaze veiled beneath the folds of a tattered cloak. His presence sent shivers crawling down my spine. "Payment is due," he rasped, voice dripping with the weight of countless souls. The coin was always a reminder, a harbinger of finality. You cannot take without giving. That is the law. The rules of the afterlife were merciless, grinding against the soft edges of love and hope. I felt a sudden pang of loss as I realized that even our deepest desires were enslaved to the cold mechanics of fate. Orpheus's fingers curled into fists, the tension in his body palpable, like a coiled spring ready to snap. "I refuse to accept this," he shouted, the despair in his voice ricocheting off the stone walls. "I will not pay with gold." His rebellion ignited something within me, a flicker of defiance against the inevitable. I remembered a time when laughter filled the air, when the sun danced on the horizon, painting the world in vibrant colors. Now, the hues were dulled, the laughter replaced by the low hum of the living who dared not tread too close to the abyss. Persephone rose, her spirit aflame with kindling anger. "What is a life without love?" she pleaded, as if the very universe was listening, poised to respond. "What is existence if we are to be divided by a river, by a coin?" I felt her words wrap around me like ivy, pulling me deeper into her turmoil, a longing to challenge the very essence of what it meant to be alive and dead at once. The air crackled with her desperation, an electric pulse filling the void, begging for acknowledgement. Yet, care and silence was his answer, a void where hope dared not linger. The shadows of the underworld closed in, pressing against us like a vice. I could hear the whispers of the souls trapped between worlds, their sorrow palpable, a haunting symphony of lost dreams. Each whisper carried the weight of a life unlived, each echo a reminder of the choices that brought them here. They were the ghosts of what could have been, lurking behind the veil of the living, their shadows brushed with regret. I felt my own heart quiver against the onslaught of their pain, each pulse a reminder of my own existence, my own choices. The city above, bright and bustling, felt like a distant memory, a dream I could no longer grasp. The laughter of children, the warmth of companionship, what were they but fleeting mirages that vanished at dusk? I closed my eyes, drawn into the whirlpool of emotions, an ever-deepening current swirling around me, tugging me toward a truth I feared to confront. "Enough!" Orpheus cried out, his voice shattering the silence like glass, sharp and piercing. "I will not be silenced." His spirit surged, an inferno against the cold indifference of the afterlife. I watched as he stepped closer to the edge, the abyss yawning before him, and for a moment, it felt as if the entire universe held its breath, waiting for his leap of faith, his defiance against the decree of the dead. Persephone reached for him, fingers outstretched, desperate to pull him back from the brink. "You cannot save her by sacrificing yourself," she warned, her voice a blend of fear and urgency. "The darkness is insatiable. It craves more than we can give." But Orpheus's resolve shone brighter than the stars now obscured by the shadows, a beacon in the night. I felt the pull of his determination, the raw energy vibrating in the air, a palpable reminder that even in despair, love could ignite a fire that would not be extinguished. And as the moment hung suspended like a dream, I realized that this dance between life and death was not just theirs to navigate. There, on the precipice of the afterlife, I too felt the weight of my own choices, my fears, and my hopes. Each breath I took echoed with the realization that love and loss were intertwined, a bittersweet melody that played on repeat. The tension thickened, and the air crackled with unspoken words. I felt the hair on the back of my neck rise as if the shadows themselves were listening, waiting for the next heartbeat, the next confession, the next song to be sung. In that moment, everything shifted, time slowed, the pulse of the universe quickened, and we stood at the crossroads of fate, suspended in a moment of heart-wrenching beauty. But the river awaited, and the darkness hungered. The confrontation loomed like a storm on the horizon, a promise of inevitable choices yet to come. My heart raced, echoing the urgency of the moment, knowing that this was merely the beginning of a tale where love and despair would intertwine, a loop of relentless emotion pulling us deeper into the shadowy embrace of the afterlife. The air hummed with tension, a thick, suffocating silence broken only by the distant clanging of bronze against bronze, a heartbeat in the chaos of an ancient battlefield. Dust swirled like restless spirits around the warriors, each breath hung heavy with the metallic tang of blood and fear. I stood there, caught in the tumult of clashing wheels, watching as they fought not just for victory, but for the stories that would echo through eternity. The sun dipped low, casting shadows that danced across the ground, whispering secrets of the fallen, heroes and cowards alike. I remember Talia, her eyes wide and fierce, a storm brewing in those depths. She clutched her spear tightly, knuckles white against the polished wood. "We are made of stories," she shouted over the din, voice raw with emotion, "and if we fall, let it be a tale worthy of the muses." Her heart beat like a war drum, a pulse of defiance against fate itself. Beside her stood Lysander, his face a mask of despair and resolve, the weight of his family's legacy crushing him. "But what if our stories are forgotten?" he muttered, his voice trembling as the ground shook beneath their feet. Memories of his father's laughter, the way he spun tales of glory, lingered like ghosts in his mind. What if no one remembers the sacrifices we make today? Each word dripped with the sorrow of generations lost, a haunting reminder of his own fragile existence. The clash of swords erupted, a symphony of chaos. I felt the ground beneath me tremble, a visceral reminder that history is often written in blood. They all fought with the desperation of those who know their lives hang by a thread, and as I watched, I could feel the heat of their stories igniting the air with fierce intensity. A woman cried out, her voice breaking through the cacophony, a plea for her fallen lover, a heart torn in two. The weight of her grief was palpable, a shroud enveloping the battlefield, each cry a reminder of the emotional tapestry woven into this land, raw and unyielding. Talia thrust her spear forward, a warrior's grace surrounding her, yet her eyes betrayed her true fears. "I remember the tales of heroes," she whispered, almost to herself. "But none speak of the fear that gnaws at your very soul." She fought not just against the enemy, but against the ghosts of doubt, shadows of inadequacy lurking just beyond her reach. Each thrust of her weapon was a battle against her own insecurities, each step forward a testament to her aching heart. Lysander moved beside her, his own conflict a storm that brewed beneath his skin. He had been raised on stories of valiance, of glory, but reality had a way of painting a different picture. "What if our stories lead to nothing but despair?" he shouted, the rawness of his vulnerability laid bare. "What if we become the very ghosts we fear, echoing in the ruins of this lost city?" He felt the weight of history pressing down, each tale a reminder of what could never be reclaimed. The sun finally dipped beneath the horizon, the darkness creeping in like a thief, uninvited, unwelcome. Shadows stretched across the battlefield, weaving tales of their own, lingering just beyond the flickering torchlight. I felt the chill of night seeping into my bones, a reminder that stories often shift and change in the dark. The night whispered secrets to those brave enough to listen, tales of love and loss woven through the fabric of time. In that moment, a figure loomed at the edge of the field, a ghostly silhouette against the dying light. It was an omen, perhaps, or a harbinger of what was to come. Talia's heart raced as she turned to face it, fear gripping her with icy fingers. "Is that the end?" she gasped, the weight of her own mortality crashing down like thunder. But it was not the end. The figure stepped closer, revealing a woman draped in tattered robes, her eyes like wells of sorrow. "Stories do not end," she spoke, her voice a haunting melody that lingered in the air. "They transform, they ripple through time. You must choose how to be remembered." Each word struck like a hammer, echoing through the hearts of those who fought. The woman was a mused apparition, a symbol of the unending cycle of creation and destruction that defined their existence. The air crackled with the unbelievable weight of her proclamation, how every act of bravery, of love, of heartbreak, would ripple through the ages, shaping legends and nightmares alike. Talia and Lysander exchanged glances, a silent pact forming between them, unspoken yet unbreakable. In that moment, they weren't just warriors in battle, they were architects of their own fates, sculptors of the narratives that would define them long after they were gone. The fight continued, but the stakes transformed, ignited by the revelation that echoed in their minds. "I remember the stories of my ancestors," Lysander breathed, a fire igniting in his chest. "I remember the pain, the joy, the love. They are all part of me." Each syllable resonated with a pulsating energy, a heartbeat echoing through the battlefield, urging them to fight not just for survival, but for the tales that would immortalize them. As the night fell, stars shimmered above, distant witnesses to their struggles and triumphs. I could almost hear them whispering, weaving narratives into the vast tapestry of existence, a reminder that every moment mattered. Talia lunged forward, her spear thrusting into the heart of the enemy, and for a heartbeat, time stood still. In that split second, she became more than a warrior, she became a story, a living testament to the power of courage. And as the battle raged on, as stories clashed and souls intertwined, I felt the weight of their shared humanity, the raw emotion coursing through them, binding them together in both despair and hope. Because in the heart of chaos, in the shadows of war, they were not alone, they were threads in a grand narrative, woven together by the very essence of life itself. The clash, the cries, the whispers, they all merged into a singular truth. The impact of their stories would be felt for generations, haunting the earth like the ghosts of heroes long past. And as the first light of dawn broke, spilling golden rays across the battlefield, I knew this was just the beginning, an eternal cycle of pain and beauty, despair and triumph, woven into the fabric of their existence. The stories would live on, forever entwined in the heart of those who dared to fight. A rock, impossibly heavy, hovers near the precipice, its jagged edges glinting like teeth ready to tear into the fabric of fate. The air is thick with the tension of unshed tears, the kind that cling to the throat like unspoken words. I can hear the low, mournful groan of Sisyphus. He pushes, sweat cascading down his brow, each heave a desperate prayer, each step a reminder of everything he is condemned to lose. Every muscle in his body screams, each nerve a wild thing, thrumming with the agony of existence. I feel the ache deep in my bones, a shared torment pulsing through time. Sisyphus is not alone, he is surrounded by shadows, ethereal whispers of the past, a chorus of guilt and longing, a reminder of fate's cruel hand. The rock slips, the ground trembles beneath him, and he falters, heart racing, crashing down into the abyss. I remember Tantalus, forever tantalized, his body quaking under the weight of hunger and thirst. He stands knee-deep in water that swirls away as he leans down, parched and desperate, fingers reaching for the cool salvation that dances just out of reach. The fruit hangs above him, bright and taunting, glistening like the fleeting moments of joy we all chase. I can see the frustration etched into his face, the bitterness of a man cursed not just by the gods, but by his own unquenchable desires, forever grappling with the irony of being denied what he craves most. It's a pain that feels familiar, a longing that gnaws at the edges of my own heart, relentless and insatiable. Ixion, bound to a wheel of flame, screams into the void, his cries echoing against the walls of eternity, a cacophony of madness and despair. I can almost taste the smoke in the air, feel the heat licking at my skin. The wheel spins, relentless, as Ixion's body twists in agony. An eternal punishment for a fleeting moment of arrogance. I shake my head, the absurdity of it all, the idea that one thoughtless moment could cost a man his very soul. There's an unsettling familiarity in his plight, a reminder that we are all, in our own ways, chained to our choices, spiraling into darkness. The world around them pulses with art, paintings that breathe, sculptures that whisper of despair. Each brushstroke a confession, every chisel mark a scream captured in stone. The artistry reinterprets their suffering, layering it with echoes of our own struggles. I see Sisyphus immortalized in marble, the contours of his muscles taut, a silent ode to the futility of his fate. The statue stands proud, yet it is a monument to tragedy, a reminder that the weight of existence can crush even the strongest hearts. But here's the twist, it's not just their stories, it's ours too. I feel the weight of my own burdens, the impending crush of my own rocks. The haunting melody of Tantalus plays in my mind, a siren song of dreams just beyond grasp. I reach out, fumble for what I desire, only to have it slip through my fingers like grains of sand. The moments that should have filled the chasms within me instead deepen them, an echoing abyss of longing and regret. It's in the night that the shadows dance, that their stories win together, weaving a tapestry of despair and hope. The city is alive with ghosts, their laughter mingling with the cries of the damned. I walk among them, feeling the pulse of their torment resonate within me. Each alleyway hides a secret, each flickering street lamp a witness to the human condition. We are all bound by something, a fear, a desire, a past that refuses to let us go. I remember the faces of those who have come before me, their stories etched into the pavement. Sisyphus, Tantalus, Ixion, they are not just figures from ancient myth, they are reflections of our own battles. I can hear their voices in the wind, whispering truths I'm afraid to confront. You are not alone, they seem to say. We are all fighting our own wars, each step a struggle, each heartbeat a reminder of the fragility of existence. Time stretches on, a cosmic joke as the clock ticks relentlessly. The hands move forward, yet the struggles remain the same. I see them in my dreams, Sisyphus rising again, Tantalus reaching for the unattainable, Ixion spiraling into the inferno. They haunt me, their unspeakable pain resonating in the very fibers of my being. I feel the urgency in their plight, a call to action that propels me forward, even as I feel the weight of my own chains. The night deepens, and I find solace in the absurdity of it all. What is life if not a series of struggles, moments of laughter intertwined with pain? Each artistic representation of their torment is a mirror reflecting my own soul, flawed, fractured, yet somehow beautiful in its imperfection. I want to scream, to cry, to laugh at the madness, yet all I can do is exist within this chaotic tapestry, a thread woven into the fabric of their stories. And in that moment of connection, I realize the stories are never truly over. They loop, intertwine, and continue to echo through the ages. The rock will fall, the water will recede, the flames will consume, but the longing, the desire to break free, to find meaning amidst the chaos, that will always be there. It binds us together, an invisible thread that links our souls, transcending time. As the dawn threatens to break, I stand amid the shadows, a witness to their pain and my own. The weight of existence rests heavily on my shoulders, yet there's a strange beauty in the struggle. With every heartbeat, I feel a flicker of hope, the promise that even in the depths of despair, we are all bound to keep pushing, reaching, striving. The story continues, an endless spiral of torment and resilience, a dance with fate that never truly ends. I remember the weight of the stone, rough and unyielding against my palms, like the pulse of an ancient world awakening beneath my skin. It rests there, a monstrous presence, daring me to push, to strain against my own nature. The air crackles with a tension so thick I can taste it, metallic and bitter. It's suffocating, yet intoxicating, this dance of defiance against an insatiable fate. In the shadows, a figure lingers, a ghost woven from threads of desperation and resolve. Her name is Maria, and she carries her own stone, a memory of a father lost to the gods' cruel whim, a burden that chains her to the past. I watch as she wrestles with the echoes of her grief. Her eyes, twin orbs of sorrow and fire, search the horizon for answers that never come. She stands on the precipice of despair, a tempest raging beneath her skin, a reminder that the struggle is never just against the stone, but against the very breath of existence. "Why do you fight it, Sisyphus?" she whispers, her voice trembling with an urgency that cuts through the silence like a knife. "Why push the stone at all? Can't you see it is a futile task?" I want to tell her that the stone is my penance, my loyalty to a life that has betrayed me. In every push, I feel the throb of rebellion, an assertion that I exist, that I am more than the weight of my burdens. But how do I explain this to her, this sweet agony of persistence, when her own heart is shackled by the ghosts of yesteryears? Instead, I just nod, the stone squirming beneath my fingertips as if it senses my hesitation. And then there's Marcus, my brother, who watches with a cynicism that wraps around him like a shroud. He stands at the periphery, arms crossed, brow furrowed as if the weight of his own thoughts might crush him. He has always been the pragmatist. Where Maria sees hope, he sees madness. "You're a fool, Sisyphus," he scoffs, his voice dripping with disdain. "You think your struggle matters? You think the gods care? They laugh at you, you know. They feast on your misery." His words are sharp, but there's a tremor beneath them, a flicker of insecurity that betrays the facade he wears. The reality of his own existence looms heavy over us all, he, the architect of a life built on broken dreams. I see it in the way he clutches his own stone, a burden of his own making, but he refuses to acknowledge it. Instead, he hurls insults, stinging words meant to bury me, but all they do is reflect his own fear. "Keep pushing, brother," he says, the mockery staining the air. "Just keep pushing until your hands bleed and your heart shatters. It's what you were meant for, after all." I want to scream back at him, to shake him out of this self-imposed darkness that clouds his mind. I want him to feel the exhilaration of rebellion, the pulse of life that surges through the act of defiance. But words fail me, and instead, I press my palm against the stone, feeling its familiar grooves, a testament to my own struggle, my own choice to fight against the relentless tide. The sun hangs low in the sky, bleeding hues of orange and red like a wound that refuses to heal. Time is a cruel trickster, and with every passing moment, I sense the weight of my Sisyphean task growing heavier. I inch the stone higher, muscles straining, breath hitching in my throat. Each movement feels like a battle against the universe, a cosmic game of push and pull, and in that moment, Maria reaches out, her fingers brushing against the stone as if to share the burden. Together, she breathes, and for a heartbeat, I am swept into a vision of a different life, one where our struggles are not solitary cages but shared journeys. But that thought flickers like the dying embers of a fire, and the stone rolls back, mocking us both, slipping from our grasp, crashing down the hill, echoing like laughter in the emptiness. Marcus shakes his head, a bitter smile twisting his lips. Do you see? It's all in vain. But the truth is, I don't see it that way. Each time the stone tumbles down, it's not just a defeat, it's a chance to begin again. So I gather my breath, my resolve, and I chase after it, the adrenaline rushing through my veins like wildfire. I hear Maria's footsteps behind me, feel her determination igniting a fire within my own heart. What if we change the game? She shouts, a defiance ringing in her voice that jolts me from the abyss of despair. What if we decide to climb with it instead of against it? I feel the weight of her words settle over me, a tantalizing possibility. I glimpse the horizon beyond the stone, and for the first time, I wonder if I could shape my fate. It's a fleeting thought, like smoke curling through the air, but it stirs something deep within, a rebellion louder than any laughter from the gods. And then the stone is there again, looming large, a reminder of everything we've ever fought for, a monument to our struggles, but also a testament to our shared strength. I grasp it tighter, feeling the warmth of Maria's hand beside mine. Together, we push against the weight of despair, the weight of our pasts, and I can almost hear the faint whisper of the universe urging us forward. But Marcus, the ever-cynical ghost in our midst, scoffs, "You're still just playing their game. Don't you see? The gods will never give you what you want." In that moment, I understand the haunting truth of his words, the absurdity of our struggle against fate. But there's a sinister beauty in the resistance, a dance with the cosmos that pulls us into its rhythm. Each push is an echo against the silence, a challenge to the invisible forces that govern our existence. And so we climb, the three of us entangled in this Sisyphean dance, each breath a declaration of defiance. The stone becomes less a burden and more a part of us, a symbol of our humanity. We are flawed, we are broken, but in this struggle, we find a fierce joy, an absurd happiness that pulses like a heartbeat, unyielding. In the end, it's not about the stone. It's about the fight, the connection, the relentless pursuit of meaning in a world that often feels devoid of it. And as I push, I feel the echoes of laughter, both mocking and uplifting, an absurd symphony that reverberates through the very fabric of our existence. Time slips through our fingers like sand, and I am aware that this moment, a fleeting heartbeat in the grand tapestry of fate, is ours. No gods will decide our worth. We will carve our own stories, our own legacies, one push at a time. The struggle is eternal, and so, too, is the spirit of defiance that we carry within us, echoing into the vast unknown. And as we push and climb, the world around us fades, blurring into a tapestry of shadows and whispers, the very essence of our Sisyphean existence. A single drop of water glistens in the distance, suspended in the air, tauntingly close, yet impossibly far. The sun hangs low, casting long shadows that stretch like gnarled fingers grasping for salvation. Tantalus stands amidst the shadows, his parched lips cracked and bleeding, eyes wide with desperation. He clutches his stomach, an abyss of hunger gnawing at him like an insatiable beast. The fruit hangs just above his reach, golden, luscious, tempting, its sweet aroma drifting like a siren song, each breath a reminder of what he cannot have. Elena watches from the periphery, her heart racing, a storm of emotion swirling inside her. She is not here by choice, she is bound by the chains of her own history, shackled to memories that wrap around her like barbed wire. She remembers the laughter, the feasts, the warmth of bodies gathered around a table, yet now she feels the cold loneliness creeping in. The laughter has faded, all that remains is the echo of unfulfilled dreams. Her fingers tremble as she grips her sketchbook, the pages worn, filled with images of her own torment, a tangled web of despair and longing. Across the clearing, Marcus stands still as stone, an artist caught in the act of creation, yet paralyzed by the weight of expectation. His brush hovers, trembling above the canvas, tainted by the gravity of Tantalus's plight. Each stroke is a gamble, a choice that dances on the edge of beauty and horror. He can feel the pulse of history in the air, the weight of the ancients pressing down on him, mocking him. He knows the tale, knows the punishment, the unending cycle of desire met with betrayal. He knows that to capture Tantalus is to carry the burden of his curse. I remember, Elena whispers, her voice barely a breath above the wind, when I used to believe in hope. Her eyes lock onto Tantalus, and for a fleeting moment, she sees herself reflected in his agony. The gnawing emptiness in his gaze, the wild desperation, it mirrors her own. She had once reached for dreams, only to have them slip through her fingers like sand. Hope is just an illusion, isn't it? A cruel mirage that leaves us parched and wanting. But Marcus, ever the skeptic, shakes his head, his dark curls tumbling into his eyes. No, Elena. Hope is the only thing that keeps us alive, even in the face of despair, he says, though his voice trembles with uncertainty. The brush quivers in his grip, a silent confession of his fear. We can't let Tantalus define us. We must paint him, show the world his struggle. But how can one paint the essence of torment? How can one capture the soul of a man forever yearning, forever reaching? The stark truth looms before Marcus like a spectre. He fears the canvas won't do justice to the depths of suffering. Tantalus's very existence is a cruel joke, presented in vivid colors and stark shadows, and Marcus realizes he is not just creating art, he is wrestling with the very fabric of human experience. The sun dips lower, and the shadows grow long, creeping towards Tantalus like the ghosts of memories long forgotten. His hands reach upward, fingers curling as if trying to grasp the invisible fruit. I am not merely a man, he screams, his voice raw and ragged. I am the embodiment of desire, of endless suffering. I am the antithesis of fulfillment. Each word vibrates with pain, reverberating through the air like the mournful wail of a lost soul. Elena feels the weight of his words, sinking deep into her chest. How do we escape this prison? She cries, the tears stinging her eyes. How do we break free from the chains of our own making? Her heart races, and for a moment, she considers running into the shadows, leaving behind the ache of longing, the torment of dreams unfulfilled. But the shadows whisper to her, reminders of her own failures, her own stagnant existence. Marcus, sensing the turmoil churning within her, steps closer to Tantalus. His brush dances nervously above the canvas, and the colors begin to swirl intensely, echoing the chaos in the air. Your pain is my canvas, he murmurs, more to himself than anyone else. I must show your truth, Tantalus. I must render your agony into something beautiful. The brush dips into dark hues, vibrant reds, and the sharpest blacks, each stroke a thunderous heartbeat pounding against the canvas, echoing the desperation in their chests. I remember, he mutters, squeezing his eyes shut, the night I painted my first masterpiece. I thought I could capture life, but all I caught was death. He looks at Tantalus, the embodiment of longing, and suddenly realizes, what if art could not only reflect suffering but also transcend it? What if the very act of creation could provide solace, a flicker of light in a world shrouded in darkness? Tantalus lets out a bone-chilling scream, a sound that reverberates through the very marrow of existence. You think you can capture me? He bellows, anguish wrapped in fury. You think your brush can define my torment? I am eternal. I am the unquenchable thirst that haunts the human soul. The cry pierces through the stillness, crashing against the silence like a wave against jagged rocks. Elena shudders, stepping back as if the sound has physically struck her. She glances at Marcus, who struggles to contain the energy pulsing around them. We can't let his anguish consume us, she warns, her voice trembling. We need to find a thread of hope, a glimmer of light amidst the chaos. But Tantalus, lost in his own despair, sinks deeper into the shadows, consumed by the very idea of his existence. Hope is a cruel trick played by the universe, he roars, his anger radiating around them like heat from a furnace. It is the fruit I can never taste, the water I can never drink. As the sun sinks below the horizon, an eerie twilight envelops the clearing. Time feels suspended, each second a heartbeat echoing in the void. The air thickens with tension, and the cries of Tantalus hang, heavy and oppressive, a gloomy reminder of the fragility of the human spirit. Elena and Marcus stand on the precipice of despair, their own hearts clawing at the walls they've built around them. In that moment of darkness, something shifts. A flicker of recognition passes between them, a silent understanding of their own battles. "We are not so different, Tantalus," Elena whispers, her voice trembling with an unexpected surge of courage. "We all have our own desires, our own chains. But we must not let them define us." Marcus's brush trembles as he paints, every stroke a desperate plea for redemption. The colors blur and blend, capturing the essence of Tantalus not just as a prisoner of desire, but as a reflection of humanity's deepest struggles. The air crackles with an unspoken promise that perhaps, in their shared suffering, they could find a way to transcend it. With the night wrapping around them like a shroud, they stand together, united in the struggle, their hearts heavy with the weight of history, art, and the indomitable spirit of hope. The tale of Tantalus will echo through the ages, forever etched in both their souls, a reminder that even in the darkest moments, the quest for meaning, however elusive, binds them together in an unbreakable thread of shared humanity. As the stars begin to twinkle above, the shadows swirl, and the cycle of desire and despair dances on the cusp of eternity, weaving a tapestry of pain, beauty, and the relentless pursuit of hope. The wheel groaned beneath him, a monstrous thing of iron and rust, its cruel spokes whispering secrets of despair. Ixion's laughter echoed hollowly in the dark, a sound devoid of joy, a taunt from the shadows. Rotating, ever rotating, it held him captive, spinning away the seconds, the minutes, the years, the very essence of his humanity. Each turn was a reminder, an echo of the flames that had once licked at his skin, promising warmth but delivering nothing but searing agony. Time was a cruel mistress here, a constant reminder that he was trapped in a cycle of his own making. I remember the moment when the world outside fell silent. The citizens of the city had gathered, their faces a mix of curiosity and dread, drawn to the spectacle like moths to a flame. They stood with bated breath, unknowing of the horrors that lay ahead. Ixion, the once proud king, was now reduced to a figure of ridicule, a jester in a court of shadows. I could see their eyes flicker with a strange satisfaction, drinking in his pain like fine wine. There's something grotesque about watching a man fall, like witnessing a grand show unravel before your very eyes, and I was powerless to look away. And then there was Livia, standing among them, her heart pounding in her chest like a caged bird desperate for freedom. She had loved Ixion once, a love as fiery as the sun, but now it was a distant memory, obscured by clouds of betrayal. She felt herself drawn to the spectacle, her feet moving of their own accord, as if the wheel itself called out to her, promising answers she never wanted. The cool night air was heavy with the scent of impending rain and something more acrid, the smoke of burnt dreams. Each drop of moisture that fell seemed to echo her own tears, unspent, tucked away like old letters never meant to be read again. "Why do we do this?" she whispered to herself, her voice trembling like the leaves in the wind. "Why do we come to watch the agony of a man who was once powerful?" The crowd's excitement twisted her stomach. It was easier to be a spectator, to judge from afar, than to confront the haunting truth of her own heart. Underneath her skin, a battle raged. Ixion's betrayal stung like 1,000 bee stings, a wound that refused to heal. I remember standing beside her, my own heart a drum of confusion. The wheel spun relentlessly, and I knew what it meant, the eternal punishment engraved in every creak of its iron frame. Ixion was condemned not just to die, but to live forever in this cycle, each turn a reminder of his hubris, each tick of the clock a scar on his soul. "Look at him," I said, my voice trembling, "he can't escape. He's trapped." Livia's gaze held mine for a moment, a flicker of understanding passing between us. It was the kind of understanding that only arises in the face of despair, a connection as raw and visceral as the blood running from Ixion's wounds. "And what of us?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper beneath the cacophony of shouts and gasps. "What are we, if not shadows of his fate?" The crowd surged forward, hands reaching, wanting, craving the pain and despair that radiated from Ixion like heat from a furnace. The wheel turned, and with each rotation, Livia's heart twisted in time with it, as if the very essence of her soul was caught in its endless cycle. I could feel the weight of history pressing down upon us, the legacy of Ixion twisting through time, a reminder of the folly of man, the absurdity of ambition. Did we not all chase something unattainable, only to find ourselves trapped in our own designs? The laughter of gods echoed in my mind, a chorus of mockery that reverberated through the night. Can you hear them? I questioned, leaning closer to Livia, who stood frozen in a trance. The whispers of those long gone? They watch us, and they laugh. Her expression shifted, a flicker of recognition dancing in her eyes. We are the fools, aren't we? She whispered, her voice trembling with a mixture of sorrow and dark humor. Gathering here to witness this farce, this punishment meted out like a cruel jest. Amidst the chaos, a sudden hush fell over the crowd, a momentary pause in the madness. Ixion's face, twisted in agony, turned toward Livia, and for a heartbeat, it felt as if the universe had drawn a breath. She stood transfixed, staring into the abyss of his eyes, and in that moment, she saw not just a man but the embodiment of all their collective fears, the fear of failure, of love lost, of dreams shattered like glass underfoot. Look at him, I urged, feeling the air thicken, the tension palpable. Look at what we all could become. The wheel creaked again, a sound that echoed like a death knell, a reminder that time would not wait, nor would it be kind. Each turn was a heartbeat lost, a moment stolen, a reminder that nothing in this world is permanent. As the darkness deepened, shadows danced along the edges of our thoughts, teasing us with what could be, what might have been. Livia took a step forward, her resolve hardening like steel. I will not be a part of this anymore, she declared, her voice carrying over the crowd like a beacon against the storm. The murmurs rippled, uncertainty grazing the crowd like feathered wings. But Ixion's gaze held her, a haunting connection that tethered her to the wheel, to the very essence of his punishment. I could see the flicker of her fear, the crack in her armor, the way her heart raced like a wild horse, galloping toward an uncertain end. Come back, I pleaded, reaching out as if I could pull her from the brink of despair. But she stood there, caught in the gravitational pull of Ixion's cursed legacy. I remember, she breathed, and the words hung in the air, thick with the weight of every regret, every unspoken truth, every love lost to the relentless wheel of fate. In that moment, the wheel spun faster, its rhythm quickening like the pulse of a dying heart, each rotation a reminder that time would not relent, that punishment had no end. I watched as Livia took a step toward the wheel, the ground beneath her feet trembling, as if the earth itself understood the gravity of her decision. And with that, I realized, we were all caught in Ixion's legacy, a wheel of eternal punishment that held us captive in its merciless embrace, forever spinning, forever taunting, forever lost. The clock ticks in the suffocating silence, its relentless cadence a metronome of despair. Each second drips like molten wax, heavy and agonizing, casting shadows that dance in the dim light of a forgotten room. I remember when it all began, the echoes of laughter fading into the cold air, replaced by the brittle sound of hope crumbling. In that moment, I stood with my back against the wall, breathless, heart pounding, as the walls closed in around me. Emma was there too, her fingers trembling as she clutched a photograph, a frozen memory of better days, a time before the darkness seeped into our lives. She stared at it, her eyes wells of unyielding sorrow, every breath a reminder of the life we had lost. Why do we keep pushing? She whispered, the weight of her question suffocating, as if the air itself conspired against us. Her skin glistened with the sheen of unshed tears, reflecting the flickering light like a dying star. And there was Sam, pacing like a caged animal, his thoughts a tempest swirling in the storm of his mind. He was our rock, our unyielding force, but tonight he wore the mask of a man crumbling under the weight of his own expectations. Every time I think I'm making progress, I find myself back at the bottom, he muttered, the bitterness lacing his words like poison. I caught a glimpse of his hands, clenched into fists, trembling with the intensity of his struggle. He was the embodiment of Sisyphus, forever condemned to roll the stone up the hill, just to watch it tumble down again. Maybe it's absurd, I said, the words falling from my lips like shattered glass. Maybe we're all just playing a cosmic joke on ourselves. The laughter that followed felt hollow, reverberating against the walls like the clanging of a distant bell, mocking our plight. I could see it in Emma's eyes, a flicker of something, a spark of recognition that we were all absurdly intertwined in this dance of despair. Absurdity is a cruel mistress, she said, her voice breaking, yet somehow rich with defiance. But if we're going to suffer, we might as well do it together. The sincerity in her words pulled at my heart, tethering me to a sense of hope that felt both fragile and fierce. The room was thick with unspoken fears, memories swirling like dust motes in the pale light. I remembered the dreams that haunted us, the visions of a future that felt forever out of reach. We were haunted by ghosts, specters of what could have been. Time felt like a cruel trickster, laughing at our attempts to grasp the fleeting moments of joy. But it was the night that gripped us, the endless expanse of darkness that loomed like a beast at the edge of our perception. "Look," Sam said, pointing toward the window, his voice trembling. "The stars are out." I followed his gaze, struck by the brilliance of the cosmos, a tapestry of light that felt impossibly distant. "They remind us we're nothing," I replied, but my heart raced with the understanding that even nothingness was a part of the grand design. "Or maybe they remind us we're everything," Emma countered, her resolve igniting a fire within me. "Maybe the universe is absurd, but we have to create meaning in our own chaos." The words hung in the air, luminous and fragile, as if they were the very breath of life itself. We stood there, three souls caught in a web of struggle and connection. I could feel the current surging between us, uniting our fears, our dreams, our pain. "So what do we do?" I asked, the question vibrating in the stillness. "Keep pushing," Sam breathed, his voice steadying like the first rays of dawn breaking through a storm. "Even when it feels pointless, even when we're faced with the absurdity of it all. We push, because that's what we do." And there it was again, the clock, ticking relentlessly, a reminder that time waits for no one. I could feel its rhythm in my bones, the urgency of our choices echoing in the silent space. "I remember," I said, the words spilling out like a torrent. "I remember when we thought the world was ours to conquer. But now, the world felt vast and unyielding, a playground for the indifferent." "Let it be indifferent," Emma declared, her voice rising, igniting a flame within me. "Let it mock our efforts, our failures. We fight against that indifference. We create our own meaning." And just like that, we were standing on the precipice of something greater, a defiance that danced in the shadows. The absurdity of our existence became a canvas, and we were the artists, wielding our brushes with passion and fury. Yet, even as we fought against the tide, the ghosts continued to swirl around us, their whispers a haunting reminder of our struggles. The clock ticked on, its sound became a heartbeat, syncing with the rhythm of our resolve. In that moment, I realized, we were not just Sisyphus, forever cursed to push the stone, we were also the stone, unyielding, pushing back against the weight of the cosmos. With every ounce of defiance, we clung to each other, the bonds of our shared absurdity fortifying us against the chaos. We felt the fissures in our hearts, the scars that told tales of battles fought and lost, but in that shared struggle, we found the beauty of resilience, raw, unfiltered, and achingly real. And as the night stretched on, I knew we would not falter. We would keep pushing, keep fighting, keep living. The absurdity would not consume us, it would fuel our flame, igniting a fire of passion within our bruised souls. In the stillness, beneath the weight of stars, we stood united in our absurd existence, and it felt, for the first time in a long while, like we were exactly where we needed to be. The air was thick with tension, a silence so profound it felt like a living entity, wrapping itself around the three figures standing on the edge of an abyss. Shadows danced, flickering against the jagged rocks, as if mocking the desperation etched on their faces. Each breath they took was heavy, laden with the weight of unspeakable desires and forgotten dreams. The world around them spun, a chaotic blur of time and memories, where hope teetered precariously on the edge of despair. I remember the moment she stepped forward, her silhouette framed against the dying light. Ilara's eyes, dark and stormy, glimmered with a longing that twisted my gut into knots. She was a paradox, a beautiful disaster caught between the pull of desire and the tattered remnants of her soul. She reached for the fruit hanging just beyond her grasp, ripe and glistening like forbidden knowledge, yet the distance felt insurmountable, like the chasm that separated us all. "Why can't we just take what we want?" she breathed, her voice a whisper, fragile yet fierce, echoing through the suffocating silence. Her nails dug into her palm, leaving crescent moons of anguish and rage. I could feel her heart pounding, a drumbeat of desperation that matched my own. We were trapped in a cycle of yearning, each of us a reflection of the other's pain. Then there was Kale, standing beside her, a silent storm, his jaw clenched tight, as if the world were a weight he could no longer bear. He clenched his fists, knuckles white, as if he could grasp the very essence of desire and bend it to his will. "We could just take it," he growled, voice low and dangerous, a dark promise that hung heavy in the air. His eyes flashed with a mix of fury and despair, a restless spirit seeking resolution in chaos, but therein lay the heart of the matter. Taking what we wanted had consequences, and we were all painfully aware of them. I remember my own longing, aching like a phantom limb, a hunger that twisted my insides. The shadows around us seemed to whisper secrets, taunting us with what we could never have. I stood there, an observer in my own life, caught in this dance of desire and despair. I felt like Tantalus himself, forever close to achieving what I craved yet never able to grasp it. The fruit hung just out of reach, a teasing reminder that desire, in all its glory, was a cruel mistress. "What if it's not worth it?" I asked, my voice breaking, a soft plea lost in the vastness of the night. "What if we chase this only to find emptiness at the end?" The question lingered, a spectre haunting our fragile hopes, and I could see the flicker of uncertainty in their eyes. Was it better to dream, to desire, than to risk the chasm of despair that came with failure? Ilara stepped closer, her warmth enveloping me like a balm, but there was a fire in her gaze that pierced through the darkness. "You think I haven't felt that emptiness? You think I don't know what it's like to reach for something and find only shadows?" She closed her eyes for a moment, gathering the storm inside her. "But what if that longing is all we have? What if it's worth the pain?" A heartbeat of silence stretched between us, and I felt the weight of her words settle like lead in my chest. The air grew thicker, charged with unspoken truths and the electric buzz of potential. Kale shifted, the tension in his shoulders releasing slightly, as if he found a flicker of understanding in her vulnerability. "Maybe we're all just ghosts of who we could be," he murmured, eyes cast downward, tracing the jagged edges of the ground beneath his feet. But I refused to be shackled by fear. The cosmos above us burst into life, stars igniting like distant lanterns, and in that moment, time collapsed into itself. I could see fragments of memory swirling in the darkness, moments of laughter, tears, love, and loss. They were ghosts tethered to us, each one a reminder of the longing that made us human. I felt myself spiraling into those memories, the echoes of our shared past wrapping around me like a shroud. "Desire is a double-edged sword," I whispered, barely recognizing my own voice. "It can drive us to greatness or drown us in despair. It's a cruel game we play." The night air grew colder, and I shivered as I spoke, the truth of my words tangling around us like ivy choking the life from a forgotten tree. Ilara's gaze bore into me, fierce and unyielding. "Then let's play it." Her voice rose above the whispering shadows, a rallying cry against the creeping despair. "Let's seize what we want, even if we fall. Even if it hurts." I felt her resolve seep into my bones, igniting a spark of courage I didn't know I possessed. Kale nodded, his expression shifting from frustration to something softer, more dangerous, a glimmer of hope. "We'll face whatever comes. Together." In that moment, we were bound by something greater than our individual fears, a shared desire that pulsed between us like a heartbeat, raw and unrelenting. In the growing darkness, I could sense the breath of the abyss behind us, the shadows deepening, whispering of consequences. But in that moment, we were alive, ignited by our desires, a fragile unity against the haunting specters of despair. And as we stood on the precipice, I understood that the struggle itself was a testament to our humanity, a dance of light and shadow, desire and despair, all entwined like roots beneath the earth. The fruit still hung there, just beyond our grasp, but perhaps it was never truly about the fruit. Perhaps it was about the chase, the fire within us, the relentless yearning that kept us moving forward. And as the darkness enveloped us, I felt the pull of something greater than despair, a glimmer of hope flickering like a candle against the night, urging us onward into the unknown. The clock tower struck midnight, its booming chime reverberating through the hollow streets, slicing the night like a blade. A figure stumbled, breathless, her heart a frantic drum. Lena pressed her back against the rough stone wall, her skin prickling under the cool night air. Shadows danced around her, waltzing to the chaotic rhythm of her pulse. She could hear the distant laughter of revelers, blissfully unaware of the turmoil that gripped her soul. Every echoing footstep, every burst of mirth taunted her, a stark reminder that she was alone, wrapped in the suffocating embrace of her own spiraling thoughts. "Why did I come here?" she whispered to the darkness, a question that hung in the air like smoke, acrid and thick. This city, once vibrant with life and laughter, had turned into a twisted reflection of her own despair. The memories clawed at her, insistent, each one sharper than the last. She remembered the warmth of his hand in hers, the way his laughter had filled the cracks in her heart. But he was gone now, swallowed whole by time's relentless grip. And then there was Marcus, who stood at the edge of the square, his silhouette cut sharply against the moonlight. He was everything she feared, yet everything she craved. His eyes, dark pools of sorrow, met hers across the distance, and in that moment, she felt the pull of gravity, a kind of magnetic desperation. He was a storm, wild, chaotic, threatening to uproot the fragile peace she had fought so hard to build. And yet, he was the only one who could understand her chaos. "Lena!" The urgency in his voice broke through the fog of her thoughts, shattering her moment of solitude. He rushed toward her, his breath coming out in ragged gasps. "You shouldn't be here. It's not safe." She swallowed hard, the weight of his concern pressing down on her. Safe? What does that even mean anymore? She gestured wildly toward the city, the darkness that enveloped it. "This place is a nightmare." "Maybe you're right," he said, his voice low and bitter, holding secrets in its cadence. "But we can't change anything by running away." He stepped closer, the air thickening with tension. "You know that, don't you?" His eyes, intense and searching, bore into her, digging for the truth buried beneath her bravado. I remember when things were simple. When laughter didn't feel like a foreign language." She felt the tears prick at the corners of her eyes and blinked them away, unwilling to let him see her falter. Now it's just this. The city around them felt alive, a beast of brick and shadow, thrumming with unspent energy. Time twisted in on itself like a serpent, coiling and uncoiling, and she could almost hear the distant echo of Ixion's wheel spinning endlessly, a reminder of the perpetual cycle of pain and regret. "Lena, look at me." Marcus's voice was firm, grounding. "Every second we waste running from our pain only ties us tighter to it. You think you can escape? It's following you, everywhere." He looked past her, into the fog of history that hung over the city, thick with ghosts. "We have to confront it." Confront it. The words ignited something inside her, a flicker of rebellion mixed with dread. "You want us to face our demons? To dance with them? Do you hear how insane that sounds?" "Yeah." His voice was a whisper, raw and shaking. "But it's either that or live in this endless loop of suffering." He stepped forward, closing the distance, and for a moment, the world around them blurred. "Remember the night when we first kissed? The stars were so bright, and we thought we could be anything." The memory crashed over her, a wave of warmth and longing that threatened to drown her. She remembered his touch, soft yet electric, the promise of hope nestled within their shared laughter. But the darkness crept in, and she felt the weight of the world pressing down on them both, a reminder that dreams were ephemeral, like fog dissipating at dawn. "What happens if we confront it and it consumes us?" she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper, trembling with trepidation. "We'll fight it together," Marcus replied, fierce and unwavering, his hand reaching out, fingers brushing against hers. "We'll find our way, no matter how dark it gets. But you have to trust me." Time seemed to stretch between them, the air crackling with unspoken truths. She could feel the pressure of the moment, the weight of expectations and fears, but also the intoxicating thrill of possibility. With a single breath, she felt the chains of her past tightening and loosening all at once, a dizzying dance of hope and fear. She took his hand, and the warmth surged through her, a lifeline amid the storm. Together, they stepped into the unknown, leaving behind the remnants of their shattered dreams, facing the city's dark heart, where every shadow whispered secrets of anguish and agony, joys and heartaches, a cacophony of human experience that echoed through the annals of time. The wheel spun on, relentless, as they ventured deeper into the abyss, knowing that every step they took would bring them closer to the truth. The night yawned open around them, and in that moment, they became part of the story, a tale woven with threads of despair and hope, a relentless cycle that echoed through the ages. With every footfall, they embraced the darkness, not as enemies, but as old friends. And as they plunged into the depths, the chime of the clock tower faded into an eerie silence, leaving behind only the heartbeat of the cosmos, a haunting reminder that the wheel of Ixion would keep turning, and they were just two souls caught in its unyielding embrace, forever spiraling in a dance of eternal return. There was no end, no resolution, only the intoxicating blur of life lived on a knife's edge, where each moment hung in the balance, teetering between despair and hope, forever suspended in time's merciless grip. Nightfall draped the city like a shroud, its cobbled streets glistening with the remnants of rain, while shadows twisted into grotesque forms beneath flickering torchlight. I stood there, heart racing, as the bells tolled midnight, each chime echoing like a death knell, a reminder of looming fates. The air was thick with a strange tension, an electric hum that prickled the skin. Tonight, the gods were restless. I remember Lyra, her laughter ringing like the chimes, carefree and bright. Now, though? Now despair clung to her like a second skin, a pall of darkness enveloping her spirit. She stood across from me, her eyes, once vibrant, now dimmed, reflecting the fractured hopes of a city on the brink. "We have to go," I breathed, the urgency twisting my gut. The shadows were alive, hungry for retribution. "I can't leave him," she whispered, voice trembling. Desperation clawed at her, pulling me deeper into the abyss of her sorrow. I could see the silhouette of a gallows rising in the distance, a stark reminder of what happened to those who crossed the gods. His innocent, Ryan. Innocence, an illusion in this cursed place where the gods walked among us, their judgment swift and merciless. I could feel them watching, their cold, indifferent eyes peering through the veil that separated mortals from the divine. I had always believed in justice, but tonight, justice twisted into something grotesque, a cruel mockery of fairness. The gods had decided, it was written in the stars, etched into the fabric of our fate. I remember the nights spent under the celestial expanse, dreaming of a brighter world, where love and laughter reigned supreme. But dreams are fragile, and tonight felt like a cruel joke. In the shadows lurked ancient spirits, specters of punishment that loomed large, casting long dark fingers over our reality. They whispered truths that gnawed at the edges of sanity. Defiance would be met with wrath. A figure emerged from the mist, cloaked in the darkness, and the scent of iron hung heavily in the air. The executioner, a ghostly presence, glided toward the gallows, dragging a cart laden with the weight of despair. My heart threatened to burst, each thud echoed as a countdown, each heartbeat a reminder that time was not on our side. I could feel the sweat trickling down my back, mingling with the dread coiling tightly around my lungs. Lyra clutched my arm, her nails digging into my flesh, grounding me in this moment. "You have to help him," she cried, voice breaking. "They will not listen to me. They never listen." Her vulnerability pierced through my resolve, a dagger of guilt that twisted deeper with each word. "What can we do?" My whisper felt small, swallowed by the gloom. "What power do we have against the gods?" Her hope flickered like a dying flame, and I struggled to fan it back to life, my own soul shackled by fear. "I remember the old tales," she said, eyes wide, drawing strength from something buried deep within. "The gods can be swayed. They can be tricked." She was grasping at straws, but in her desperation, I saw a flicker of the Lyra I used to know, the fierce, unyielding spirit willing to challenge the heavens for love. The air crackled with tension as we formulated a plan, a desperate gamble against fate. I could almost feel the gods laughing above, mocking our attempt to bend their will. But Lyra's determination surged through me, igniting a fire I thought extinguished. In the face of doom, we crept through the alleys, shrouded by the blanket of night. I remembered my late-night musings, pondering the whims of fate, how easily one could slip between the cracks, how innocence could be a curse. As we neared the gallows, the moon cast an eerie glow, illuminating the noose that dangled like a star fallen from grace. Is this love? I wondered aloud, the absurdity of our plight grating against the desperation of our mission. To challenge the gods? To face execution for a crime we did not commit. It felt like madness, yet here we were, two souls flickering in the darkness, defying the cosmos itself. The moment froze, our breaths mingling, joined by a shared heartbeat that echoed louder than the tolling bells. Then, chaos erupted. A sudden shift in the air, a rustle of wings, something divine had taken notice. From above, a shimmer of light fell upon us, illuminating the darkness, a spectral presence weaving through the shadows. The gods were here, and their attention bore down, heavy and suffocating. "Your lives are forfeit," a voice boomed, resonating with authority that could shatter mountains. Panic seized me, but Lyra stepped forward, defiance igniting in her eyes. "No," she shouted, her voice cutting through the gloom like a dagger. "You will not take him." The air crackled with energy, the gods' laughter echoing hollowly, a chilling reminder of their capriciousness. "You dare challenge us?" They toyed with her audacity, the weight of their power palpable, as if reality itself trembled at their whim. My heart raced, every flicker of hope stifled by the impending doom. "Lyra, no!" I cried, grabbing her arm, trying to pull her back from the brink. But her spirit surged, a tempest of fury and grief that demanded justice, her love transcending the mortal realm, daring the gods to listen. And in that breathless moment, I felt it, an ancient pulse beneath the surface, a connection to something greater. Time warped, memory spiraled. I saw her as a child, unyielding, her dreams radiating like sunlight in the darkest corners. I felt the weight of love, the fragility of life teetering on the edge of despair. As she stood defiantly, I understood. This wasn't just about him anymore, it was about us, about every soul trapped in the web of the gods' indifference. The shadows grew bolder, an impending storm ready to unleash its fury. The gods answered, their wrath a palpable force that rippled through the air. And in that moment, we were not just two lost souls against an unyielding universe, we became a symphony of rebellion against the cosmos, a testament to love that dared to defy the very fabric of existence. Our hearts beat as one, resonating with ancient truths, a melody of defiance that echoed louder than the gods' laughter. The confrontation was not yet over, it was only just beginning, our fates intertwined with the divine, a tapestry woven with the threads of hope, love, and despair. The night was ours, dark and alive, and I knew, whatever lay ahead, we would face it together. The air crackles with tension, a silence so thick it feels like a tangible presence, a wall of anticipation. I stand in the shadows of the crumbling stone archway, heart pounding, the world beyond a blur. I remember the moment before the storm, the look in her eyes when she said, "I will not be silenced." It was a declaration, a battle cry, echoing against the oppressive weight of expectations. I can still see her now, a flicker of defiance in a sea of compliant faces, her hands trembling as she grasped her sister's, as if holding on for dear life, while the whispers swirled around them like vultures waiting for their feast. It's her sister, Kaya, whose eyes betray a tempest of fear and longing. She is torn between loyalty and the suffocating grip of tradition. A heavy necklace of expectations adorns her, and each bead weighs her down, a history of silence wrapped around her throat, choking her voice. I remember her laughter, the way it used to ring out like wind chimes on a summer day, now buried beneath layers of shoulds and musts. Today, she wears it like a shroud, cloaked in shadows, her spirit flickering like a candle in a storm. "What if they don't understand?" she whispers, and the words hang in the air, sharp and jagged. Then there's Myra, the dreamer, the one with wild curls and even wilder ideas. She's never been afraid to speak her mind, but today, even her fire seems to flicker. I remember how she once looked at the stars as if they were a tapestry woven just for her, each twinkle a promise of possibilities. But now, under the weight of scrutiny, her gaze is cast downward, lost in a whirlpool of uncertainty. "They say it's not our place," she murmurs, her voice quivering, as if the very act of speaking could shatter the fragile glass of their world. Outside, the world is alive with chaos, the din of a march, voices raised in unison, pounding like war drums against the cobblestones. It feels like a heartbeat, a reminder that change is possible, but the fear lingers in the corners of their minds. I remember the gnawing doubt that wraps around Kaya's heart like a serpent, squeezing tighter with every chant echoing through the streets. "What if they come for us?" she asks, her eyes darting toward the door, the weight of the unknown pressing against her. Myra, ever the dreamer, pulls Kaya closer, her voice a whisper of urgency. We can't let fear dictate our choices. We have to choose our own path. The words dance around them, an electric current, a small spark igniting against the suffocating darkness. I can hear the wind howling outside, a spectral chorus, as if the universe itself is holding its breath, waiting for them to choose. The room is a battleground of conflicting emotions. Kaya's heartbeats echo like war drums, while Myra's pulse surges like a river threatened by a flood. Their breaths intertwine, a melody of hope and despair. I remember the way their hands interlace, fingers trembling, a bridge between fear and courage. What will they decide? The tension is unbearable, a taut string ready to snap. And just like that, the door bursts open, and a figure stands silhouetted against the storm's fury, a ghost materializing from the shadows. It's their mother, a specter of the past, the embodiment of traditions that claw at their ankles, trying to pull them back into the void. You can't choose this path, she warns, her voice a haunting melody of despair. You don't know what it will cost you. The words strike like a whip, leaving scars that run deeper than skin. But Myra steps forward, her fire igniting. We are more than your past. We are not your shadows. The intensity in her voice pierces the heavy air, a lighthouse cutting through the fog of fear. I remember the shock that ripples through the room, the electric atmosphere humming with the weight of her defiance. Kaya watches, fear and pride swirling within her. Should she follow the flicker of hope or retreat into the darkness? The universe pauses, and in that moment, everything hangs in the balance. I remember the tremor in her voice as she whispers, Myra, what if we lose everything? What if we gain everything? Myra counters, and for a moment, the shadows recede, the light spilling into the cracks of their reality. It's a fleeting feeling, but in that glimmer, possibility breathes. The march outside swells, a tidal wave of voices crashing against their sanctuary. Each chant is a pulse, a heartbeat that vibrates through the air, and suddenly the room is electric with potential. I remember the way Kaya and Myra look at each other, the unspoken bond between them, sisters of the heart, warriors in a world that seeks to silence them. I can see the transformation in Kaya's eyes, the flicker of defiance igniting into a flame. If we step into the light, we might burn, she admits, but there's a newfound strength in her voice. But maybe we'll also shine. I feel the weight of those words, a truth that reverberates through the walls, and the air becomes thick with the scent of courage. As they move toward the door, I remember the shadows that cling to their heels, the ghosts of expectations that whisper warnings, but they don't turn back. They step into the storm, ready to face the chaos, hearts pounding, minds set ablaze by the unquenchable fire of their dreams. For in this moment, as the world outside roars with the cries of change, three women become more than mere figures in a story. They become the embodiment of hope, defiance, and a future unbound by the chains of their pasts. And as I watch them disappear into the night, I know this is not an ending, but a beginning, a spark that may ignite a wildfire of transformation. The tension lingers in the air, an electric charge, a promise of more to come, and I am left breathless, waiting for the next heartbeat, the next moment that will change everything. The clock ticked, a relentless metronome, echoing in the cold, damp air of the darkened cell. I could feel the dampness seeping into my bones, each drop of moisture like a whisper of despair. It was endless. Outside, the world spun forward, children laughed, lovers kissed, and the sun painted the sky in radiant hues, but here, in this hollow space, time twisted into an agonizing spiral of regret. I remembered the way my mother used to cradle me, her warmth a fleeting memory, much like the warmth of the sun that now felt like a cruel joke. You'll always have a choice, she said, her voice like honey, sweet but cloying with the weight of truth. Choices. They hung over me like the oppressive shadows in this cell, taunting me with their gravity. I had chosen this path, hadn't I? Each decision, each misstep led me deeper into this abyss. Would I ever escape? Across the room, in the dim light that barely pierced the gloom, I saw him, Thomas, my once cherished friend, now a ghost of the man he used to be. His eyes, once vibrant pools of mischief, were now sunken wells of torment. He paced like a caged beast, desperation clawing at him, pulling him apart piece by piece. What have we done? He muttered, the words tumbling from his lips like broken glass, sharp and dangerous. I watched him, feeling the weight of our shared sin, the heavy shroud of our past pressing down on us. We had ventured too far into the depths of our own making, seeking the thrill of forbidden knowledge, the dark corners of philosophy that whispered promises of enlightenment. But what we found was a malevolence that seeped into our souls, a truth so grotesque it twisted our very essence. I remember, I whispered, the words heavy with nostalgia and dread. I remember the night it all changed. The incantation, the laughter, the fire dancing in the dark. The memory was visceral, alive, the scent of smoke and the taste of adrenaline still fresh on my tongue. We had played gods, and now we were left to languish in this hell we created. Thomas stopped his pacing, his gaze meeting mine, a fleeting glimpse of the boy I once knew beneath the layers of anguish. Eternal punishment, he said, his voice trembling, a candle flickering in the wind. What if it's true? What if this is just the beginning? The words hung in the air, a thick fog of dread settling over us, smothering hope in its suffocating embrace. I felt it, the creeping terror worming its way into my heart. What if? What if this cell was not just a physical prison but a metaphysical one? What if every choice we made, every wrong turn, led to an eternity of suffering? I recalled the stories, the ones that painted vivid scenes of endless torment, where souls were chained, wailing against the void, forever seeking redemption that would never come. But redemption was a cruel illusion, wasn't it? I glanced at the clock again, the hands moving with a mocking slowness, each tick a reminder of our mortality. We've lost ourselves, Thomas, I said softly, the truth a bitter pill lodged in my throat. We were seeking answers, but all we found were questions without mercy. Outside, life continued in its blissful ignorance. I could hear muffled laughter and the distant sound of music, a haunting melody that seemed to mock our plight. The world turned, and we were left behind, shadows of what might have been. I thought of the people beyond these walls, lovers hoping for a future, children dreaming without fear. They knew nothing of our existence, and yet, they held the power to judge us. God, or the universe, or whatever cruel force binds us here, I paused, feeling the bitterness rise. Do they even care? The question hung in the air, heavy with despair, and I watched as Thomas clenched his fists, the muscles in his jaw tightening. Maybe that's the point, he replied, his voice low and laced with bitterness. Maybe the point is to make us question our existence, to realize that suffering is the only certainty. I couldn't breathe. The weight of his words pressed down on me, suffocating in its truth. We were trapped, not just in this cell but in our choices, our regrets. The walls closed in, a prison of our own making. I could see our future sprawled before us, a bleak landscape of endless torment, where every moment would echo with the laughter of those who had escaped this fate. With shaky breaths, I looked back at Thomas. He was a tempest, a swirl of emotions, fear, anger, desperation, clashing within him. What if we could turn back time, he whispered, eyes glistening with an unholy fire. What if we could unmake our choices? But that was the cruelest joke of all, wasn't it? Time was a thief, always slipping through our fingers, leaving us with the ghosts of our past. I remembered the faces of those we had hurt, the lives we had changed irrevocably. The weight of their suffering was a chain that bound us tighter, a grim reminder of the price we had paid. I reached for Thomas, my hand trembling, desperate for connection. Can we break free? I asked, my voice barely a whisper. The answer hung unspoken between us, a chasm we dared not traverse. He shook his head, the flicker of hope extinguished. We are here. And we might always be. Outside, the sun dipped below the horizon, the world cloaked in shadows. The night was alive, pulsating with unseen horrors, the very fabric of reality shifting beneath our feet. I could hear whispers, echoes of lost souls floating through the air, their cries mingling with the laughter of the living. Eternal punishment, I murmured, the words a chilling anthem that wrapped around us like a shroud. Is this what we deserve? In that moment, we were two lost souls set adrift in a sea of darkness, grappling with our fate, our choices entwined in a dance of despair. The shadows deepened, and the clock continued to tick, a reminder of the inevitable march of time. I could feel the weight of our sins pressing down on us, an anchor tethering us to this prison, and as the darkness closed in, I realized with a shuddering breath that the real horror was not the punishment itself, but the perpetual absence of hope. And in that absence, we were left to confront the unanswerable question, would we ever find peace, or were we destined to wander, lost and forsaken, in the echoing silence of our own making? The clock ticked ominously, each second like a hammer against the fragile walls of her mind. Clara stood in the empty room, its shadows stretching like fingers across the floor, clawing at her sanity. She could almost hear the whispers, voices from the corners of her memory, echoing her name like a spell, a haunting reminder of the suffering she could no longer escape. Clara, Clara, they called, a twisted chorus of regret and longing. Once, they were familiar, sweet like the scent of fresh bread. Now, they were knives, each syllable slicing deeper into her heart. In the dim light, she caught her reflection in the cracked mirror, eyes wide, skin pale as a ghost. The silence wrapped around her, thick and suffocating, a blanket of despair. She remembered the first time she felt it, the crushing weight of sadness, curling in her chest, spiraling into a darkness that swallowed her whole. "How did I get here?" she murmured, the question hanging in the air, unanswered yet echoing with urgency. Across town, Lucas paced in his cluttered apartment, the chaos of old newspapers and forgotten dreams littering the floor like fallen leaves. He pressed his palm against the cool glass of the window, peering into the night, as though the stars might offer some solace. "You're running out of time," he whispered to himself, the truth sinking in like a stone in his stomach. The clock on his wall clicked louder, each tick a reminder of the moments lost, the opportunities left to wither and die. He thought of Clara, her laughter once a melody that danced through his mind, now replaced by a symphony of anguish. He remembered that night in the park, the way her hair caught the moonlight, the way she had looked at him, hope shimmering in her eyes. Now, those eyes were clouded with despair. He wanted to save her, but how could he save someone who was drowning in shadows, when he himself was only wading through the shallow end? "Help me," he had pleaded once, but help was a fickle friend. It never came when you called, lurking just out of reach, teasing you with the promise of relief. As the night deepened, Clara cradled a faded photograph in her trembling hands, the edges worn and frayed, a ghost of her past. In it, she and Luca smiled, their faces bright, untouched by the weight of the world. "Can you hear me?" she cried out, the question ricocheting off the walls, her heart racing against the suffocating silence. "Can you feel this pain?" It was a desperate plea, a call into the void, hoping it would return with the echo of his voice. But the silence swallowed her whole, and she felt more alone than ever. In the darkest corner of Lucas's mind, a clock ticked mercilessly, time was slipping through his fingers like sand. Each grain represented a moment of clarity, a chance to connect, and yet, he was paralyzed, rooted to the spot. His heart raced with the thought of reaching out, of breaking through the walls they had both built, but fear was a shackle, chaining him to his own insecurities. What if she didn't want to be saved? What if she was too far gone? Clara felt it too, the suffocating grip of doubt, the unsettling truth that sometimes, the hardest battles were fought in silence. She could hear Lucas's voice in her mind, the warmth of his words colliding with the icy reality of their distance. It felt like a dance, beautiful yet tragic, and she yearned for the music to play again. But the melody was lost, drowned by the weight of their suffering. The light flickered, a heartbeat between reality and the shadows, illuminating the fragments of their lives, the photographs, the trinkets, memories heavy with unspoken words. Clara's breath caught in her throat as a memory surged forth, vivid and sharp, a picnic in the park, laughter spilling like sunlight, the world painted in hues of joy. "I remember," she whispered, a mantra against the encroaching darkness. I remember, in that moment, the lines between past and present blurred, and the emotional weight of it all threatened to crush her. She could hear the soft rustling of leaves, the distant sound of a guitar strumming, the promise of a brighter day just beyond the horizon. But every note was tinged with the bitterness of what had been lost, a reminder that joy could so easily turn to sorrow. As Clara spiraled deeper into her thoughts, Lucas's mind raced with 1,000 unsaid words, each one a lead balloon weighing him down. He wanted to scream, to break the silence that had become a prison. Why can't I reach you? He shouted at the void, desperation clawing at his throat. He imagined Clara standing in front of him, her eyes filled with tears, and for a moment, he could almost touch her hand, feel the warmth of connection. But reality shattered that image like glass, the fragments cutting deep. Help me, he thought again, but this time it wasn't just a plea, it was a promise to himself, a vow to confront the darkness that had ensnared them both. He had to find her. He had to try, even if it meant stepping into the shadows, into the unknown. The air thickened with tension, electrified with the weight of unspoken truths. The clock ticked louder, each second pulling them closer to confrontation. Clara closed her eyes, envisioning the world outside, what it could be, what it had been. I remember, she whispered again, as if the words could conjure the strength she needed. The photograph slipped from her fingers, landing on the floor with a soft thud, and in that moment, she felt a flicker of hope. Lucas stood at the door, heart racing, mind screaming. I'm coming, he breathed, the promise hanging in the air like a comet streaking across the night sky, bright, fleeting, and full of potential. The silence crackled, not with the absence of sound, but with the tension of two souls intertwined in suffering, yearning for connection, for understanding. And somewhere, in the shadows of their pain, a spark ignited, lighting the way toward the confrontation they both needed, an unraveling of their hearts into the abyss, where hope and despair danced in a macabre ballet. The crack of thunder shudders through the air, echoing like the heartbeat of the earth itself. Rain lashes against the pavement, a relentless reminder of nature's fury as shadows twist and stretch beneath the flickering streetlights. In this fractured moment, Jenna stands frozen, her heart racing, not from the storm, but from the memories clawing at her mind, memories wrapped in myth and burdened by the weight of her own choices. She clutches a fraying book against her chest, the spine broken, pages whispering secrets of old gods and lost loves. Each word is alive, a testament to her yearning for something she cannot grasp. Across the street, Marcus watches her with eyes that mirror the storm's rage. His hands tremble at his sides, and he feels the pull of the past like a noose tightening around his throat. They had been lovers, once, entwined like vines in a forgotten garden, but now their bond is severed, frayed like the book in Jenna's hands. He remembers the way she laughed, the way she filled his shadows with light. But now? Now they are trapped in a web of regrets, a myth of their own making. Jenna, he calls, voice hoarse, barely rising above the cacophony of rain and thunder. But she does not turn, her gaze lost in the tempest, searching for answers in the chaos. Jenna! The name spirals into the storm, a desperate echo. The streets, slick with rain, shimmer like liquid glass, reflecting the fractured pieces of their love. He aches for her, a dull throbbing in his chest, but he feels the distance, feels how their past hangs like a shroud. She finally faces him, and the world falls silent, an eerie stillness wrapping around them like a fog. And in that silence, everything is amplified. The hurt in her eyes, the weight of their history, the half-formed dreams they once shared. You shouldn't have come, she murmurs, and the words slice through the air, jagged and raw. I had to, he whispers, his voice breaking, the fragility of their connection hanging by a thread. You're in pain, Jenna. You're losing yourself in this obsession with myths. Am I? Her laugh is bitter, a jagged edge against the soft rain. Do you think I want this? Do you think I chose to drown in stories of heroes and monsters? She opens the book, and the pages flutter like the wings of caged birds, revealing tales of gods and destiny, of love that transcends time and space. Each legend whispers promises of hope and despair, of battles fought and lost, and she feels every word pulsing through her veins like a drug. These stories, they're all we have left, she breathes, desperation curling around her heart. In this city that forgets us, I can still feel something alive here. Marcus looks at her, his chest tight with the weight of her pain. She's right, they are lost among the facades of a city that has long since turned its back on dreams. But at what cost? He asks, stepping closer, rain soaking through his shirt. You're chasing ghosts, Jenna. We're alive, but you're living in the past. The truth of his words slams into her like the blast of thunder overhead. She wants to scream, wants to shatter the illusions that cling to her, but instead, she feels herself sinking, the weight of those myths pulling her under. I remember, she whispers, eyes glistening with unshed tears. I remember when we believed we could change everything. Belief isn't enough, he says, anguish lacing his voice. What we had, it's gone. The rain begins to ease, a gentle patter now, and in that moment of muted chaos, Jenna sees their reflections in the puddles, two souls adrift, haunted by dreams fraying at the edges. Each heartbeat thrums with the longing for connection, for understanding, but all that's left is a chasm, dark and foreboding. Shadows swirl around them, memories of laughter and love twisted into something grotesque. She closes her eyes, letting the memories wash over her, a cascade of moments, sweet and bitter, like the flavors of a forgotten feast. She remembers the way he held her, the comfort of warmth and passion. I remember, she says again, voice trembling, the night we stole the stars from the sky, the promises we made. Those promises, he says, stepping closer, they were myths too. Beautiful but ultimately unattainable. As his words hang in the air between them, something shifts, a crack in the storm that reveals the bones of their relationship, fragile yet unyielding, beautiful yet broken. I can't keep clinging to the past, Jenna finally admits, her voice barely a whisper, but the admission feels like a knife through the fog. But I'm terrified of what's left. I know, he breathes, the tension in his shoulders relaxing just a fraction. But if we don't let go, we'll choke on the weight of these stories. The rain has stopped now, the world holding its breath, waiting for a decision, waiting for them to either embrace the light or drown in the shadows. They stand on that cusp, the cusp of something profound, a confrontation not just with each other, but with themselves. We can't rewrite our story, Marcus, she murmurs, the fear clawing at her throat. But maybe we can start anew. It's a fragile thread, the barest of hopes, but it's enough to tether them in this moment, enough to draw them closer. In the silence that follows, the city seems to exhale, the night wrapping them in its embrace, the stars blinking back into existence, fragile but resolute. And as they stand in the remnants of the storm, the echo of their past lingers like a haunting refrain, a melody of love, loss, and the relentless pursuit of a myth just beyond their grasp. The world around them may shift, may crumble, but in their hearts, they carry the stories that bind them, stories that whisper of a tomorrow yet unwritten. Somewhere in the distance, a clock ticks, relentless, reminding them that time waits for no one. The night stretches on, shrouded in shadows and light, ready to weave more tales, untold, unbroken, and achingly alive. The clock struck midnight, echoing like a heartbeat against the silence of the crumbling city. Shadows danced along the walls, whispering secrets that seemed to seep from the very stones. I stood in the alley, the cold biting into my skin as I clenched the crumpled paper in my hand, the words scrawled across it vibrating with an urgency that matched the rising panic in my chest. You have to find them before it's too late. Outside, the moon hung low, a ghostly witness to the chaos unraveling. My thoughts spiraled into a whirlpool of despair. Was I really capable of this? Could I, Sarah, always the quiet observer, the one who stayed hidden in the background, rise to confront the legacy of the three? The weight of expectation bore down on me, pressing against my ribs like a vice. I glanced to my side, where Mark stood, his face a mask of determination mixed with fear, a dangerous cocktail. His dark eyes flickered with the reflection of distant flames from the unrest brewing beyond the alley. I remembered the way he had stood up for me in high school, how he had become my anchor amidst the storm of my insecurities. But that moment felt like an eternity ago, a slice of innocence eroded by the harsh tides of reality. We don't have time for this, he urged, his voice harsh and strained. You know what they're capable of. And then there was Jess, pacing behind us, her hands trembling, brushing against the edges of her anxiety like a moth drawn to a flame. Jess, the sister I could never quite protect, whose laughter had always masked her loneliness. I could see her wrestling with the demons I'd tried so hard to shield her from. If we don't act now, they'll come for us. They always do, she said, her voice low, trembling like a fragile thread ready to snap. The fear in her eyes cut me deeper than any blade, a reminder of how intertwined our fates had become. Together, we were a trifecta forged by circumstance and torn by our own insecurities, a fragile alliance standing against the encroaching darkness. I closed my eyes, the memories flooding in, summer spent whispering secrets under starlit skies, laughter mingling with the scent of jasmine, dreams spun with the gossamer threads of possibility. But those dreams felt like ashes now, the world outside our sanctuary turning into a cacophony of chaos and despair. Remember the stories? The ones about the three. Mark's voice pulled me back. They took everything from us. They won't stop until they destroy what little we have left. His words were like daggers, piercing through the fog of nostalgia. I nodded, the ache in my heart intensifying. The legacy of the three was a heavy cloak that draped over us, suffocating, relentless. Do you think we can change it? I asked, my voice a mere whisper. The question hung in the air, heavy, laden with the weight of our shared past. Jess stopped pacing, her gaze locked onto mine, searching for something. Hope? Desperation? We have to try, she finally breathed, determination igniting within her. But the city outside was a beast, a wild creature that had long ago turned against its own. As we made our way through the narrow passage, shadows shifted, darting past like frightened animals, echoing our own fears. Every corner we turned, every sound we heard, felt like a thread tugging at the very fabric of our fragile resolve. Suddenly, the air thickened, a palpable tension coiling around us. I felt the familiar tremor of dread pulse through my veins. I remembered what they had taken, friends, family, dreams, leaving behind a trail of devastation. Yet there was something deeper, something that transcended our personal losses. It was about society, about a world where stories were forgotten, where the echoes of history faded into whispers. I remember the way they looked at us, I murmured, the memory wrapping around me like a shroud. Like we were nothing. Mark's jaw tightened. We're not nothing. We're everything they fear. His conviction sent a shiver down my spine, a flicker of courage igniting within the darkness. Together, we were an embodiment of resistance, a defiance against the looming shadows. As we reached the heart of the chaos, the city roared around us, a monstrous entity that fed off fear and despair. It loomed, ready to devour us whole. The streetlights flickered, casting eerie shadows that danced like phantoms, taunting us with their ghostly movements. This is it, Jess breathed, a mixture of fear and exhilaration coursing through her. In the thrumming heart of the city, we stood, three souls against an expanse of darkness, the legacy of the three swirling around us like a tempest, a storm waiting to unleash its fury. Every heartbeat echoed through the silence, every breath heavy with the weight of what lay ahead. I glanced at Mark, his determination igniting a fire within me. I turned to Jess, her eyes shimmering with a fierce resolve that mirrored my own. Together, we would confront our fears, our past, the legacy that bound us. Let's show them who we are, I said, my voice breaking through the storm, resonating with an unyielding intensity. As we plunged into the chaos, the city writhed around us, every shadow a reminder of the legacy we were bound to confront. The air crackled with an electric charge, vibrating with the unspoken fears of countless souls. In that moment, we became more than just ourselves, we became a powerful chorus of defiance, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit against the encroaching darkness. And as I stepped forward, my heart racing, I felt the whispers of the past blend with the promise of the future, an echo of hope amidst despair, a haunting reminder that we were never truly alone. The legacy of the three would not consume us. Not tonight. Not ever. The moon hung low, a thin crescent barely cutting through the thick fog that clung to the village like a forgotten secret. The air was heavy, pregnant with the stench of burning wood and something else, something deep and dark. The whispers of the night wrapped around me, as the distant cries of a child echoed through the silence, a haunting melody that pulled at my heartstrings. I remember standing there, frozen in place, as the shadows danced, creeping closer, threatening to swallow me whole. Alaric was there, his eyes wide and frantic, darting from shadow to shadow. "Do you hear that?" he gasped, his breath a rapid rhythm against the chill. He had always been the brave one, the hero in every tale spun in the flickering firelight. But tonight, the stories felt different, twisted and bleak, like the branches of the gnarled trees that surrounded us. They seemed to lean in, eavesdropping, and I could see the faint glimmer of teeth in the dark, somewhere between the bark and the bone. I remember when we laughed at the stories, I whispered, the memory clawing its way to the surface. The ones about the creatures that roamed the night, feasting on fears and dreams. We thought they were just tales, didn't we? Shut up! Alaric snapped, the edge in his voice sharper than the branches that scratched at our skin. This isn't the time for stories. This is real. The boy needs us. His gaze fell on the small figure huddled in the corner, trembling, a puppet on strings pulled by terror. It was Selim, his face streaked with tears and dirt, eyes wide as saucers, reflecting a terror that felt ancient and all too familiar. I felt a tug in my chest, a chasm opening, swallowing my resolve. Selim was young, perhaps 7, but the weight of 1,000 stories rested on his shoulders. I remember when my mother would tell me tales of the brave knights, I murmured, my voice trembling. They fought dragons and saved kingdoms. But she never mentioned the monsters lurking just beyond the light. Alaric's jaw tightened, his fists clenching. Monsters don't get to win. Not tonight. The firelight flickered, casting grotesque shadows that danced on his face, revealing the fear he fought to suppress. He was the hero, but even heroes bleed. The winds howled and the door creaked, a sound too loud, too ominous. It made the air taste like metal. I could feel the ghosts of stories past swirling around us, whispering truths laced with fear. What if the stories are wrong? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. What if the lessons we learned from them, about good and evil, right and wrong, are just illusions? What if the monsters don't just exist in the tales, but in us? As if to answer, a thud echoed through the night, sending shards of dread cascading down my spine. The flicker of the dying fire cast a ghostly glow on Alaric's face, revealing the cracks in his facade. I saw the boy he once was, the one who believed in justice and righteousness, now staring into the abyss that threatened to consume us all. We have to fight, he said, but the tremor in his voice betrayed his bravado. Selim whimpered, clutching his knees to his chest, a fragile bird trapped in a storm. Tell me a story, he pleaded, the one where the monster loses. The words hung in the air, a prayer to the darkness. I looked at him, and my heart shattered a little more. What could I say? What tale could shield him from the truth? Once upon a time, I began, feeling the weight of the moment pressing down on me, there were villagers just like us. They believed in the stories that promised safety, that good would triumph over evil. But the monsters came, not with fangs and claws, but with whispers that gnawed at their hearts, unraveling the very fabric of their courage. Alaric shot me a look, equal parts anger and fear. This isn't a story, he snapped. This is happening. Yet, I knew then that stories were all we had left. They were the fragile threads connecting us to hope. In the end, I continued, the villagers discovered that the real battle was not against the monsters, but within themselves. They learned that the darkness they feared was often just a reflection of their own insecurities and doubts. They had to confront the shadows that loomed over them, to find the light within. And sometimes, just sometimes, they even won. But the weight of my words felt hollow, echoing into the void. Outside, the howls grew louder, an orchestra of despair, and something shifted in the air, a promise of violence, a whisper of inevitability. The clock struck midnight, its chimes slicing through the darkness, reminding us of time slipping away. I don't want to be brave, Selim whispered, and my heart cracked wide open. I want to go home. The truth of his words sank deep into my bones. What if bravery wasn't about slaying dragons? What if it was simply enduring the night, holding on to hope when all seemed lost? I looked at Alaric, and in that moment, I saw the flicker of understanding pass between us. Then we'll go home, Alaric said, a flicker of determination igniting in his eyes. But first, we face the darkness. And with that, we stepped into the shadows, hands trembling but resolute, heartbeats echoing like war drums against the silence. The myths we inherited were not just stories, they were warnings, lessons carved into our souls. They taught us that even in the darkest of nights, when the monsters seemed to rise from every corner, the spark of humanity could ignite a fire strong enough to illuminate even the deepest shadows. But the night was still young, and the real stories were just beginning. The clock struck 13, its chime reverberating through the hollow hallways of a dimly lit apartment. Echoes of laughter from the distant street below clashed with the suffocating silence within. I stood there, heart pounding, breath shallow, my fingers tracing the outline of the chipped porcelain cup that had once belonged to my mother. I remember the warmth of her hands as she poured steaming tea, the scent of chamomile wafting through the air, a fleeting moment of solace that felt worlds away now. But now, the shadows danced cruelly on the walls, twisting memories into grotesque shapes. I felt it in my bones, the burden of Sisyphus was mine, a relentless stone pressing down on my chest. How many times had I rolled that metaphorical boulder uphill, only to watch it crash back down, splintering my hopes into jagged shards? Life had become the very essence of that eternal struggle, an absurdity I could no longer bear, yet couldn't escape. In the corner, a figure loomed, her silhouette sharp against the waning light. Emily, my sister, her face twisted in the throes of her own torment. I could see the flicker of despair in her eyes, the haunting reflection of Tantalus reaching for water that would forever recede. She was trapped in a cycle of need, grasping at love and acceptance yet never able to drink from the cup of fulfillment. I wanted to scream, "Emily, look closer. There's a way out." Yet the words died in my throat, suffocated by the weight of our shared reality. "Why do you keep trying, Alex?" she spat, her voice trembling with frustration. "You know it'll never change. You're just like him." Him, the echo of our father's failures hung heavy between us, a ghost in the room. I remember the nights he'd come home, eyes glazed, breath reeking of cheap whiskey, his laughter a haunting melody that promised love while delivering only despair. I had vowed never to become him, yet here I was, lost in the same cycle. I remember the dreams we had, the things we said we would do, I whispered, my voice barely audible, as if speaking too loud might shatter the tenuous peace. Remember the garden we wanted? The one with the rose bushes and the swing. She rolled her eyes, a bitter smile curving her lips. Those were just dreams, Alex. You can't build a paradise on ashes. Her words sliced through me, sharper than any blade, and for a moment, I felt the suffocating heat of Ixion's wheel, eternally spinning, never granting respite. I wanted to argue, to claw back the remnants of our childhood hope, but the truth hung heavy like the thick air before a storm. I felt it creeping in, a sense of foreboding as the shadows deepened. Sometimes, when the night is thick enough, hopes turn to suffocations, and despair becomes a comfortable blanket of darkness. We sat there, two broken souls, trapped in a room that felt like purgatory itself. Suddenly, the distant sounds of sirens shattered our moment, wailing like banshees in the night. I glanced at Emily, her eyes wide with fear, an all too familiar look that mirrored the times when our parents fought, when chaos erupted like flame, consuming everything in its path. "It's happening again," she murmured, the tremor in her voice betraying her indifference. "What do we do?" Panic clawed at my throat. "I don't know, but we can't let it swallow us whole. We can't be like them." I stood, my heart racing, the weight of Sisyphus on my shoulders felt unbearably heavy. She followed me, uncertainty etched into her features, as we stepped toward the door, toward the sirens, toward whatever awaited us outside. The world beyond was alive, a cacophony of voices and frenetic energy. I felt a shiver course through me as I stepped into the cold embrace of reality, but the thrill of the unknown beckoned like a siren song. We moved through the crowd, faces blurring into a tapestry of fleeting emotions, joy, fear, anger, despair, each one a reminder of our own battles. I spotted a girl with wild eyes, laughter spilling from her lips like a waterfall. She danced freely, her hands raised to the heavens, a stark contrast to Emily and me, shackled by our grief and loss. "Look at her!" I yelled over the din. "She's free." "Free?" Emily scoffed, her voice dripping with irony. "Or just oblivious?" But in that moment, I understood, freedom was an illusion we all chased, a whisper of hope beckoning us forward. Even Tantalus, forever thirsty, clung to the promise of water just out of reach. I grasped Emily's hand tighter, determined to show her that even in our bleakest moments, laughter could echo through the despair. Let's join her. Let's feel something, anything. As we plunged into the sea of bodies, the vibrations of life pulsed through us, igniting a flicker within. I remembered the warmth of my mother's tea, the sweet comfort of laughter, and for a moment, the crushing weight of Sisyphus lifted. But then, the sirens grew louder, a reminder of the darkness lurking just beyond our fragile bubble. I felt it, the inevitability of our struggles clawing back. The laughter faded into the night, making way for shadows dancing once more as Emily's grip slackened. We can't run forever, Alex, she said, her voice barely a whisper against the roar of the crowd. And in that moment, I felt the world freeze, the sirens becoming a chilling dirge. I turned to her, the realization hitting like a punch to the gut. We were not escaping anything, we were simply postponing our reckoning. The ghost of Ixion loomed closer, and the weight of our past threatened to drown us. I wanted to scream, to rage against the swirling tide of inevitability, but the words caught in my throat. Instead, I held her gaze, and in her eyes, I saw reflections of every moment we had fought, every hope we had chased, and every wound we had carried. Would we forever be shackled by our past? Would we forever run, only to find ourselves back where we started? I could almost hear the laughter of the gods above, cruel and mocking. But deep down, I could feel the ember of defiance kindling within me. Do you want to stay lost, Em? Or do we confront it together? The answer hung thick between us, and as we stood at that precipice, the siren still wailing in the background, I felt the weight shift. Perhaps the struggle was not in the escape but in the fight itself, an eternal dance with our demons. I remembered the cup, the laughter, and the garden. I remembered, always. The clock ticked like a metronome marking the heartbeat of the world, each second punctuated by the echoes of despair. Shadows danced on the brick walls of the alley, twisting and writhing like the thoughts in Ava's mind. She pressed her back against the cold stone, the dampness seeping into her shirt, a chill that matched the gnawing fear clawing at her stomach. Just moments ago, laughter filled the air, but now it felt like a cruel joke, mocking her very existence. She could still hear the remnants of that laughter, colliding with her memories, taunting her. Why did it have to be me? The question hung in the air, a whisper drowned in the cacophony of a vibrant city life, unaware of the torment in the shadows. Across the alley, Jonah stood rigid, his fists clenched, eyes burning with a rage that threatened to consume him whole. He had watched the world turn its back on Ava, the girl they all once adored. Now, they called her a pariah, a leper. The same people who once begged for a glimpse of her smile now spit her name like a curse. He felt the weight of their disdain pressing down like a leaden shroud. I remember, he muttered under his breath, when they loved you, Ava. When you were enough. But that was before the incident, the day the world cast her aside like a discarded piece of trash. Jonah had been there, the fire in his heart a beacon of hope that flickered and dimmed as he watched the betrayal unfold. I didn't ask for this. Ava's voice trembled, quaking under the strain of her shattered identity. The words escaped her lips like a desperate plea, but they fell onto deaf ears. Even the shadows seemed to retreat, leaving her utterly alone. She caught Jonah's eye, the depth of his anguish reflecting back at her, a mirror that showed her the raw, unfiltered truth of their existence. They'll never forgive you, Ava, he said, his voice like gravel, rough and unyielding. They can't see past their hatred. And there it was, the hatred, a living thing that slithered through the streets, coiling around their hearts, squeezing until something inside them cracked. Ava felt it gnawing at the edges of her soul, a constant reminder of every mistake she had ever made, of every whispered word that had turned into a dagger. I remember, she whispered, her voice barely above a breath. I remember the day I became a ghost. The night stretched on, heavy and suffocating, as their shared silence morphed into a vortex of despair. The world outside continued its frenetic dance, cars rushed past, music blared from a nearby bar, but within that alley, time stood still. The city pulsed, oblivious, while they were trapped in an echo chamber of suffering. Jonah stepped closer, the air crackling with unspoken words. Why do we let them define us? Why do we care? His frustration spilled out like a torrent, but Ava could see the cracks in his resolve. She reached for his hand, warmth and desperation colliding in a fragile moment of connection. "Because they're all we have," she replied, her voice laced with a sorrow that tasted like ash. "We're made of their perceptions, Jonah. Without them, we're nothing." But even as she spoke, she felt something shift within her, a flicker of rebellion igniting against the chains of their shared suffering. What if we turned it back on them? Jonah's eyes widened, a glimmer of hope crashing against the walls of despair. "You mean, fight back? Show them how wrong they are." "Not just fight back," she breathed, the thrill of the thought igniting a fire in her chest. "What if we made them feel what we feel? What if we became the nightmares that haunt them?" The intensity of their emotions braided together, twisting into a plan that felt both reckless and liberating. As the clock continued its relentless ticking, something primal awakened in them. They would become the very embodiment of their suffering, wearing it like an armor, a shield against the hatred that sought to consume them. The alley felt alive around them, the walls closing in, but instead of suffocating, they expanded, breathing life into their shared resolve. Ava could almost hear the heartbeat of the universe around her, pounding in rhythm with her own. Every heartbeat echoed a promise, a pact made in the dark, an alliance forged from pain and rebellion. A loud crash shattered the moment, a group of figures emerging from the shadows, their faces twisted in mockery. "Look who it is!" "The fallen queen," one shouted, laughter spilling into the night, cruel and unforgiving. Ava's heart raced, a tidal wave of fear surging through her veins. But instead of retreating, she stood her ground, Jonah's presence a steadying force beside her. The taunts washed over her like a cold wave, but this time, she would not flinch. "You think you can break me," she shouted back, her voice rising above the din. "I'm already shattered. What more can you take?" The laughter faltered, confusion rippling through the crowd. Jonah squeezed her hand, eliciting a rush of warmth. It was a reminder they were not alone. They were two souls entwined in a battle against the darkness that sought to consume them. As the confrontation escalated, they channeled their suffering into defiance, each word a strike against the barbs that had pierced their hearts. The crowd's jeers began to lose their potency, morphing into something unrecognizable, a fear that resonated in their own hearts. And in that chaotic moment, amid the rising tension, Ava understood. Suffering was not just a narrative of weakness, it was a crucible, a fire that could forge them anew. The hated could become the mighty, the broken could rise from the ashes. The clock ticked on, relentless, but now it felt like a drumbeat, a rallying cry echoing through the alley. Ava and Jonah stood shoulder to shoulder, hearts pounding in unison, ready to confront the world together. And in that defiant stance, wrapped in the raw pulse of suffering, they found their strength, not in the absence of pain, but in the embrace of it. The shadows loomed, but they were no longer just victims, they were warriors, and the night was their battlefield. As the confrontation approached its climax, the alley swelled with their emotions, the air thick with anticipation. The hatred that once sought to bind them now became their weapon, an ally in the fight against the darkness. And they would not rest until the world understood the power of the hated, until suffering became their anthem of survival, echoing through the cosmos, a testament to resilience and rebellion.